Chapter 151. Damn, teleport? Chen Ning was dumbfounded. Isn't this a skill that nascent soul cultivators can comprehend? How can this be forced? Could it be that he is not Jindan, but nascent soul? Chen Ning was terrified. Mauler Gobi, UF** King nascent soul cultivator fighting with a heart-beating cultivator, is it fun? With a dark face, he waited for the sword light from both sides to dissipate, and roared directly, you are not particular. You are a nascent soul cultivator, you are too shameless. Although in the fight just now, his Juxian sword art was better, but Chen Ning didn't show the slightest joy, instead he felt like he was being tricked. Ah. The middle-aged man looked confused, and said, what the hell? When did I become a nascent soul cultivator? Damn it, explain it clearly to me. Humph. You can teleport, isn't this nascent soul? Sophistry, you go on sophistrying. Chen Ning said clearly, look, I have seen through you, old boy, quickly admit it bar. You mean teleportation? Do you call that thing teleportation? Ha 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 ha. The middle-aged man couldn't stop laughing. That's F** King teleportation, teleportation ass. When Chen Ning heard the words, his face was full of disbelief, and he sneered, anyway, you just don't admit it? It doesn't matter whether you admit it or not, my uncle is just looking for you as a training partner, it doesn't matter if you are Yuanying or Jindan, as long as you can just let Lao Tzu take care of himself. He also didn't want to compete with this old boy to win or lose. But. Come on, why are you pretending to be a water bandit? Don't say that you are blocking the road and robbing, don't talk about it, this is what I do. If you rob 100 or 80, you can tell at a glance that you are not a robber. Chen Ning looked proud, as if robbing is such an honorable thing. Well, maybe for him, robbing is really an honorable thing, after all, robbing the rich and helping the poor. Eh? The middle-aged man looked at Chen Ning speechlessly, and really didn't know where the pride on his face came from. This little elder of the Langia sword sect, surnamed Fugue, has nothing to do in his free time, so he just wanted to find someone to play with. Yes, that's right, just to play, grandma has a leg, in the sect it's getting rusty. Li Fugue? Chen Ning felt that he was going crazy. He had never encountered such a strange thing since the beginning of his cultivation. Oh, Li Foreign and Pig 10 precepts are not counted. As for the Black Emperor, he is not a dog of this world at all. The middle-aged man, no, Li Fugue's face turned dark, he gritted his teeth and said, is it funny? Ha 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 ha. It's fine if he doesn't say it, but Chen Ning couldn't help it when he said it. Ha 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 ha, damn it, were you a cook in your previous life? Master Chef Xiao Fugue? Ha 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 ha. Chen Ning thinks this old boy is too funny, and this Langia sword sect is also out of his mind. Finding such a person to be an elder, damn it, he is not afraid of losing his disciples. Boy, do you believe it or not? I killed someone to silence me. Throw it directly into the river, I'm sure you won't be noticed. Li Fugue threatened. TCH, you are a golden core cultivator, and you can't kill me, unless you are a nascent soul. What am I? Okay, tell me, why am I lying in ambush on this river? Chen Ning waved his hands. He didn't believe what the old boy said. Didn't I just say, play? Forget it, you can play by yourself, I still have something to do, so let's go first. Chen Ning rolled his eyes, as if he was about to leave. Hey, don't go. Don't go. Chen Ning listened to Li Fugue's obstruction, and showed a smile that he could control. Damn it, I just said that this old boy has a problem. Quickly tell me, what do you want to do? Forehead. Don't tell me I'm leaving. The sect asked me to find a few people to go to Baiming Haiyan to investigate, saying that the shrine in the depths of Baiming Haiyan was opened, but no one in the sect was willing to go with me, so you want to stop a few people to go with you? Chen Ning was speechless, damn it, this Langia sword sect seems to be a really crazy sect, where did he find such a wonderful thing? I'm fucking convinced that this kind of sect's important event is to drag a few people along the road at random. But having said that, how bad is this old boy's popularity, in such a huge sect, no one is willing to go with him. TSK, it really isn't a good bird. While Chen Ning was thinking, Li Fugue walked over with a shy face, and said with a smile, ahaha, how is it? Are you interested in going together? Baiming Haiyan, the deep shrine, inside there are countless treasures, and there may be inheritance from the gods. He looked like a wretched uncle who abducted an ignorant boy, and Chen Ning almost killed him with a sword. However, he seriously considered what Li Fugue said. The shrine deep in the eyes of Baiming Sea. It's not easy just by the name. But he is not a fool, it is impossible for Li Fugue to believe whatever Li Fugue says, and he has a few thoughts. But he is bold and skilled. Besides, there are systems and character cards, in case something goes wrong. For example, if you meet a wretched uncle who kidnaps and sells boys, then call Shimenshuksu directly and stab him to death with a sword up. Chen Ning looked at Li Fugue with strange eyes, and suddenly he thought of Li Foran. Damn it, wouldn't these two be the same family 500 years ago? Li Fugue felt uncomfortable when he looked at him and said, "What's wrong? Is there anything on me?" Chen Ning ignored him, but instead asked, "When will Beiming CI open?" "There is always a time, right?" "Well, it's coming soon." In the past few days, it seems that many people have passed by, not only Beiming, but also people from other 4 regions. Chen Ning was stunned for a moment, so it is superfluous for him to travel alone for more than a month? He didn't believe that Su Yingxian and the others wouldn't come, and they were probably already on their way. Thinking of seeing the 2 women again, Chen Ning couldn't help but feel a little excited. To be honest, he really missed the fragrance of the 2 women and the perfect touch of the waist. "Hey, boy, who the hell are you thinking of? You have a wretched look on your face." Li Fugue interrupted Chen Ning's obsession, with a look of contempt on his face, as if he was looking at some bad boy. Chen Ning's face is black. "Damn it, do you still have the nerve to despise me? It's not bad that I don't despise you. Is there really a spiritual inheritance in the shrine? Oh, I don't know. Wouldn't there be a dead god in the shrine? Oh, how the hell do I know? Will there be dead people in the shrine? I fucked your mother." In the mountains and rivers, 2 figures heard each other. End of this chapter. Chapter 152 Chiguoguo and hashtag 039 S plot. Chapter 152 Chiguoguo's plot. Beiming Haiyan is about to fall into a weak period, and the inner shrine is about to open. This news quickly spread across the land of the 4 regions, surpassing the follow-up wave of the secret realm of the Wild Dragon region in an instant, and even suppressed the aftermath of the Immortal Emperor's reappearance. I don't know how many people have embarked on the journey to Beiming again. It is really that the reputation of Beiming CI is too great, not weaker than the secret realm of the Wild Dragon region in the Eastern region, and even worse, because in the CI, it is said that there is a palace of gods. This alone is enough to drive countless people crazy. Eastern region. Wind Flower Snow Moon Pavilion. Damn it, that kid went to Beiming to pick up a big deal. Who would have thought that at this juncture, Haiyan would fall into a weak period? It is estimated that the inheritance of the shrine will attract a large number of people to go. Li Foran and others are discuss whether to go to Beiming. As you can imagine, everyone agreed to go. Su Yingxian and Ye Xuanji were there to meet Chen Ning, while Li Foran, Zhu Shiji, and He Wang were all just joining in the fun. Wherever there was excitement, they would definitely be there. I'm afraid the world will not be chaotic. Anyway, you've already passed through the catastrophe, so let's go together. Li Foran glanced at the 2 women, and he also knew that it was unrealistic not to let them go. Xuanji, don't you go back to the family and tell me? Su Yingxian said. Hehe, family? Do I still have a family? I'm afraid the people in the family want me to die most now. Nie Xuanji shook her head bitterly. Su Yingxian heard the words and didn't say anything else. She also knew that the attitude of the Nie family had been extremely bad since they came out of the Wild Dragon territory. Not to mention that they never came to Nie Xuanji once. Nie Xuanji severed the father-daughter relationship. It's okay, let's go to Beiming to find my husband. She stepped forward and took Nie Xuanji's hand, smiling. Situations like this happened in all 4 domains, and many top forces began to go to Beiming, hoping to get a share of the fortune of the shrine. Of course, not everyone went there for good luck, some people also wanted to hunt and kill Chen Ning. These people calculated that Chen Ning would get involved, and simply made a hunting plan, wanting to keep him in Beiming Haiyan forever. Perhaps this time, it will be another bloody storm. Bei Ming. Let me make it clear to you first, if it's dangerous, I won't go in. Don't worry. Damn, can I put you in danger? Am I that kind of person? When Chen Ning heard this, he looked at Li Fugue and really wanted to say, yes, you are that kind of person. But to be honest, he doesn't worry too much now, because he is not his original appearance now, and he has already changed his appearance with the method of changing the sky and changing the earth. As for the secret technique of transforming 3 cleanses into 1 chi, although many people saw it with their own eyes during the catastrophe of destruction in all directions, it is the skill to be able to target it after seeing it, not to mention that he also let the 3 avatars practice it to change the world Dafa. At worst, just change your face when the time comes. Those star-fresh meats on the earth are inexhaustible treasures. Old boy, have you ever entered the shrine? Chen Ning and Li Fugue wandered on the long river, boating and boating, which was somewhat artistic. Damn it, kid, why don't you be polite to me? Of course I have been there, but at that time the shrine hadn't opened yet. It seemed that some kind of opportunity was needed. Many people went and returned disappointed. I don't know how it will be this time, whether the shrine can really be opened. Huh? It wasn't a real opening before? Boy, aren't you from Biming? You don't even know this. The shrine has been there since ancient times. I don't know how many sages wanted to enter, but no one has entered so far. So, you don't know what's in the shrine, you said, is it true? Nonsense, is that still fake? Don't even think about it. If the shrine has been opened, what a fart we are going this time. We've been moved out by someone. Chen Ning rubbed his chin, ignored the Zuan secret technique in Li Fugui's words, and was thinking about a question instead. In other words, the shrine is not like the secret realm of the wild dragon territory. No one has ever entered it. This shows that it is still a natural treasure that has not been developed. Thinking of this, Chen Ning immediately became excited. Damn it, why don't you search for it this time? System, prepare your equipment first, maybe you can make a lot of money this time. Ding. The system warns, reminding the host that the dungeon has been opened. Please conquer the 3 top forces as soon as possible. Damn it, can you stop saying such disappointing things when you are so happy? Ding. If the host can't complete the dungeon within the specified time, not only will the experience gained be greatly reduced, but the exchanged points will also be affected to a certain extent. Chen Ning was speechless. Isn't this just forcing Lao Tzu to conquer the 3 top powers? With a dark face, he said, Grass Mud Horse, no need to remind, you have already conquered Fenghua Shuyue Pavilion. Grandma, you're in a hurry. Believe it or not, I'll take someone to go straight to the 2 mountain gates. Ding. This system only serves as a reminder and will not interfere with the host's choice. Chen Ning hummed twice and stopped talking, but he was thinking quickly in his heart, which 2 top forces he was looking for. It's better to solve this thing as soon as possible, otherwise the experience value and points will be affected, and it will be a big delay. Damn it, I'm going to team up with Yi Haizi and Chuluoli. Chen Ning felt that this matter must be put on the agenda. Just in time, taking advantage of Biming Haiyan this time, I might be able to look around and see which 2 unlucky ghosts are chosen by Lao Tsuyuan. To be honest, he wasn't worried at all, and even felt that the dungeon produced by the system was completely useless. If he has no strength now, he can at most rule the roost among the younger generation, and the older generation is basically not enough. Even if he really conquered the top forces by hand, it was not by him, but by the people who summoned him. Crap. The system didn't come up with such a broken dungeon because it wanted to cheat Lao Tzu's points, did it? Chen Ning raised his brows, and felt more and more that this was possible. A lot of money points spending? But he thought again, there is absolutely no way to refuse this. This is Chi Guoguo's conspiracy. If you don't do what he says, you'll probably get even more ruthless deductions. Grass Mud Horse. Thinking of this, Chen Ning immediately became unhappy, and knocked Li Fugue, who was fishing beside him, with a kick, and fell directly into the water. Fuck? Kid, do you really want to fight? Don't think I can't beat you. I'm letting you in. Li Fugue showed his head out of the water and shouted loudly. End of this chapter. Chapter 153, I really met a ruthless person who robbed Dao. Chapter 153, I really met a ruthless person who robbed Dao. Chen Ning ignored Li Fugue, who was yelling in the water. When Li Fugue climbed up by himself, Chen Ning said with a smile, Oh, I'm sorry, I slipped just now, ha 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 ha. Li Fugue's face darkened, Are you so slippery? If it doesn't work, just chop it off. When Chen Ning heard this, he was about to speak, when suddenly, his expression changed, not only him, but also Li Fugue beside him. Someone is coming. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the big river was directly cut off, and under the splash of water, the boat capsized directly. Robbery. Woo those 2, hurry up and hand over all the treasures on your body. Otherwise, it's a dead end. Chen Ning and Li Fugue looked at each other, damn it, this luck really encountered robbery. Chen Ning was the most speechless. In one day, he was yelled robbery twice in a row. Although the previous time was fake, he could tell from his aura that this time it was real. This is a real water bandit. And not weak, 1 golden core monk, 5 heart-beating monks. Choose. Which one do you want to fight? Chen Ning said directly to Li Fugue. Choose a fart, damn it, the golden core is mine, and the rest is yours. Hurry up, don't delay, the shrine will open in 1 or 2 days, if you go late, maybe someone will pick the peaches. Boom. After finishing speaking, he immediately exploded his cultivation base and charged forward immediately. In fact, Chen Ning was also quite speechless. He even felt that Biming had a natural conflict with him. Otherwise, how could he explain that when he was in the Eastern Territory, he was the one who robbed the rich and helped the poor? Stealing from the rich and helping the poor? Damn it, I just want to verify whether what the system said is true. Since you have bumped into each other, let's take you. There was a flash of light in Chen Ning's eyes, and he also rushed out. The 5 heart-beating monks are not considered weak, only one is in the early stage of heart-beating, of the other 4, 3 are in the middle stage of heart-beating, and 1 is in the late stage of heart-beating. It stands to reason that from the perspective of normal people, such a lineup would be impossible for 1 to 5, but Li Fugue may have let him fight to avenge the one kick just now. However, Chen Ning was not afraid either, but he, who was competing with Jindan, was completely uninterested in seeing these heart-moving monks, but he was not so arrogant that he was defenseless. The lion fights the rabbit with all his strength. The 6 water bandits were dumbfounded. Damn it, there are only 2 of you, why are you so crazy, come up and fight directly. Just now they thought carefully before taking action. Although there were only 2 of them, there was a golden core cultivator among them. This was a deterrent, but in the end it was greed that defeated reason. They wanted to find a breakthrough in Chen Ning. After all, the gap between 1 heart-beating monk and 5 heart-beating monks is so close. It's just that they miscalculated. They didn't find Chen Ning. This guy is completely perverted. He can compete with the Jindan cultivator with his cultivation base in the middle stage of the heartbeat, and he won't even be at a disadvantage. Boom. The 2 Jindan monks fought, the explosive energy was unimaginable, the river stopped flowing, the water splashed everywhere, and even the mountains on both sides were greatly affected. At least Chen Ning saw a towering ancient tree being chopped off by the light of the 2 of them. There is a huge blue stone rolling down from the top of the mountain, making a rumbling sound. Every move of the 2 of them contained this huge lethality, that is to say, Chen Ning could treat it with a normal heart, and the expressions of the other 5 water bandits had changed. Boy, don't you want to hit 5 of us alone? I advise you, hand over all your treasures. One of the water bandits glanced at the 2 golden core monks who were fighting in the sky, and found that his own golden core was not at a disadvantage, so he straightened his back and said loudly. That's right, hurry up and hand over the storage ring. The rest of the people were also shouting. If they were to face Jindan, they would not dare, but for heartbeat, they thought they could catch it with their hands. Fuck. Shut up. Chen Ning was speechless. These people are too crazy, right? Is this going to kill him? Thought he was the fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others? Boom. Without wanting to say more, the god-demon reincarnation kung fu erupted directly, black and white light shrouded him. At this moment, he was like a demon god. If Demon King Yang was here, he would be shocked too, because Chen Ning was more like a demon than him. 5 heartbeats in the area, what can I do? Kill. He directly killed it, and the terrifying energy rolled over, causing the 2 golden core monks who were fighting to look at him sideways. Damn it. Boy, it's fierce. Hurry up, don't delay the business. Li Fugue shouted while fighting. When Chen Ning heard this, his face turned dark and numb. Aren't you beating too? Urged my fart. Perhaps seeing Chen Ning's dissatisfaction, Li Fugue said again, if I hadn't waited for you, I would have slaughtered this guy long ago. Huh. Rampant. The Jindan water bandit snorted coldly, and his movements became more and more violent. Li Fugue screamed strangely when he hit him, and he was busy responding with all his heart. Chen Ning was speechless, this guy can really brag. At first, he also thought that this guy was pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, and that he was a genuine nascent soul cultivator, but after some probing, he found out that this shit is an early golden core. No more thinking about it, he held black in one hand and white in the other, using the method he used to deal with Lei Ting in 10 directions annihilation, aiming at the water bandit in the early stage of his heart. First pick the soft persimmons and pinch them. His expression was cold, his feet shrunk into inches, and he came to that person almost instantly, and before he had time to react, he saw Chen Ning's cold eyes. The water bandit in the early stage of the heartbeat screamed in horror and posed, but Chen Ning directly slapped it on the top of his head before he could perform the spell. Immediately, this guy's head burst like a ripe watermelon. The heart-beating monk has not yet cultivated the soul, so this guy disappeared immediately. After all, not everyone is as perverted as Chen Ning, who has condensed his soul in the Yuan condensation realm. Although it has the effect of Burial Dragon Valley and the help of the heaven-bending pill, luck is also a kind of strength. Maybe even if these fortunes are piled up somewhere in front of some people, letting them condense may not necessarily be able to cultivate a soul in the Yuan condensation realm. The remaining 4 water bandits looked ugly. Before they could do anything, one of them died directly. Although the one who died was the one with the lowest cultivation level, it also showed that this kid in front of him was not easy to deal with. The 4 of them looked at each other, and they all saw the dignity in each other's eyes, so they showed their housekeeping skills one after another. For such water bandits, who live by robbery all year round, they have long cultivated a pair of piercing eyes, more or less able to see the enemies underground. Regardless of the remaining 4 people, Chen Ning has already started working with the system in his mind. Damn it, profiteer, you're fucking cheating on me, a monk at the beginning of the heartbeat, but only 100,000 experience points. Ding. The system reminds that the dungeon needs to be completed as soon as possible. Chen Ning was about to cry, how the hell did I get into such a system? He exited the state of communicating with the system, and was about to turn his grief into strength and slaughter the remaining 4, when a voice suddenly sounded, making him stop. Okay. Come back, you are not the opponents of these 2. If you force a fight, you will lose your life for nothing. Woman's voice? Female water bandits? Chen Ning's eyes lit up, and he became interested instantly. End of this chapter. Chapter 154 What the hell, beauty? Chapter 154 What the hell, beauty? Chen Ning's eyes lit up. From this sound like the sound of nature, he can already imagine the appearance of a woman, she is definitely a beauty. A sound like the sound of heaven slowly fell, and then, pieces of green bamboo leaves fell from the sky, which looked particularly abrupt above the big river. However, Chen Ning was very interested in watching it, and he was amazed in his heart. He knows how to play, but he doesn't know. He became more and more curious about what kind of woman could make a Jindan cultivator obey her orders. Although Jindan cultivators are not very powerful, they are still practicing their way to the top, and in some places where their cultivation is not flourishing, they can even become kings and hegemons. Just like the small town where Chen Ning stayed at the beginning, a few monks in the enlightened state dared to call themselves immortals. Looking at it now, it is simply ridiculous. Jaizhu. The golden core cultivator who was fighting Li Fuguei bowed and bowed before he saw anyone. This scene not only made Chen Ning more curious, but Li Fuguei also lowered his eyes. The crowd didn't have to wait too long, and soon, among the bamboo leaves all over the sky, a woman descended from the sky. Dressed in a red dress, it doesn't fit in with the green sky, which makes people wonder, what's the use of spreading bamboo leaves? But Chen Ning obviously didn't have any extra thoughts to think about other things, because the guy's eyes were almost glued to the woman's body. Fuck. It's so big, so straight, so thin, so warped, so long. Chen Ning's eyes almost popped out. If Su Daji is that kind of charm, then this woman is enchanting. Simply a fairy. The most important thing is that the mature aura on her body is like a ripe peach, which makes people want to pinch it. This unique temperament is different from girls like Su Yingxian and Ye Xuanji. But there is no doubt that the woman in front of him is definitely a gift on the tip of a man's heart. No wonder that Golden Core Cultivator is so determined. Damn it, if it were me, I would. If it were me, I must have convinced her. Basically in an instant, Chen Ning secretly made a decision. Grandma has such a leg, and my uncle's 100% height at one touch finally has a place to use again. He was eager to try, wishing to rush up now and touch it directly, but he sensed it with his soul. Damn it, this woman is stronger than Li Fuguei, and she is about to reach the middle stage of Golden Core. Comparing the gap between the two, Chen Ning gave up this plan with a sad face. You two, this matter is a misunderstanding. Please spare these subordinates who are concubines. The woman stood in the air on the water, smiled charmingly, and pleaded for the remaining 4 people. Li Fuguei's eyes flickered for a moment. In fact, he and Chen Ning didn't lose anything this time. At most, they consumed some aura and delayed a little time. Strictly speaking, they took advantage of it. After all, Chen Ning killed one person. He thought about it, nodded, and said, since fellow Taoist pleads for mercy, then I'll make the decision and let this matter go. Chen Ning was staring at the woman's waves, and suddenly heard Li Fuguei say that he was in charge, and this matter was left behind, and this guy immediately refused. Damn, I still want to think about that, so why don't you just let it go? No. Do you want to dismantle Lousy? So, his face darkened, and he said, old boy, you are the master? Whose master are you? Damn, can you beat me? Dare to say it is the master. Chen Ning is 3 feet tall, and the more he talks, the more he gets angry. Damn it, this old boy is definitely doing it on purpose. He wants to cut off the Grand Master's way of picking up girls. No way. Not to mention that there are no doors, there are no windows at all. The woman was obviously stunned for a moment, with doubts on her charming face, as if she was wondering why Chen Ning dared to talk to Li Fugue like this. I had already read it when I arrived just now. It is obvious that a middle-aged man has a higher level of cultivation. Why does this young man dare to speak to him like this? The woman thought in her heart, but after all, she is the one who talks nonsense when she sees people, not to mention she has a delicate heart, so the woman smiled at Chen Ning. Young master, if this is the case, then what do you say? What do you want? Seeing the woman's goblin-like face, especially the smile, Chen Ning couldn't bear it anymore, and almost asked the woman to be his wife. Fortunately, he woke up in time, so blatantly molesting a Jindan mid-stage, unless he wanted to die. He rolled his eyes and thought, in that case, why not sell a favor? Anyway, this woman is here. Wouldn't it be nice to wait for Lao Tzu's cultivation base to mention it again, and then come to convince her? Thinking of it this way, he was immediately overwhelmed with excitement, but when he raised his eyes and saw the woman's searching gaze, he quickly coughed twice. Forget it, since he said he won't pursue it, then he won't pursue it. The woman smiled again when she heard the words. She was really a female fairy who had transformed into a human in the mountains and forests, and people couldn't control her frown and smile. Li Fugue couldn't help but turn dark when he saw Chen Ning's idiot face. Damn it, this kid didn't see it, he is still a pervert at such a young age. Boy, let's go. Otherwise, you won't be able to keep up with good fortune, and you will cry. Only then did Chen Ning come back to his senses, and hurriedly said, okay, hurry up, idiot, my determination to be promoted is as heavy as a mountain, and no one can stop me. With a fierce face on his face, he was about to run away with Li Fugue, but he heard the woman say, the two of you are Baiming Haiyan who are making a lot of noise for this time? Huh? Why, you want to go too? Chen Ning became energetic. The woman smiled charmingly at her, and said, I really want to see the world, but I am weak. Unlike those powerful people, I am afraid that I will die without a place to die before entering Haiyan. As she spoke, she frowned. She really felt pity for me, and almost melted Chen Ning's heart. However, he is not a person who is blinded by sex. The fortune of the shrine is related to the future path, and he himself cannot see the light. If he follows one more person, he will be more exposed. For a while, he was embarrassed. Although I also want this familiar woman to follow, but compared with my life, beauty is not that important after all. It's just that Chen Ning didn't expect that when he was struggling, Li Fugue at the side had already said, since fellow Taoists want to go, why don't you go together? However, these subordinates of yours. The woman smiled and hurriedly said, if they don't go, I will be alone, is that okay? Ha 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 ha, that's fine, let's go together. Chen Ning was dumbfounded. Damn it, this old boy is the one who is blinded by sex, right, shouldn't it? From the moment this woman appeared, Li Fugue only glanced at her. Logically speaking, she wasn't a lustful person. Hey you. Chen Ning wanted to say something, but suddenly thought of the task that Li Fugue mentioned at the beginning. Langia Sword Sect asked him to find some people to go to Baiming Haiyan. End of this chapter. Chapter 155 My name is Wei Xiaobao. Chapter 155 My name is Wei Xiaobao. Chen Ning thought of what Li Fugue had said, and it was only at this moment that he was startled. Chen Ning doesn't know whether Langia Sword Sect is the top power in Baiming, but what he knows is that these sects generally have a superior mentality. Although it is possible to play with outsiders, it is definitely not a good thing. He remembered the word cannon fodder. Li Fugue said it all by himself from the beginning to the end, and there is no proof. The Langia Sword Sect may be so powerful that even Jindan monks can't see it, but is the truth really what Li Fugue said? For a while, Chen Ning was full of thoughts, and gradually became more defensive, not to mention that his identity could not be revealed. Even if he was really allowed to be cannon fodder, he would not be happy. It seems that we still have to make two-handed preparations, and we can't fully trust this old boy. He glanced at Li Fugue, and communicated with the system in his mind. System, has the repair of the high-level disguise doll been completed? He still remembered that in the secret realm of the Wild Dragon domain, the disguise doll even fooled an old gun like Li Foren, and it was no problem to deal with Li Fugue. Ding. It has already been repaired. Hearing this, Chen Ning rolled his eyes. Maybe he will find a chance to exchange the disguise doll with him, and then release the 3 clones. In this way, his body will turn from bright to dark, and it will be more convenient for him to do some things. By the way, look for it for me and see what kind of sea attack weapons there are. It's aircraft carriers, destroyers, submarines, and the like. He remembered that Su Ke had wiped out many enemies in a battle at sea, relying on various weapons at sea. Although the environment he was in at that time was a little special, it was not a big problem. The big deal was to buy some sea weapons of magic weapon level. Ding. The product list has been compiled for the host. After about a quarter of an hour, Chen Ning came back to his senses, with a contented expression on his face. This time he spent a lot of points, but the rewards were not small. To a certain extent, it was enough for him to become the strongest competitor of Ming Haiyan, and perhaps the only competitor. After settling his worries, this guy's flamboyant guts came out again. Seeing a well-ripe beauty on the boat, how could he not spend a few words? But he is not stupid, he has no real intention to moles the female water bandit leader. Hey, this beautiful sister, next to Wei Xiaobao, do you dare to ask the beautiful sister's name? He showed a smile that he thought was quite handsome, and ran up to the woman in a jerk. The female water bandit leader was obviously stunned for a while. After she boarded the boat, the three of them were silent, and no one paid attention to the other. She was still thinking about how to learn about Ming Haiyan from the two of them. Information, although she knew about it, but because her body was too small, she didn't know much information, and she was not as good as those real top forces. Even if she wanted to get involved, she would still be confused. Now Chen Ning took the initiative to talk to her, and suddenly, the eyes of the female water bandit leader lit up. Wei Xiaobao? Ah. What's the matter? Chen Ning thought that the name had been discovered, and he was so frightened that he hurriedly thought about what to do. It's okay, my sister just thinks the name is weird, and it doesn't look like a good person. Chen Ning was speechless. Damn, you can tell that he is not a good person just by his name, although Wei Xiaobao is playing tricks. He laughed dryly and said, my sister hasn't said her name yet. Chen Ning pretended to be harmless to humans and animals, and Li Fugui, who was standing at the bow, looked constipated, and his teeth hurt. Grass, this kid is not very old, but he has a strange look. Dare to take the water bandit leader's idea, tisk tsk, don't even know how he died. Li Fugui shook his head secretly, and simply kept out of sight and out of mind, since it was just a cooperative relationship anyway, there was no need to offend anyone. My concubine is Lu Ruxian. Chen Ning's eyes lit up, what a name, tsk, he looked at the beautiful woman in front of him secretly. This figure is indeed as thin as a willow, especially the waist, which is full of grip, like a water snake, and her temperament is like a fairy. Every frown and smile can seduce people's hearts. Haha, sister is such a good name. He laughed loudly and said, my sister knows where we are going? After he finished speaking, before Lu Ruxian could speak, he said first, that's right, it's Ming Haiyan. After finishing speaking, he said mysteriously, I heard that there is a shrine inside. Have you seen it? He pointed to Li Fugui at the bow, he said there are many treasures in the shrine. There may also be the inheritance of the gods. Like a child who doesn't know much about the world, Chen Ning balked and said everything. At the end, he still slapped his chest and said to Lu Ruxian, don't worry, sister, if there is any danger then, I will protect you. Hearing this, Lu Ruxian twisted her waist, covered her mouth and giggled lightly, her red lips were faintly visible, like flames, maybe even a man couldn't help but want to have a kiss. That concubine relies on Xiaobao's protection. Her little treasure sounded soft and charming, and she almost yelled out Chen Ning's nosebleed, making him secretly say, sorceress. From the beginning of his practice, only Su Daji hooked him, causing him to be in a state of anxiety and nosebleeds, and now it seems that there is one more person. It's just. Damn, now I can only watch from a distance and not play with it. Grandma has such legs, I really want to try her waist, it's probably a lot of fun. When Chen Ning thought about it, he wished he could go to Ming Haiyan as soon as possible. If there were more people, maybe the chance for a hero to save the beauty would come. In fact, Lu Ruxian also felt Chen Ning's fiery gaze, but she didn't care at all. Over the years, I don't know how many men have shown such an attitude to her, even her subordinates, to be honest, most of them were aimed at her beauty as gathered together, not because of its recovery by strength. In this way, years of tempering have already created Lu Ruxian's exquisite heart, but what she didn't expect was that Chen Ning looked only in his teens, which made her feel a little awkward. Seeing that Lu Ruxian stopped talking again, Chen Ning touched his chin, thinking quickly in his heart, how can he find out where she lives? Even though the river doesn't look very wide, it is full of mountains and rivers in a radius of hundreds of miles. If you really want to find someone, it will be quite troublesome. He was afraid that something might go wrong and he would miss Lu Ruxian. I just thought about it, and I didn't think of any good way, so I can't ask directly, right? Damn, it seems that we can only wait until Ming Haiyan finds a solution. He showed a smile at Lu Ruxian, and when he reached the bow of the boat, he always felt that this way of walking was too slow. The Ming Sea was only opened in a day or two. If he drifted with the tide, he might not even be able to catch a hare. Chen Ning felt a pain in his heart when he thought that the treasure in the shrine was not destined for him. End of this chapter. Chapter 156. Chapter 156. Old boy, are we too slow? Going this way, I'm afraid we'll be in the year of the monkey. Yo, you still know? I thought you were so bewitched by beauty, you couldn't see it. The Biming Sea will be opened in just a couple of days. If it is at our speed, let alone looking for treasures, there may not even be a single hair. Fuck. Then don't fucking say it. Chen Ning was anxious, and now he doesn't care about any beauties. Just kidding, what is more important than one's own evolution? Only the strong deserve to have everything. Not to mention, I'm the one who wants to worship those big bosses. As soon as he gritted his teeth, he immediately shouted, if that's the case, then I will fight it out. I hope this time, Li Foran's formation will not go wrong. As for the formations made by Zhu Shiji and He Huang, he directly ignored them. Just kidding, those two products are more unreliable than the other. After more than a month, he has a deep understanding. I was pitted to death by those two pits. I have a large teleportation array here. As long as you have accurate coordinates, you can arrive in an instant. Li Fugue was very surprised when he heard this, even Lu Ruxian at the stern showed curiosity. Not everyone can have such a large formation. At least the top sect forces are eligible to refine or purchase. Could it be that he is a disciple of some top force? At this moment, both Li Fugue and Lu Ruxian's eyes lit up. The former was probably curious, while the latter was filled with some unknown meaning. Hurry up, don't delay so much, I still want to finish this ticket and fly to the sky. Impatient, Chen Ning directly set up a platform on the big river, and the light was shining instantly, the wind was strong, the water splashed, and waves were raised, hitting the rocks on both sides of the river, making a rumbling sound like thunder. In the blink of an eye, a colorful portal appeared in the sky, and the scene inside could not be seen clearly, but the outside was incomparably miraculous, filled with colorful light, making people convincing. No, at least Chen Ning was convincing. Damn, finally here's a reliable one, it looks like that old clapper Li Foran deserves a reward. He turned his head and found Li Fugue and Lu Ruxian staring blankly on the boat. He couldn't help but feel a little anxious. It was Lu Ruxian, she was like a pink skeleton to him. To prevent him from cutting chicken heads and burning yellow with those big guys, a stumbling block to paper worship. Hurry up, what are you still doing stupidly? Chen Ning let out a loud roar. Regardless of the two of them, he took the lead, rushed into the void, and plunged into the colorful portal. After his figure disappeared, Li Fugue and Lu Ruxian came to their senses. They looked at each other, then flew up into the sky and entered the colored portal. Afterwards, the square portal gradually closed until it became a small dot and disappeared. The turbulent river instantly became quiet, leaving only a solitary boat wandering on the water surface. At the same time, Su Yingxian and the others who were in the eastern region also left, but this time they did not use the cross-region teleportation formation in Tiancheng, but asked Li Foran, He Huang and Zhu Shiji to jointly arrange a large formation. All three of them have brought out their housekeeping skills. In addition, Fengwix Ryu Pavilion has a strong family background, and they also have the materials needed to arrange a large formation, so there are no twists and turns in the process. As for why they didn't go to Tiancheng to take the cross-domain teleportation formation, well, it was entirely because of Li Foran, He Huang and Zhu Shiji. The three of them were afraid of being blocked by others, and they didn't want to go if they were beaten to death. And the rest of the sect forces are also on their way. The development of Biming Haiyan is not weaker than the situation of the original Wild Dragon Domain Secret Realm, and even worse. I don't know how many people went there, I just hope to get a share. However, there are also many people who are secretly guarding against Chen Ning. After all, this guy has a criminal record in the secret realm of the Wild Dragon Domain. He was almost bald by him. The Tianjiao who entered did not say that the good luck was not taken, and even hundreds of people even threw their lives into it. So this time, many people kept their eyes open and secretly guarded against Chen Ning. Someone even secretly went to the Tianji Shenge to invite the Shattering Void Mirror. This mirror has the ability to see through emptiness. It only takes one photo, and no one can hide. This is their disguise technique to guard against Chen Ning. After several losses, some people also figured out Chen Ning's routine and knew what his reliance was, so they paid a huge price to invite Pak Su-jing. Of course, at first Tianji Shenge did not agree with anything, but there were many people who couldn't bear the pressure, and their reasons were justified. Who made Tianji Shenge run away last time? The point is that you are too careless about running around, you only care about your own family, and everything else is thrown away. This incident made Tianji Shenge feel wronged, and the contemporary fortune teller groaned for a long time, unable to speak, and finally had to take the broken mirror with him, and went to Biming together. But this old boy is also a thief. he not only brought the shattering void mirror, but also secretly brought another magic weapon of the heavenly secret pavilion, planning to run away when the nameless immortal emperor reappears. Chen Ning and the others are in the space channel, which can be said to be tens of thousands of miles away, and the inside is full of colorful lights, like colorful colored glass, and people who shine on it can't open their eyes. After an unknown amount of time, the three of them felt a sense of dizziness, followed by a bright light in front of their eyes, and a salty smell of seawater came to their nostrils. Opening his eyes, Chen Ning opened his mouth wide in shock at the scene in front of him, and saw the endless sea rolling, the waves were rough, and the vastness of the sky, there were no living creatures to be seen at all. The three of them were as insignificant as ants, and in front of the vast sea, it seemed that a single wave could overwhelm them. What the hell? Didn't you mean the beaming CI? What about the CI? Could something be wrong again? Chen Ning looked around, except that the waves were a little bit bigger in the sea area, and there was no CI. Is it possible that Lao Su understands Haiyan wrong? Isn't that majestic, huge vortex? His face darkened. If this deviated from the track, I'm afraid it would be a problem to go back, because they don't even know where it is. Just when he wished to strangle Li Foran to death, Li Fugue at the side said, "That's right, this is the destination, but we came early, and Haiyan hasn't appeared yet." Ah. Chen Ning was puzzled. Does the CI need to appear at a special time? As if seeing his doubts, Li Fugue smiled and said, "Yes, it does take a special time for beaming Haiyan to appear. Wait a minute, boy, who would have thought that your teleportation array is so accurate, even the slightest deviation nothing." Chen Ning smiled awkwardly when he heard that. He wanted to kill Li Foran just now. Damn it seems that the old clapper really has two tricks. He touched his chin, and from the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw a complicated expression on Lu Ruxian's face. End of this chapter. Chapter 157 Sea Overlord. Chapter 157 Sea Overlord. Chen Ning saw a complex look on Lu Ruxian's face. Very strange. At least in his opinion, how could so many emotions coexist on one face? From Lu Ruxian's face, he saw excitement, sadness, pain, resentment, and even a little bit of confusion. With a flash in Chen Ning's eyes, he became more and more sure of his initial guess: this woman also has a purpose. Maybe those water bandits were also a play arranged by her. Not maybe, yes for sure. At this moment, Chen Ning's vigilance against Lu Ruxian reached the extreme. Even if the other party is a woman who looks like a fairy, but compared with the target in my mind, her beauty pales a bit. Grass. The human heart is sinister. Just meet a woman, and she is a beautiful woman, and there is a huge conspiracy? Sure enough, a woman's heart, a sea needle. Chen Ning glanced at the surging sea in front of him, and felt that it was especially suitable for the occasion. He turned his eyes to Li Fugue, who was at the side again, thinking in his heart, this old boy also has a conspiracy, right? Do you really want my uncle to be cannon fodder? He is not sure, at least not now, but fortunately he is not unprepared. The system has already prepared the camouflage dolls, and the purchased sea overlords are also stored in the system space. Turned upside down. It's just that Chen Ning still doesn't know how much the major forces in the four regions have spent to deal with him this time, and even brought the shattering void mirror of the heavenly secret divine pavilion. After a moment of silence, Chen Ning said, "What are you doing next? Are you just waiting like this? Do you have the exact time?" "It's the exact time when the CI opens." He looked at Li Fugue and asked. "No. Grass, this CI does not belong to my family. If it were mine, I would open it whenever I want it to open." Li Fugue curled his lips, which surprised Chen Ning. "Grass mud horse, have you taken gunpowder?" Chen Ning felt baffled. This old boy wouldn't try to see him poorly, crossing the river and tearing down the bridge, right? Could it be that seeing that I've been tricked over, I don't even want to pretend? He immediately shuddered, and suddenly felt that society was complicated. Now the two people beside him seemed to have some kind of purpose. "Damn it, you're making me look dumb like this." Chen Ning complained in his heart, but he didn't have much fear. Since he survived the catastrophe of annihilation in all directions and pushed his cultivation to the middle stage of his heart, but after competing with Jindan early stage, he was confident that he could rely on himself and the system, unless he encounters an unreasonable monk like Yuanyingjing. Otherwise, Jindanjing, even in the later stage, he has no fear. It's nothing more than the price it costs. Thinking of this, he immediately returned to the state of talking, to see if he could get some valuable information from Lu Ruxian's mouth, and at the end of the day, he wanted to figure out why this enchanting and charming woman came here. "Hey, sister, why do I think you are not in high spirits? What's wrong? Are you dizzy?" Eh? Lu Ruxian was directly confused by his question. What is sea dizziness? Have you ever seen a monk getting dizzy? Chen Ning didn't seem to see the expression on Lu Ruxian's face that turned from astonishment to anger, and said to himself, I'm not seasick, but I am milksick. This guy looked at Lu Ruxian's waves, with a somewhat brazen gesture. Missing milk? Lu Ruxian was stunned again, this time she was really stunned, and even asked strangely, Grandma? Where does the grandma come from in the sea? When Chen Ning heard it, he almost knelt down. Sister, are you really innocent, or are you pretending to be innocent? He glanced at Lu Ruxian speechlessly, and then ruthlessly scratched the turbulence on the opponent's chest, and then said with satisfaction, the sea has no milk, but there is milk in my heart. God once said that as long as there is milk in your heart, you will be dizzy everywhere. Lu Ruxian couldn't understand, so she simply covered her mouth and smiled lightly, but Chen Ning could tell that the woman's smile was absent-minded, as if she had fallen into an inexplicable emotion since she came to this sea area. Chen Ning wanted to speak, but Li Fugue yelled, Boy, fellow Taoist, wait here for a while, I'll go and see if there is any place to stay around. They fell from the space channel and just landed on a reef, and behind the reef was an isolated island. As for what was on the small island, no one knew. When Chen Ning heard Li Fugue's words, he responded, but there was a glint of light in his eyes, and no one saw it. After Li Fugue left, he talked to Lu Ruxian again. It's just that Lu Ruxian doesn't get in, no matter how he insinuates, he still doesn't know why she came here. Although he didn't get the information he wanted, he somewhat affirmed the guess in his heart this woman did indeed come with a certain purpose. She didn't admit it, and thought she was tight, but it was this tightness that exposed her. Chen Ning sighed in his heart, he really didn't want to be an enemy of such a beauty. So, I hope that what you want to do will not harm my interests. Otherwise, even if you really are a fairy from the sky, you will die. It's a big deal, let me take it while it's hot. He didn't pay attention, but he spoke out what was in his heart, which attracted Lu Ruxian's strange gaze. What is it while it's hot? When Chen Ning heard this, he hurriedly smiled awkwardly, drink milk while it's hot. Ha 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 ha, I like to drink it hot. Lu Ruxian smiled, always felt that the young man in front of him was so strange that people couldn't see through it. Then, she didn't know what to think of, sighed, turned around, and faced the sea, letting the sea breeze blow her face, the salty and humid air wrapped her body, and she slowly closed her eyes. Chen Ning stood aside in surprise, because he saw a strange scene. Damn, what's going on? Why is this woman's body suddenly unreal? Grandma has such a leg, could it be that she is a dummy? He hissed, sucked in a breath of cold air, and couldn't help taking a few steps back. It could be seen that this woman seemed to be born close to water, as if she had some special connection with this sea. What the hell? Crap. When I went out, I met two mysterious guys? Damn, are there any good people in this world? Chen Ning is not in the mood to tease Lu Ruxian anymore, even the idea of while it's hot has been extinguished, just kidding, what if this force is poisonous? Little life is important, and it's more important to beg the boss with those big guys who chop up chicken heads and burn yellow paper. Thinking of this, he immediately became serious. System, let's find out what's going on with this woman. Why is she suddenly delusional? And it looks like she doesn't even know about it. After one breath. Ding. System scan complete. Chen Ning's eyes lit up, he glanced at Lu Ruxian, and thought, I want to see what kind of thing you are. End of this chapter. Chapter 158 Mermaid, fuck, Neptune. Chapter 158 Mermaid, fuck, Neptune. Ding. The system scan is complete. The creature is a mermaid. Chen Ning froze for a moment. Mermaid? Are you kidding me? This woman doesn't have a tail either? He subconsciously looked at Lu Ruxian, only to find that she was already in a normal state, as if the illusory moment before was his illusion. But soon, Chen Ning believed in the system, not because he discovered anything, but because he believed that the system would not go wrong. Grass, so this woman is indeed a mermaid? Damn, Neptune. There was a sparkle in his eyes. Since he knew that Lu Ruxian was a mermaid, he might be able to guess a little from her complicated expression before. Could it be that the shrine in Haiyan has something to do with her? Chen Ning was taken aback by this idea, but somehow felt that this might be it. Does this count as going home? A thought suddenly flashed through his mind, and then he became excited. Damn, if he really wants to do what he thinks, after entering the shrine, just follow this woman directly? The sea was turbulent, the rolling sound was like thunder, and the raised waves towered like mountains. Lu Ruxian stood on the reef like this, looking far away at the unknown sea area in the distance. She seemed to be recalling something, and seemed to be grateful for something, but she was not in a high mood, and her whole body was filled with a touch of sadness. With her appearance, Chin Ning didn't dare to talk about it. After all, she was thinking about people when seeing things or thinking about people when seeing things, and it was somewhat unreasonable for him to be so aggressive. I don't know how long it took, Li Fugue came back, but this guy looked quite embarrassed, dirty all over, even his hair was messed up, similar to what happened to Chen Ning when he was teleported to the ape territory by Zhu Shiji's teleportation array. From the current point of view, this product should have been attacked. Damn it, let's just wait here. The island is full of monkeys and grass. They won't die even if you beat them. They almost dragged them into the pit and buried them. Li Fugue's cursing voice came. When Chin Ning heard the words, he laughed immediately, and it was exactly what he thought, it was really made by monkeys. Only. He glanced around, there are seas on all sides, where did the monkeys on the island come from? He was thinking, when Li Fugue sat down, looked up at him and said, boy, the CI is only a few days away, maybe we have to squeeze on this rock. Of course, Chin Ning would not let go of a chance to ridicule. He quickly pretended to be disgusted, and curled his lips, isn't it just a few monkeys? Thanks to you, you are still a golden core cultivator, and you can't even solve a few monkeys. How do you know me? Fuck? As soon as he finished speaking, Li Fugue immediately jumped up and yelled, how many monkeys? How many monkeys? Grandma's legs, those monkeys almost tore me apart. If you don't believe me, go and try it, Modin. If you can't beat it, they run really fast, and if there is any danger, they will scatter and scatter without even touching a hair. Chen Ning still didn't believe it. It stands to reason that the Golden Core Cultivator has already entered the hall on the road of practice. You know, how many Golden Core Cultivators are there among the hundreds of millions of living beings in the whole world? This kind of cultivation base can't even deal with a few monkeys, and he laughed out loud when he said it. But maybe the monkey is too strong, just like the ape he met, damn it, he was hung up and hammered the whole time, and he didn't have any temper at all. And another possibility is, there is some kind of secret on the island. Li Fugue didn't want him and Lu Ruxian to know. Chen Ning carefully observed the expression on Li Fugue's face, aggrieved and angry, as if he was being bullied by a monkey. It's just that only Li Fugue knows what happened on the island. Chen Ning has no plans to go to the island, no matter what the possibility is. There is no benefit for him to go to the island, the former is better, at most he will be played by monkeys, if the latter. I'm afraid it will be troublesome. After thinking for a while, Chin Ning grinned and found a place to sit down. It was still dark, and the blue and salty sea made him feel a little more relaxed, it was really interesting. The two people beside him, a mermaid, a character who seems to have a special purpose, TSK, it doesn't seem like a good character to get along with. At the same time, other top forces in the 4 domains have also arrived in Beiming. The speed of the cross-domain teleportation array is really not just talking. For a while, Beiming was overcrowded. Not too much, this time because of Haiyan, it made Beiming feel a sense of people's voices. Basically, it is almost the same as the time of the Eastern Wild Dragon Realm Secret Realm. This is just because there are not enough people, otherwise there will be more. Su Yingxian and others also arrived, and the teleportation array arranged by Li Foran's 3 people is not inferior to those cross-domain formations at all, and even surpasses them, because it can accurately locate. I don't know where my husband is now, he should know that we will come to Beiming, right? Niashuanji said softly, looking at the endless river. I guess my husband must be at the seaside. Su Yingxian covered her mouth and smiled, he must want to seize the opportunity and empty out the treasures in the shrine. That's right, the old man thinks the same way. That kid has a stomach full of water, and he probably has already figured out how to scrape the ground. Li Foran grinned, thinking of the bad memories in the secret realm of the Wild Dragon Realm. This pig god also thinks so, but this time it is in the sea, what can he do? You must know that the sea is not like the land, and many special magic weapons cannot be used. Zhu Shiji is the only one who has seen Chin Ning release the machine. As for the equipment, he always felt that it might not be so easy in the sea. Well, it's like this pig god's handjob. This guy has naturally said that the Côte d'Azur belongs to him. Then are we going to find him now? Niashuanji asked. No, we'll talk about it when we enter the shrine. Going to him now is easy to reveal. Li Foran has rich experience, let that kid go to toss first, we are in the dark, and we can help him at critical times. That's right. Judging from my emperor's experience of being hunted down for many years, that kid must be in big trouble this time. It is estimated that the top forces in the 4 domains want to take advantage of the opening of the CI to kill him. The Black Emperor stood up. The big flower pants are extremely conspicuous. Goddamn's years of experience in being hunted down, several people were quite speechless. However, they could also hear the meaning of his words, and they couldn't help feeling a little worried. According to the news, the Biming Sea will be opened in a few days. Let's find a nearby location and wait. After it opens, we can go there as soon as possible. Li Foran suggested. End of this chapter. Chapter 159 Open. Chapter 159 Open. The wind and clouds were turbulent, and overnight, the Wanli Sea area changed into a scene, as if an angry giant was roaring. When dawn came, there was a strong wind on the sea, rolling up thousands of hectares of waves, and it seemed that even the sky was about to be covered. Looking at the turbulent sea in front of him, Chen Ning couldn't help sighing. When a monk reaches a certain level, he may be able to ignore the rules of heaven and earth, but that doesn't mean that heaven and earth are not scary. On the contrary, when it comes to heaven and earth, one must either reach the highest level and completely ignore them, or you are in the realm of ants. Don't try to speculate. A second-rate guy like him is said to be invincible in his generation, but now that he is allowed to enter the sea, I am afraid that there is only one dead end. It's coming. It's about to open. Li Fugue didn't know when he was standing beside Chen Ning, staring fixedly at a sea area in the distance. A small black hole had already appeared in the middle of that sea area. Sea eyes. Lu Ruxian at the side also showed a complicated expression. Chen Ning had been secretly looking at her. Seeing her relieved expression at this moment, he was obviously taken aback, thinking, could this woman have figured it out? Boom. The speed of the sea eye is still fast, sweeping all directions in the blink of an eye, like a giant gluttonous beast, devouring the sea area in all directions. Gradually, bigger and bigger, bigger and bigger, a majestic and deep black hole appeared. Chen Ning looked at the huge sea eye not far away, and a sense of fear rose in his heart for no reason, and this feeling of fear became bigger and heavier, as if there were really some monsters eating people in it. Grass Mudhorse, my uncle travels all over the world, can he be frightened by your sea eyes? He immediately glared, cheered up, and at the same time communicated with the system. If there was any problem, he would be sent to the submarine as soon as possible. As for Lu Ruxian and Li Fugue? Forget it. Although he didn't treat the submarine as a secret, he couldn't expose it prematurely. At least he had to maintain a sense of mystery for those who arrived next. Boom. The sea began to thunder and lightning, and it rained heavily. The dark clouds were almost as deep as when Chen Ning crossed the catastrophe. Thunder and lightning fell from the sky and struck the sea. Too much. Not to mention Chen Ning, even the two golden elixirs standing beside him looked shocked, as if they didn't expect such a big commotion when opening the sea eyes. Just when Chen Ning was about to say something, his expression changed, and he suddenly turned around to look behind him, only to see a movement in the void. A portal appeared, and dozens of figures appeared, standing horizontally in the void. Here comes. Even though the three of them knew that there would be many people coming, they still showed a look of contemplation when they saw the first group of people coming across the void. But soon, there was another fluctuation in the void, and another change took place. This time, dozens of waves of people arrived at the same time. And the spatial fluctuations became more and more dense. Gradually, the nothingness above the sea was filled with people, all of whom were imposing and imposing. It could be seen that they were all children of great forces. Chen Ning looked around and wanted to find Su Yingxian and the others in the dense crowd. It stands to reason that this time should have come, but maybe because there were too many people, he couldn't find them for a while. I didn't expect that the opening of the sea eye would be such a shocking scene. Someone exclaimed, being overwhelmed by the scene in front of them. The place where the shrine is located, if you can't even make such a little movement, maybe it's hard to say. Some people said so. When Haiyan is stable, we can go down. When the time comes, the good luck in the shrine will fight for a point. Someone also focused on the good fortune in the shrine. I don't know if Chen Ning has come, but this time it's not like the secret realm of the wild dragon realm. Someone also mentioned Chen Ning. Chen Ning on the rock below did not expect anyone to mention him, and it seemed that he still had some thoughts about him. For a moment, he couldn't help showing a thoughtful attitude. It seems that this time, the top forces in the 4 regions have indeed invested a lot of money. Does this mean that you want me to be buried at the bottom of the deep sea forever? He showed a sneer, but let's see who ruined whom. Chen Ning communicated with the system in his mind. He saw that Haiyan had gradually stabilized. If so, all kinds of submarines could be released. They are all unmanned. Grandma has such a leg, I will scare you to death if I scare you. He already guessed a little bit, if these giant monsters suddenly appeared in the sea, someone would definitely regard them as monsters. But even if it doesn't scare people to death, it can be used as a cover to retreat. He already regards the good fortune in the shrine as something in his pocket. How can he let others think about it? It's just that this run still needs to be planned. System, rent another aircraft carrier battle group, and put it in the far sea for me. When everyone goes down, you can let the aircraft carrier battle group come over, asshole, just block this CI, I want to see, come who would dare to show their teeth to Lao Tzu at that time. What he bought and rented this time were all real magic weapons. Although Suke imitated Suke, but the king was in a special environment at the time, and his environment did not limit his cultivation. Magic weapons are practical. Anyway, with the keel in his body, his points are still enough to squander for a while. Of course, it doesn't matter if it's not enough, the big deal is to suppress that dead pig of Zhu Shaji and snatch his keel. Well, this idea is good, TSK, you can think about it in depth. Boom. The power of lightning and thunder became more and more widespread, and the thunder and lightning landed on the sea, and the sea water was splashed in all directions. Not long after, in the eyes of everyone waiting, Haiyan finally stopped expanding. It takes shape. All of a sudden, various rays of light rushed across the sky, rushing into Haiyan one after another. However, there are some people who are not stupid and wait behind to see if there is any danger. After all, even if they enter now, the shrine may not be opened. After a while, everyone saw that there was no danger and rushed in quickly. Sister, are you going in? Chen Ning came to Lu Ruxian's side, blinked, and asked with connotation. Although Lu Ruxian instinctively felt that there was something wrong with this sentence, she thought about it, but she didn't understand it, so she simply nodded and said, go in. Okay. Chen Ning was very excited, hee, this is what you said, let's go in. Ma Dan, I didn't force you. The three of them flew down the CI together. It's just that when they came in, they found that the surroundings seemed different from what they imagined. They thought it should be full of water, and no matter how bad it was, it should be like thunder, but now they found that the surrounding quiet group seemed to have entered a different space. Generally. And the surrounding seawater is also spinning strangely, without the initial rage, it seems very gentle. End of this chapter. Chapter 160 The Giant Mermaid Statue. Chapter 160 The Giant Mermaid Statue. Chen Ning and Li Fugue looked at the scene with strange eyes, the surroundings were extremely empty, as if they were in a huge and deep bottomless pit. On the contrary, Lu Ruxian's expression was normal, as if she had known such a scene for a long time. At this moment, even Li Fugue could see that Lu Ruxian was unusual, and he was a little more defensive between the changes in his expression, but his defense was a little deep, and if it wasn't for Chen Ning to observe carefully, he wouldn't be able to see it, let alone Lu Ruxian. She is now in a trance state, her expression cannot be seen to change, but her gaze is extremely far away. The legend of the shrine has existed since ancient times. It is rumored that it was left by a sea emperor, but it is so old that many things cannot be verified, but I would rather believe that it is true. There are more uncertainties. Li Fugue had nothing to say, perhaps because he felt that the surroundings were too dead and the atmosphere was too depressing. Chen Ning was completely like a child, looking excitedly at the surrounding barriers that looked like walls of water. Outside, all kinds of marine life were swimming. Lu Ruxian was preoccupied, but no one paid attention to this old boy for a while. Ahem, let me say, can you cheer up, idiot, how can you grab good luck like this? Li Fugue had a dark face and coughed twice, hating that iron can't make steel, especially when he saw Chen Ning's face. The appearance of the past world is even more angry. Boy, I really feel that I was tricked by you. How can you steal good luck with your behavior? Fuck. Who said that I can't get good luck? I tell you, this time, I have rounded up the things in the shrine. Chen Ning looked arrogant, with his nostrils upturned, but it attracted Li Fugue's laughing voice, obviously the other party does not believe it. Damn, these days, no one believes the truth? Chen Ning shook his head and looked like what I said is true, you really believe me. It's just that the more he behaved like this, the more Li Fugue didn't believe it. Gradually, the surroundings became darker and darker, it was at the bottom of the sea, and the light from the sun in the sky could hardly reach here, making it seem like entering hell. Fuck, this thing won't suddenly break, right? Suddenly, Chen Ning screamed, and Li Fu was shocked, but now he couldn't see his fingers, even if he opened his eyes to the maximum, he couldn't see Chen Ning's position. So we can only communicate in words. Boy, what did you say is broken? You stupid, where are we? See eyes. You said that if this thing breaks and the sea water pours in, will we just disappear? Li Fugue was speechless in the dark, Mahler Gobi, can't this kid hope for a better life, but when he thought of this possibility, he immediately felt a little panicked. Boy, let's go quickly, damn, I'm a little scared after what you said. Li Fugue greeted Chen Ning. Chen Ning rubbed his nose. To be honest, he was also a little flustered, mainly because he couldn't see anything now, and once he was invisible, he was easy to think wildly. They are in such a state now. Sister? Sister? Are you still there? Chen Ning shouted. To be honest, he doesn't think Lu Ruxian is still by his side now, because it's pitch black and we can't see each other, let alone a soul, although this thing is useful, but no one dares to come out now. After all, it's an unfamiliar place. If it causes damage to the soul, it will be a big loss. So now is a good time to leave. According to his guess, Lu Ruxian should have come with a certain purpose, and this purpose is also related to her identity as a mermaid, so if you don't want them to find out, it is best to leave now. Good choice. The analysis was reasonable, rigorous in logic, and clear in thinking, but Lu Ruxian's voice made him dumbfounded. What's the matter? Chen Ning didn't want to speak. Is there a mistake with you like this? It seems that I am dumb. With a dark face, he said in a low voice, I just want to ask my sister if she is afraid. As soon as he finished speaking, before Lu Ruxian could reply, his eyes suddenly lit up. They went through a membrane. Enter into a bright place. The sudden glaring light made Chen Ning couldn't help but cover his eyes, and waited for a while to get used to it before looking at it. The scene in front of him gradually opened his mouth wide. Not only him, but also Li Fugue, and those who came in first were also shocked to see the scene in front of them. At this moment there was no noisy sound, and everyone was deeply shocked. Lu Ruxian's gaze fluctuated slightly, but it was not shock, but excitement, surprise, and relief. A huge mermaid statue stands like a mountain, the whole body is made of crystal, and it is filled with special brilliance. What shocked everyone was its hugeness. It was so huge that there were no words to describe it. A person standing under it probably couldn't even compare to 1/10 of the scale on its tail. Uncanny workmanship. And the shrine that everyone was chasing was held on top of the head by this huge mermaid, like a crown, about to be worn on the head. Fuck, how did this thing be made? Maybe it's not that shocking to a high-level cultivator, such as Su Ke, but to Chen Ning, this is beyond him. No matter before or now, this is the first time he has seen such a majestic building. The immortal emperor's methods are unimaginable. Perhaps what we think requires a lot of manpower and material resources to create, the immortal emperor can complete it with a wave of his hand. Li Fugue looked at the mermaid with wide eyes. It is unimaginable. Has such uncanny workmanship. No. This is not the work of the immortal emperor, it was built by each mermaid bit by bit. Lu Ruxian said firmly. Ah. Chen Ning was obviously taken aback. Li Fugue also cast a searching look at her. But Lu Ruxian obviously didn't want to talk anymore, just stared at the huge mermaid statue, as if caught in some kind of memory. The shock didn't last long, and everyone who came back to their senses showed greedy looks, looking at the shrine above the mermaid's head. The good fortune they wanted was there. Just as Chen Ning was waiting for someone to go up to explore the way, a loud voice suddenly sounded. Presumably, many of you have entered the secret realm of the Wild Dragon Realm, and you should know someone's cruel behavior. Today, to be honest, I don't believe that Chen Ning didn't come, it's just that he is good at hiding himself. I have a suggestion. The senior god operator of Tianji Shenj brought the shattering void mirror. According to this junior, why don't you take a look and see where Chen Ning is hiding, and kick him out as a black sheep first? Not bad. Agree. We can't let him mess up the situation again. For a while, all the people who spoke were those who suffered in the secret realm of the Wild Dragon Realm last time. End of this chapter. Chapter 161 Find a way to fuck him. Chapter 161 Find a way to fuck him. Chen Ning was dumbfounded when he heard the sounds of conquests one after another. Ma Dan, can you still play like this? Although he didn't know what the so-called broken void mirror of Tianji Shenj was, but since it was admired by so many people, it must have its subtleties, otherwise it wouldn't make these guys so crazy. He was determined to come, and believe that the broken virtual mirror can find out his real body. Damn it, it's over, it won't get stuck in it, will it? He was a little panicked, but he hadn't panicked completely, and he wasn't in a panic yet. Chen Ning. I know you are here, show yourself. Otherwise, you will have nothing to hide under the broken mirror. The person who spoke first shouted loudly, his face full of determination, as if Chen Ning was already a turtle in the urn. At this moment, Chen Ning also knew the thoughts of these people. I am afraid that they have been united secretly for a long time. The reason why they did not make trouble outside is because the sea is too vast. If they run away, it is really hard to find, but here it seems that the space is much smaller. Of course, the small space is relative. Grass mud horse. Chen Ning was extremely resentful, looking at the smiling guy in the field, he almost couldn't hold back. Male Gobi, I don't remember having a feud with you, idiot, just wait, this time I must beat you. He glared at the young man viciously, then stopped paying attention, and looked around like everyone else, and shouted, Chen Ning, come out quickly. If you don't come out, you will die. He shouted surprisingly loudly, startled Li Fugue and Lu Ruxian beside him, and cast a strange light. Boy, what are you doing? What the hell is wrong with you? Li Fugue saw that everyone was looking at him, and he felt inexplicably guilty, especially when he saw an acquaintance. Okay. You traitor. How dare you come to fight for creation? You don't know how to live or die. I saw a group of people flying over from the huge mermaid statue at a very high speed. This space is strange, there is no sea water, and it is no different from the outside, so the takeoff is not restricted. Li Fugue's expression changed, and then his face turned black. Chen Ning clearly felt that Li Fugue's murderous intentions were ups and downs at this moment. What the fuck? What's wrong with this old boy? He looked at the people flying over, looked up and down, and found nothing strange. But it's not without benefits, at least such a fuss suppressed his affairs. Now everyone's eyes are attracted by Li Fugue and this team. Chen Ning backed away quietly. Although no one paid attention to him, after all, Li Fugue's surroundings had become a place where all eyes gathered. Humph. I'm a traitor? Then what are you guys? Langya Sword sect will be defeated by you sooner or later. Joke, you are a useless person, what qualifications do you have to say these words? It seems that you still don't know the situation. Who is controlling the situation now? But it doesn't matter, capturing you and sending you back to Jianzhong is a great achievement. Only then did Chen Ning understand, damn it, this is simply a big show. How? Fighting for power, Li Fugue failed? Useless, what's the matter with the useless people, isn't this old boy Jean Dan good, damn, you can still beat me to death. He was full of doubts now, but he didn't speak, just watched the development of the situation. If this matter can divert everyone's attention, it will be very beneficial to him. But obviously he was thinking too much, and someone didn't want to let him go. Feng Wunyan, the holy son of the Phoenix Heavenly Sect, came out. He was majestic, dressed in white, with black hair hanging down his shoulders. Everyone, can you give me another face? There is only one enemy today, and that is Chen Ning. Maybe your grievances can be discussed after leaving the shrine. Originally, the members of Langya Sword sect were about to ask who would dare to meddle in others' business, but when they saw that it was Feng Wunyan, they became dumbfounded. Phoenix Tianzong is now extremely prosperous, and its power not only spans the eastern region, but also has many influences in the other three regions. I heard that there are really not many people who dare to touch Phoenix Tianzong's face. That's right. Let's deal with Chen Ning first, and we can talk about it later. Another holy son stood up, and Chen Ning gritted his teeth secretly. This guy was none other than Li Xuani, the third emperor. Two holy sons stood up, and for a while, Chen Ning's topic was ignited again. Vaguely, he saw someone offering an ancient bronze mirror, about the size of a human head, shining with bursts of light. Male Gobi, that should be the broken mirror. Just when Chen Ning was about to make a move, a coquettish shout sounded, Li Xuani, you are still a man, what's the ability to put a sniper behind your back? Come here, if you have the ability to fight with me. Feng Wunyan, I told you very clearly at the beginning that Luo Hua intends to be ruthless, so why do you force it? Now that you have hatred, you hurt innocent people for no reason. Another female voice. Chen Ning's expression changed, why did the two of them come out, isn't this putting yourself at risk? He was in a hurry, but his heart was full of emotion. He knew that Su Yingxian and Nie Xuanji took the initiative to stand up and expose themselves to prevent him from being exposed. In fact, when he was in Fenghua Shuiyu Pavilion, he had already taught them the Dafa of changing heaven and earth, even learning the 10 precepts of pigs. Hearing Nie Xuanji's voice, Li Xuani just snorted coldly, and did not agree to fight her, but urged, hurry up, activate the broken mirror, since they have all come out, hee. I believe that Chen Ning must it's here. You're looking for death. Nie Xuanji was still hot-tempered, just like venting her anger for her younger brother Niechen back then, and started fighting when there was a disagreement. Bitch. Li Xuani finally spoke, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Chen Ning already sentenced him to death in his heart. System, think of a way to fuck him? Ding, the host is in a special field. If you want to launch an attack with a floating submarine, you need to spend points to open the field for a short time. When Chen Ning heard this, he was not surprised at all. He knew the system's urgency, and he would definitely not let go of this opportunity to exploit points. Then open the field and give these two idiots a shot. He said harshly in his heart. Ding. The cracking field begins, please wait patiently for the host. Why do you want to break it? Chen Ning asked eagerly, seeing that a fight was about to start. Did he lose the chain at this time? Ding. This field is left by the immortal emperor. Even if it has been weakened to the extreme in the past endless years, it is not that the current level of the system can be cracked instantly, and the host can upgrade the system. No promotion, hurry up. Just kidding, get promoted. He snorted coldly, and was about to make a move, but someone exclaimed, the shrine is opened. End of this chapter. Chapter 162 Prepare to search again. Chapter 162 Prepare to search again. The shrine is open. An exclamation suddenly caused waves in the crowd. Li Xuanyi and Feng Wunyan didn't care about targeting Chen Ning. The shrine was opened. This is the rhythm of the manifestation of good fortune. In front of the inheritance of the immortal emperor, Chen Ning seemed dispensable. After a short period of noise, the crowd gradually calmed down, but this peace was also extremely short, even shorter than the noise. Someone started to shout, "Come on!" Afterwards, there was a flood of people, and everyone flew towards the mermaid statue, hoping that they would be the first to reach the shrine. But after they rushed up to the mermaid statue, they realized that this huge statue was far from being as simple as it seemed. There was a hidden hole in it, and it contained secrets. The statue itself is already huge, but the moment people set foot on the statue, they realized that they seemed to be carrying a heavy burden on their bodies. No, maybe the heavy burden is indescribable. As we climbed higher and higher, we encountered more and more obstacles, and even the fastest person who rushed at the beginning slowed down like a snail, spitting blood from the mouth. This is undoubtedly a strange scene. On the huge statue, human beings that are as big as snails are slowly climbing. Fuck? Is it really so special? Chen Ning was very surprised. Li Fugue and Lu Ruxian who were on the side cast searching gazes, but Lu Ruxian's eyes were not about inquiry, but pleasure. What? Li Fugue asked. Old boy, are you stupid? After all, you are also a member of Langia Sword Sect, and you don't even have such a little common sense. Chen Ning snorted and laughed. Whenever you encounter such a place with adventures and fortunes, there will be some tests on the cliffs. Look, these people are not going through the test? Hey, don't look at me like that. Brother is just a legend. Get lost. Li Fugue's face darkened. On the other hand, Lu Ruxian at the side changed his eyes, and his eyes were full of strange colors. And when the three of them were thinking about each other, Su Yingxian and Ye Xuanji not far away quietly glanced at him. They exchanged glances with each other, and then looked away again. Just now, Chen Ning had sent the voice transmission to the two women, so they didn't rush up immediately. As for Li Foran, He Wang and Zhu Shiji, these three guys were better than the other, and they didn't plan to go the normal way at all. The three of them have been squatting in the corner for a long time to study, planning to open another passage, just like in the secret realm of the wild dragon domain. Boy, are we just waiting? Li Fugue looked at the people slowly climbing up the mermaid statue, panicked. Although it was slow, they would eventually go up. When the time came, wouldn't they have nothing to go up? Up. Hurry up. Chen Ning was basically sure now that Li Fugue was not in danger. He lied at first, probably because he wanted to find a few people to enter Haiyan together. After all, he was not sure if he could enter by himself. Langia Sword Sect may have internal conflicts, and he is the loser. Now that they know this, there is no conflict of interest between the two of them. And so, now there is only Lu Ruxian. Thinking of this, Chen Ning turned his eyes, looked at this charming and mature woman, and said with a grin, "We still have a sister, right? Sister, take us to the shrine." Huh? What did you say? Lu Ruxian obviously didn't expect Chen Ning to say that. Her complexion changed for a moment. Although she recovered quickly, she couldn't escape the eyes of Li Fugue and Chen Ning. Sister should know, TSK. To be honest, sister, I didn't expect you to be a mermaid. How is it? How does it feel to be back home? As soon as he finished speaking, it was as if two thunderbolts exploded in the hearts of Li Fugue and Lu Ruxian. Li Fugue couldn't believe it, while Lu Ruxian was flustered. How is it possible? She's a mermaid? Li Fugue's eyes widened, staring at Lu Ruxian, as if he wanted to see her through. Boy, have you misjudged me? Jindan monks are fighting for the top, but this does not mean that your eyesight is good. This is obviously a human being. Chen Ning ignored Li Fugue, just looked at Lu Ruxian with a smile, as if waiting for her to speak. When did you find out? Lu Ruxian said, which is equivalent to admitting that she is a mermaid. Are you really a mermaid? Li Fugue exclaimed in disbelief. Chen Ning said with a smile, I found out a long time ago. I just don't know what your purpose is, but now I know. You want to get the inheritance from your ancestors? Lu Ruxian smiled bitterly when she heard the words. She never expected that a little heart-beating monk would see through her concealment. To be honest, it made her a little uncomfortable. That's right, this place is the place where our family's life started, and it has been like this for thousands of years. The inheritance of the ancestors can only be obtained by the mermaid clan. Lu Ruxian's voice was a little excited. She pointed at the crowd on the mermaid statue and said, "They are intruders." Chen Ning nodded when he heard the words. To be honest, he understood Lu Ruxian, and until now, they have not had any unpleasantness, and perhaps there will be no conflict of interest. Hee, anyway, even you belong to Lao Tzu, so what if you get the inheritance? After he was sure that Li Fugue and Lu Ruxian were not in danger, the bit of flirtatiousness in his heart came out again. How about this, you take us to the shrine, the inheritance belongs to you, we only take some treasures and things you don't like, how about it? Chen Ning threw out the bottom line. To be honest, he could do nothing, but Li Fugue couldn't. He guessed that Li Fugue might want to find a good fortune in the shrine to return to Langia Sword Sect to set things right. Why? Lu Ruxian said coldly, I can do it alone. Now she also regards Chen Ning and Li Fugue as enemies. Why? Just rely on this, okay? Chen Ning grinned and waved his sleeves. Immediately, there were many mechanical fish, robots, and small drones in front of him. If these don't work, what about this? He stretched out his finger and turned to look outside the field. Li Fugue and Lu Ruxian looked in the direction he pointed. I saw many unknown objects appearing around, like whales that are common in the sea, but they are different, the black body is pushing the waves in the sea, filled with terrifying light. What's this? Li Fugue exclaimed. Although he couldn't feel the breath due to the isolation of the field, it can be seen from the shape that this thing has a strong lethal force. Lu Ruxian also looked horrified, was this all his preparation? She couldn't help shivering, feeling a little scared in her heart. Can you promise to hand over the inheritance to me? Lu Ruxian looked at the behemoth outside the field and fell into deep thought, perhaps, this is also a road. Of course. The honest and reliable little man is talking about me. End of this chapter. Chapter 163 Fishtail Passage. Chapter 163 Fishtail Passage. Finally, Lu Ruxian agreed. She promised to open that special passage, but the next scene made her dumbfounded, not to mention her, even Li Fugue, who had been in a dazed state, was also dumbfounded. Because Su Yingxian and the others are here. Li Foran, He Huang, and Zhu Shiji gave up their plan to open a passage alone, because this place is not like the secret realm of the Wild Dragon domain, it is artificially built, and it was left by the immortal emperor. Not enough to bear the handwriting of immortal Emperor Pokai. This is. Lu Ruxian was stunned. Could you be the Chen Ning who was screaming and killing just now? Li Fugue's mind turned quickly this time. Who said that, Chen Ning? How could I be Chen Ning? My name is Wei Xiaobao. For a man as handsome as Chen Ning, I, Wei Xiaobao, only have admiration, which flows like a surging river. Li Fugue was speechless, he was sure now, this kid must be Chen Ning, damn it, he really wasn't a good bird, he was hunted down by so many people, he deserved to be the notorious 3-foot thief. Su Yingxian and Nie Xuanji also looked helpless. They had already figured out Chen Ning's temperament, and they just escaped like this. But Li Foran will not let him go if he is a few people. TSK, boy, I haven't seen you for a few days, and you actually hooked up with another one, it's okay. Li Foran came up to hook his shoulders and back, winking with a wretched face. This pig god sees that this kid is hopeless, looking for some ugly women all day long. Wow. Shut up. A pig with slanted eyes. Lu Ruxian was stunned for a moment, and then it realized that these strange things were talking about herself. Just as she was about to get angry, Chen Ning slapped the 10 rings on the head of Zhu Shiji, and shouted, damn it, dead pig, I taught you changed the world and the Dafa, why did you come out with this thing? Fuck? Kid, don't use your weird eyes to look at this pig god, I'm not afraid to tell you, this pig god's aesthetics are the best in the 4 realms. Zhu Shiji is extremely coquettish, squinting at Chen Ning, as if you don't know what to do, Chen Ning almost killed him. Idiot pig, no, you idiot, get the hell out of here. That's right, in order to deceive people, Zhu Shiji transformed himself into a big black mouse, his body was still the original size, and he looked like a rat spirit. He didn't want to argue with this dead pig anymore, he was afraid that he would die of anger. He put his eyes on Su Yingxian and Nie Xuanji again. They had already lost their disguise when they stopped Li Xuani and Feng Wunyan, so they are naturally too beautiful now. Looking at this scene, Lu Ruxian immediately felt a headache. She regretted it a little. What kind of weirdness is this, with these people? Can we really get the inheritance of our ancestors? She couldn't help asking herself, it felt a little difficult. Let's go, if you delay, those people may climb up. Li Fugue pointed to the mermaid statue, and someone had already climbed half of it. Although it seems difficult, it can't stop everyone's determination to obtain good fortune. Chen Ning rolled his eyes, and immediately waved his hand, let's go. At the same time, he gave the system an order in his mind to make it ready for the submarine attack outside. Anyway, he will get the inheritance at that time. If anyone dares to poke his claws, let him try it. What is cannon fire coverage? Lu Ruxian sighed, feeling a little uneasy, but right now he had no other choice but to take one step at a time. Fortunately, among these people, she has the highest cultivation level, so she is not afraid of someone making a fool of herself. Taking advantage of no one to notice, everyone secretly hid in the darkness and quickly moved in one direction. Husband, tell me the truth, have you taken a fancy to that woman? Yes, tell me quickly, you will be lenient when you confess, and strict when you resist. Nia Xuanji and Su Yingxian sandwiched Jin Ning from one left to the other, and the inquiry of the teacher came. Ah. What are you talking about? Hey, how is it possible? I regard her as my sister. Chen Ning spoke uprightly and refused to admit it. Just kidding, can he admit it in this situation? Relying on his title of keyboard love master, he also knows that in this case, even if he dies, he cannot admit it. Huh? Really? Nia Xuanji stretched out her sinful little hand, and gently pinched the soft flesh on Chen Ning's waist. Husband, I will give you another chance, you really didn't like her, why don't you just say it, if you really like her, Yingxian and I can help you. That's right, husband, just tell the truth. Chen Ning felt the two little hands on his waist, and suddenly felt dumbfounded. Grandma has such a leg, how long has it been since I saw her, how dare you threaten your husband, from the looks of it, this Fu Gang is still in a good mood. Thinking about it, he was about to activate 100% touch high, but he heard Lu Ruxian say, here we are, it's here. When everyone heard the words, they immediately became curious, even the two girls withdrew their small hands and looked around. This is where? The tail of the mermaid statue. Lu Ruxian responded, here, there is a road leading directly to the shrine. There's no danger, is it? Zhu Shiji shrank his neck, cowardly. No. Chen Ning patted Zhu 10 commandments, pulled him aside, and said, in this case, let's open it quickly, or wait for those people to go up, there are so many of them, we may not be able to beat them. It's okay, don't look at them climbing to the middle now, the more difficult it is to go back, the last 100 meters, basically few people can succeed, the records left by our ancestors say that even when our clan was in its heyday, those who could climb the mermaid statue there are very few. Hearing what she said, everyone was obviously relieved. In this case, even if some of them came up, they would probably be half dead. At that time, it is not certain who will kill who. Let's go. Maybe Lu Ruxian doesn't have as many dreams as Yi Cheng, even though she is sure that there will be no accidents, but still a little impatient. Boom. She waved her hands, wisps of colorful light burst out from her fingertips, and then turned into small mermaids, and rushed into the tails of the mermaid statues like special symbols. Immediately, the place was brightly lit, and the scales on the tail of the mermaid statue trembled miraculously, and then scattered to both sides. Appeared. Li Fugue and Li Foran shouted at the same time, they looked at each other, and then looked away, it was obvious that they couldn't see each other. Go. Lu Ruxian took the lead, and at this moment, she was also excited, and her breathing became short of breath. Chen Ning is also a little excited, especially when he thinks that those people are still climbing, he feels more and more happy. If he could laugh out loud now, I'm afraid he'd laugh up to the sky and shout out a few times that he's an idiot. However, it can't be exposed here. When you get to the top, don't you have no scruples? Well, let me think about it. When I go up, maybe they have only climbed 2/3 of the way. TSK, it seems that at this time, I need to cheer for them again. End of this chapter. Chapter 164 Fishing Law Enforcement. Chapter 164 Fishing Law Enforcement. Chen Ning was so excited, his legs seemed to be blown by the wind, he directly passed the crowd, and rushed to the shrine in the first place. Don't worry, take your time, my uncle is going to cheer up those little idiots. In the passage, his voice sounded, but the man had disappeared. Fuck. Ali. This pig god wants it too. Oh ho ho, wait for this pig god. The 10 rings of pigs followed closely behind, rushing out like a black lightning. The name lives up to its name. Damn it, I can't just watch the juniors degenerate, I can't, I'm going to stop them. Li Foran spoke righteously, but it would be better if his eyes didn't sparkle with excitement. He Huang didn't need to mention it at all, he ran away long ago, and the moment Chen Ning disappeared, he followed closely behind. This? Li Fugue looked confused, staring at the scene in front of him, always feeling that these guys were unreliable. Lu Ruxian was also stunned, her face full of astonishment. After a long time, she took a deep breath and said, since we are in such a hurry, let's hurry up and save those people from coming up later, causing unnecessary accidents. Su Yingxian and Ye Xuanji nodded and did not refute. To be honest, the two of them now regard Lu Ruxian as their sister and know that this mature woman will definitely not be able to escape Chen Ning's palm. Anyway, we are all a family in the end, so there is no need to haggle over small things. The four of them also exercised enough strength, and immediately shot out like arrows leaving the string. At the same time, someone on the mermaid statue couldn't bear the pressure of the vastness, and fell halfway down the road. Although he wouldn't die, he might be seriously injured. However, there are a lot of people who persist, and the people here are all from the generation of Tianjiao in the Four Realms. Needless to say, they are talented, and maybe there are quite a few people who climb to the shrine in the end. But I'm afraid they will never think that Chen Ning is already waiting for them up there. That's right, Chen Ning has come to the edge of the hands of the mermaid statue. He was looking down. I saw that the mermaid statue was like a big mountain, majestic, with jagged scales on it, like strange stones on real mountains. Good guy, these people can really persevere. Chen Ning looked down from the top, and saw many small black spots wriggling slowly, and he could vaguely see the shape of a person. TSK, come here, I will teach you a good lesson. System, bring a golden fishing rod, hey, I want to fishing law enforcement. Ding. The purchase was successful, and a total of 210,000 points were spent. Fuck? What is it, so expensive? Chen Ning was surprised. Ding. This fishing rod is a 7th grade magic weapon and has special functions. Once caught by the hook, unless the person holding the rod voluntarily breaks away, nothing caught by the hook will be able to escape. So arrogant? In theory, yes, but everything needs to be determined according to the actual situation. Mo Dan, what you're talking about is nonsense. Chen Ning complained, but still threw the hook down. This guy was very excited, but he cast the fishing line vigorously, euphemistically saying, long line, catch big fish. And at this moment, the Black Emperor, Zhu Shiji, and Li Foran also came. As soon as the three men came, they saw Chen Ning sitting on the edge of the mermaid's palm like a little old man, seeming to be tinkering with something. It's just that Chen Ning turned his back to them and blocked the fishing rod with his body, so they didn't realize what Chen Ning was doing. Boy! What are you doing? Zhu Shiji was the first to bear it, and ran over, stretching his neck and looking under his palm. Damn it! So high! He was startled, the bottom seemed like an abyss, and what was even more frightening was that there were clouds lingering in the middle of the mermaid statue, which couldn't be seen clearly. This was the most mysterious thing. Fishing. Fishing? Three voices spoke in unison. Hey, I'm going to give them the wrong feeling that good luck is right in front of them. How about letting them climb again? TSK, I feel excited just thinking about it. Chen Ning slowly expressed his thoughts, and immediately, Li Foran's three eyeballs were shining, and they all said that they wanted it too. As one can imagine, Chen Ning cheated 3 keels. Damn it, you're too dark, you need a keel for this crap? Zhu Shiji bared his teeth and cried out the pain in his heart. Fuck, kid, this time the old man is supporting that dead pig, you are too dark. Li Foran was also speechless, isn't it just a fishing rod, he even wanted a keel. On the contrary, He Huang didn't complain, instead he happily gave a keel, which made Chen Ning feel abnormal, especially when he saw He Huang's glances from time to time, his back felt chills. Grass mud horse, this dead dog won't kill me for Feng Huang Tianyan, right? Chen Ning's heart was pounding, and the more he looked at it, the more he felt it was possible, so he couldn't help but stay away from the Black Emperor. Although happiness is important, life is also very important. Huh? What is this? Suddenly, a Tianjiao who was climbing yelled in surprise, and there were several Tianjiao around him. This huge mermaid statue was completely a screening machine, dividing everyone into batches. It seems that it has a special kind of extra suppression for the elderly, but it does not increase the pressure on the young people too much, it is just the most original test. I have it too. I have it here too. After a while, there were 5 fishing lines hanging down, why 5, because Li Fugue also followed. And he has a very good purpose in fishing, people who specialize in fishing for Langiasword sect. 7th grade magical treasure. The best magic weapon. Is this a good fortune given in advance? The person who saw the hook was exclaiming, his face full of surprise. With the vision of these people, it is impossible to see through the illusion of the hook. Some people may find it strange, but in this environment, they were originally looking for treasures. Even if they had doubts in their hearts when they saw the treasures, the doubts were not unbreakable, especially when they saw more and more advanced magic weapons. Mine. Presumptuous. How dare you snatch me? Humph. So what about Tian Luo sect? Others are afraid of you, but I, by Luo sect, are not afraid. Kill. Someone fought for a colorful copper bell, and the aura permeated by this copper bell reached a perfect level. This is the illusion of the He Huang, similar to the bell hanging around his neck. After a while, a bloody conflict broke out, and some people had already been knocked down by the mermaid statue, but up to now, no one has caught any treasure. Is this a special test? At this time, someone thought so. No. The treasure is right in front of you, don't care about the fucking test. Kill. More and more people fell off the mermaid statue, making those who were still crawling below startled, thinking that there was a big crisis above. But when they heard that a super-grade magic weapon appeared, they couldn't help speeding up, and their eyes were red. End of this chapter. Chapter 165. Chapter 165. To Chen Ning, the super-grade magic weapon seems to be a bunch of points, and the most sense is whether there are more points or less, but for these people, the super-grade magic weapon is the real fortune. Especially for some people who don't have weapons at hand, their desire for super-grade magic weapons has reached the extreme at this moment. Huh? Here is a kid who has caught this pig god, boy, what should we do now? The words of Zhu Shiji were ambiguous, and Chen Ning almost kicked him off when he heard it. He said with a dark face, you just need to say silently in your heart to take back the illusion. However, my uncle advises you, it is best to send the kid who grabbed your help away, or when he lets go, maybe you can still get back the illusion. Grab the mermaid statue. Oh, so that's the case, boy, I didn't see it, you're so full of bad water. Pig 10 Rings was very excited, but then again, if you let the three of them go in to find good luck, won't there be any problems? Hearing this, Chen Ning looked back at the palace, and asked Lu Ruxian to take Su Yingxian and Nia Xuanji into the palace together, and they just stood outside to block those who climbed up. Li Fugue was a little embarrassed at first, but Chen Ning promised that after he got out, he would go to Langia Sword's sect to help him set things right, and this old boy started fishing with them. It's okay, Lu Ruxian is here, she is a mermaid, and we don't want to steal her fortune, just go in and get something she doesn't like. Chen Ning shook his head, not thinking that anything would happen to the three of them. Be careful, don't let them come up. Chen Ning asked. Otherwise, the five of us will each conjure a magic weapon of a perfect level. I won't believe that my grandma has legs. 5 magic weapons of a perfect level can't drive them into madness. He gritted his teeth and said, according to his guess, when the 5 magic weapons of perfect level come out, I am afraid that even the older generation of monks will be red-eyed. At that time, there will definitely be a storm on the mermaid statue. Good idea. I can see it. This pig god has no objections. Wang. This emperor's bell is a magic weapon of the perfect level. The 5 goods glanced at each other, and then each pointed out a finger and hit the fishing rod in their hands. Immediately, the fishhook below shone brightly, and all of them burst into immeasurable light. At this moment, even this deep sea was covered by it shines brightly. What the hell? What happened? Is there a trap? Everyone who was climbing on the statue showed a look of surprise, and looked up at the 5 bright sources like the sun above. What a powerful spiritual power. This is a super-grade magic weapon. No. Even if it is a super-grade magic weapon, it is also perfect. Someone let out a startled cry, and then went berserk, bursting out of his whole body's cultivation, and crazily grabbed one of the 5 suns. Don't think about it. But someone didn't want him to get it easily and launched a snipe. Damn it. Blind Huang, do you want to die? Humph, treasures with virtue live there, each depends on fate. Kill. There is nothing to say, the blocked person roared angrily, and with all his cultivation bases erupting, he was able to move his hands under the immense pressure of the mermaid statue. I'm afraid you won't succeed. Boom. At the beginning of the war, both of them were members of the older generation. At first, they were hiding their cultivation, hoping to enter the shrine, and then do it when they found good fortune. But now that the perfect magic weapon is in front of them, is there any reason not to take it? Feeling the turbulent energy storm below, Qin Ning and the others couldn't help laughing. Especially Zhu Shiji, this guy danced and danced, almost stepped on the air in excitement and fell down. Boy, it's still your cunning. Li Foran sighed with emotion, the trick I used back then was nothing short of a joke, but you're the best. Qin Ning knew what he was talking about. Back then in Beiyuan City, it was this old man who pretended to be him and aroused enough hatred in Beiyuan City. He was almost mad at him. Just when the few of them were laughing, two terrifying auras erupted from below again. Although they did not reach the nascent soul realm, they still had the power of the late Jindan stage. And this trend didn't stop. When these two auras mingled together, several golden elixir auras erupted. In the middle and late stages, a terrifying energy storm erupted. Not long after, the bottom has become a mess. TSK, why are people from the older generation fighting? What about the younger generation? Damn, are you so tolerant? Boy, do you think that in the hands of Jindan cultivators, they can grab the magic weapon of the perfect level? He Wang's faint voice came. It's true, it seems that we can only wait for these old immortals to fight first. Qin Ning rubbed his chin, and looked at the radiant energy below with relish, like fireworks, colorful, these old guys have long been red-eyed, and broke out all their power for the 5 perfect level magic weapons. Boom. Finally, the first person who retreated appeared. It was the monk who was called Huang Blind before. He was knocked off the statue with a palm. Even though they were far away, Qin Ning still heard his unwilling roar. If there is one, there are two, and soon, another person was beaten down, and during the landing process, someone secretly gave him 2 more palms, which made him cough up blood again, and almost died during the fall. Okay. Good fight. Li Fugue yelled, his face was full of joy, as if he saw his enemy being executed, his eyes were bright, the fault was not because of the wrong occasion. Qin Ning was afraid that he would want to look up to the sky, laughed out loud. Damn it, what kind of hatred do you have with Langia Sword Sect? Aren't you also from Langia Sword Sect? Qin Ning asked curiously. You'll know when you go, hehe, the Langia Sword Sect used to dominate Beiming, but now it's sunset, and it's almost drowned in the long river of time. Li Fugue's tone was full of anger, and it was obvious that he could not wait to go out personally and kill all the members of Langia Sword Sect. Hearing this, Qin Ning showed a look of contemplation, but soon he said, wait, I will take them to Langia Sword Sect once they are out of Haiyan, don't worry, don't look at our trash, but the ability to make trouble, it's definitely not bad, and I'm sure it will set you right. The righteous words he said actually had other thoughts. The dungeon mission given by the system was to let him conquer the 3 top powers. Although I don't know if the current Langia Sword Sect is considered a top power, but I think it probably won't be. Difference. Qin Ning withdrew his thoughts, and turned his attention to the battle below. The older generation of monks had almost been knocked down, and the remaining 3s and 3s were already at the end of their battles. Even the huge pressure of the mermaid statue could hardly bear it. It seems that it's time for the younger generation. Qin Ning's eyes flashed, showing excitement. End of this chapter. Chapter 166. Surprised or not, is it surprising? Oh ho ho. Chapter 166. Surprised or not, is it surprising? Oh ho ho. While Qin Ning was paying attention to the battle on the waist, he was also paying attention to the person who just fell below. Sure enough, exactly as he thought, those people were not willing to withdraw from the battle of good fortune, and climbed up again, and the speed was much faster than the first time. He speculated that there may be 2 reasons, one is because these people have already climbed once before and gained experience, and the other is because they are no longer hiding their clumsiness, and they all burst into full cultivation. Good guy, a small fishhook, I didn't expect to be able to turn them around. Are these people brains like pigs? Li Fugue sighed with emotion. As soon as he finished speaking, Pig 10 Rings stretched out his hoof. I, the pig god, gave you a chance to reorganize your language. Say that sentence again. Li Fugue was stunned. He blinked his eyes and looked at Qin Ning innocently. Is this rat spirit sick? I say pigs, what does it matter to him? I. Bang. After he finished speaking, Zhu Shiji's hoof had already knocked on his forehead. Fuck? Do you want to fight? I don't have the same knowledge as you. Zhu Shiji was cowardly, and immediately shrank back when he saw that this guy was going to be serious. Qin Ning looked at Zhu Shiji quite speechlessly. Damn it, this dead pig is just a half-assed, a cowardly bunch, and makes trouble everywhere every day. However, he still stopped Li Fugue, and said with a smile, this is not the temptation of a fishhook. He brought the topic to the fishhook again. Look what's hanging on that fishhook. It's 5 magic weapons of perfect levels. Hee, don't talk about them, even if you put it outside, I'm afraid there will still be many people flocking to it. A gleam of wisdom flashed in Qin Ning's eyes. To be honest, it is very easy to see through this thing. It is not a trap with the slightest technical content. But those people have been blinded by the perfect magic weapon, so how can they see the hidden conspiracy? Just as he was thinking, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw that Li Foren's fishhook was about to be caught by someone, and he also knew the person who was about to catch the fishhook. It was the holy son of Phoenix Tianzong, Feng Wunyan. So, he hurriedly reminded, "Old Clapper, look, a fish has been hooked. Be careful." Only then did Li Foren come back to his senses, took a closer look, and exclaimed, "Fuck, kid, isn't this your rival in love?" "Fuck off, asshole, just him? Still a love rival? I don't even bother to compare with him." Qin Ning snorted. Then he urged, "Hurry up, give this kid a break, and let him know what it means to be beaten from society." Hearing this, Li Foren gently moved the fishhook a little closer to Feng Wunyan's side, but only a little bit closer. "If you don't look carefully, you won't be able to see it at all." "What?" Feng Wunyan's eyes lit up. "This magic weapon is destined for me. It actually approached me on its own initiative." He had a look of surprise on his face. After watching the battle of the older generation just now, he thought that these 5 magic weapons were hard bones. Attitude, this magic weapon actually took the initiative to approach. Ha 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 ha. As expected, this holy son is lucky. Qin Ning, what are you using to compete with me? When he thought of Su Yingxian and her attitude towards Qin Ning, he couldn't help but grimace, and there was a murderous look in his eyes. "When I take down this perfect magic weapon, I will use it to decapitate your head." Boom. Feng Wunyan leaped vigorously, and then tightly grasped the perfect magic weapon. His eyes burst out with dazzling brilliance, as if he did not expect it to be so easy. But he didn't realize that he was slowly moving away from the mermaid statue. "Little idiot, with this IQ, you still want to play with me? Damn, I can play with you in minutes." Qin Ning pouted, and then stopped paying attention to Feng Wunyan. He was looking for another guy. Hatred is not much less than Feng Wu's youth, even worse. Damn, where did this kid go? It can't be so bad, can it? You haven't even come up halfway up the mountain? Qin Ning was speechless, only thinking that Li Xuani was really vain. Humph. The emperor sent him down a long time ago, so why wait for you to find him? At this time, the Black Emperor spoke. When Qin Ning heard this, his whole body trembled. What the hell, this dead dog can do it. Just as he was about to speak, he praised the Black Emperor in 2 sentences, but he heard him say, "Don't say thank you, just return Feng Huang Tianyan to the emperor." Qin Ning coughed dryly, pretending not to hear. "Then what, old Clapper, send that kid away." He Huang didn't chase after him, but just glanced at Qin Ning, which directly sent chills down Qin Ning's back, making him feel uncomfortable. Damn it, this dead dog really has a conspiracy. Qin Ning trembled in his heart, thinking of the days when that boss was chased and bitten by a dog in the world of Shrouding the Sky. Do not. It looks like I'm going to send him back. This dead dog is 10 times more difficult than the 10 precepts of pigs. Shit, if it were a dead pig, I'm afraid it would have been so frightened that its legs limp. Qin Ning pondered, but suddenly heard a scream. He hurriedly looked down, and saw Feng Wunyan falling under the mermaid statue with a look of despair. And he also discovered Qin Ning. Feng Wunyan saw Qin Ning's head exposed, and suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed in his mind, almost as if he was blessed. He thought everything through. Qin Ning. A loud roar startled everyone. You wanna die? Feng Wunyan roared again, while pointing at the palm of the mermaid statue. He said, "Everyone, don't be fooled, everything is Qin Ning's conspiracy, he has already gone up." This roar can be said to have exploded. Everyone looked up and saw a head sticking out and staring at them. And with a smile on his face. "Hi. Everyone, how do you feel? How about my uncle's fishing law enforcement?" Now that he was discovered, he simply did not hide it. Li Foren, He Huang, Zhu Shaji, and Li Fugui stuck their heads out at the same time. At this moment, the brains of everyone on the statue were buzzing, especially those who caught up later, only felt that their eyes were black, and some even spurted blood again and fell down. Aren't you surprised? Are you surprised? Oh. Qin Ning laughed mockingly, and more people below spurted blood, but there were also some people with strong willpower, who forcibly suppressed the blood that reached their throats go back. But the next scene completely drove them crazy. Hey, let's call you stupid, you are really stupid and cute. Can the 5 perfect magic weapons appear for nothing? Can they be given to you for nothing? Damn, a bunch of pig brains. Zhu Shaji was full of resentment, but he didn't dare to say anything. Qin Ning had already frightened him. Come back. As soon as he gave an order, all the transformed treasures on the hook disappeared. Hooks, fishing. At this moment, what Chen Ning just said echoed in everyone's mind. Fishing law enforcement? End of this chapter. Chapter 167. Chapter 167. In an instant, the mermaid statue was full of wind and clouds, and all kinds of energy burst out, setting off gusts of wind. Even in the sea of thousands of miles, it is still shocking. Looking for death. Someone yelled angrily, with murderous intent in their eyes, as if they wanted to tear Chen Ning's body to pieces. Junior, you are too presumptuous. Do you really think I dare not kill you? Humph. The immortal emperor has left this world, what kind of waves can you make? An old golden core roared, his whole body was filled with a terrifying aura, strands of golden halo surrounded him, and the momentum of the golden core flowed. Li Xuanyi, Feng Wunyan, Zi Wufan and other acquaintances were even more furious, wishing to kill them immediately and take off Chen Ning's head. However, Chen Ning obviously didn't have the awareness of fear, and instead became more provocative. TSK, you're an idiot if you just talk and don't do it. I'm standing here, come and see if any of you can touch me. How about this, if anyone can meet, I will recognize him as his grandfather, how about it? Fair? If you can't, you will recognize me as your grandfather. Chen Ning looked at the people below with his hips on his hips, and said with a smile, hurry up, first come, first served, after this village, there will be no more shops. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Shiji jumped up and exclaimed, boy, do you need to play so big? Do you really want to recognize a group of grandpas? His small eyes were full of astonishment, and he stared at Chen Ning, as if trying to see what he was thinking. Li Foran. Black Emperor. Li Fugui. Damn, this dead pig can't be saved. As far as this IQ is concerned, it seems that pigs are really stupid. Chen Ning glared at him angrily, feeling sad that he has a pig teammate on his side, and this is a genuine pig teammate. Pig 10 Rings was stunned, Ma Dan, this pig god is doing it for your own good, why are you fucking staring at this pig god? Is there still a reason, is there still Wang Fa? Well, this thing really doesn't exist. Zhu Shiji drooped his head, obediently crawled to the side, his heart was full of grief and indignation, he almost couldn't think about it and jumped down directly. But obviously, there are still not many smart people in the world. Others, Chen Ning doesn't know, at least one of the people below counts as one, and they are all on the same level as the Pig 10 Commandments. Chen Ning, just wait, I have to call you Grandpa today. Humph, if your dad knew that there were so many dads popping up suddenly today, I don't know if he would be pissed off. Cursing sounds below, one after another, forming a wave. Chen Ning was not angry when he heard this, but just shouted at the crowd, my uncle is waiting for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Foran on the side started trolling mode. Damn it, a bunch of idiots, their brains are probably not as big as that of Pig 10 Rings. They grew up eating pig feed, right? The Emperor also seriously doubts the IQ of these people, boy, is there something wrong with this statue? Can it lower people's IQ? Grass, it's unbelievable that Langya Sword sect is occupied by such a group of trash. In the end, all of them looked at Zhu Shiji in unison. Instead, the dead pig was startled, and he shrank his neck and asked, what's the matter? Ma Dan, haven't you seen this smart pig? Boom. Below the statue, the space fluctuated violently. It was obvious that someone wanted to use his cultivation to break into the test of the mermaid statue. The energy breath is rolling, and there is more than one. Boy, don't these guys really charge up? Li Foran rubbed his chin and asked uncertainly. Impossible. Chen Ning said decisively, I am familiar with this kind of situation. In all tests, there is no sudden explosion on the cliff that can affect the result. The self-confidence, he said, just kidding, are those novels read on Earth for nothing? As far as this level of test level is concerned, I have seen it 180 times and have never seen a special situation happen. Although he didn't know where Chen Ning's confidence was, Li Foran didn't ask again, but asked in a tone of trusting him, then what about the three of them? It's been more than an hour since they entered, have you found the inheritance? Only then did Chen Ning change his expression. To be honest, he was also a little confused. It stands to reason that after such a long time, there should have been some movement, but now there is no change at all. Inheritance seen. Wait a little longer, maybe it's receiving inheritance. Boom. The violent atmosphere below became more and more serious. Although everyone had doubts in their hearts, why did Chen Ning and the others go to the mermaid's palm? Has the shrine been opened? Is good fortune still there? They are full of doubts, but in this situation, everyone's eyes are filled with anger, and they don't have much thought to take care of the good fortune. Maybe after they kill Chen Ning, they will remember the good fortune of the shrine, the inheritance of the shrine one thing. But soon they discovered that the mermaid statue was not that simple, it was not like what they thought at all, and they couldn't rush up it all at once with only their cultivation. Ah! Someone roared and looked up at the mermaid's palm, only a few hundred meters away. No. I don't want to be reconciled. There were also people who roared like this. They were some arrogances and refused to admit that they were worse than Chen Ning, but they had to admit to the current facts. Even the older generation of Jindan cultivators are the same, their hearts are full of anger and sadness, feeling that they have been deceived by a junior, full of murderous intent, but also endlessly lonely. Just when they were angry, suddenly, the mermaid's statue vibrated. From an undetectable turbulence at the beginning, it quickly evolved into a rumbling sound, like an earthquake. Even Chen Ning and others who were on the mermaid's palm were about to lose their balance, let alone those who are still climbing. As a result, quite a few people fell down again. What's going on? Chen Ning was horrified. Why did this mountain-like mermaid statue suddenly vibrate? Doubts just appeared in my heart, and the next scene solved this doubt. Boom! The shrine shook, and then the door opened wide, and the light radiated. At this moment, the colorful rays of light intertwined, enveloping the entire shrine, making it really look like a palace that fell from the sky to the mortal world. The inheritance has a master? Chen Ning's eyes widened, not only him, but also the people around him, watching the changes in the shrine. This is definitely the news of the inheritance. Boom! There was another loud noise, and then the door of the shrine opened wide, and then, a figure appeared, wrapped in boundless light, so dazzling that people can't look straight at it. Ma Dan, what the hell? Sun people? Chen Ning roared angrily, and the colorful light covered the sky, which made him confused, so he could only observe passively. End of this chapter. Chapter 168 I Touch It. Chapter 168 I Touch It. The radiance was overwhelming, dyeing the thousands of miles of deep sea with a layer of brilliance, as if a sun had fallen into the ocean. In an instant, everything around was brightly visible, for example, Chen Ning's submarine. The shock lasted for a long time. Chen Ning and the others stood on the mermaid's palm, staring at the figure in the colorful light, but before they could see clearly, two more people came out from the entrance of the shrine. This time, Chen Ning saw it clearly, because the two people did not have such a dazzling light wrapped around them. Yingxian, Xuanji. He shouted in surprise, and finally came out. Li Foran said earlier that for more than an hour, even though he was calm, he actually had worries in his heart, but he didn't say it. Su Yingxian and Nie Xuanji flew down like two celestial maidens, their belts fluttering, and with the colorful light set off, they became more and more dusty. Husband. The two women spoke in unison, and Chen Ning couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw the joy on their faces. It seemed that he had gained a lot. Since both of them came out, the person wrapped in the colorful light should be Lu Ruxian. Chen Ning looked at the figure with surprised eyes. To be honest, he did not expect such a big movement in this inheritance. It was like gathering the essence of the whole sea and giving it to Lu Ruxian alone. Like the sun. Have you found the inheritance? Chen Ning asked with a smile. No. Su Yingxian and Nie Xuanji looked at each other, and said something that made Chen Ning dumbfounded. Then Sister Lu didn't find the inheritance either, but the inheritance took the initiative to find her. Chen Ning was speechless. Didn't this mean something? Looking at the sly smiles on the faces of the two women, he immediately understood. Are they playing tricks on him? Li Fugue on the side smashed his mouth, and said enviously, she herself is a mid-stage Jindan monk. Once this good luck comes, I'm afraid she will be one step closer, and she may not be able to directly break through the nascent soul. He secretly sighed. If he had such a cultivation level, he would directly kill Langia sword sect. Nie Xuanji heard the words and said, no, Sister Lu said that this inheritance is just their clan's practice skills and some memories inherited from the endless years, and it cannot directly improve the cultivation level. Having said that, she paused for a moment and then added, but Sister Lu is about the same. She is in the middle stage of golden core, and she is only a little short of entering the late stage. After going out this time, she will retreat for a while. Definitely get promoted. Chen Ning gritted his teeth when he heard this. Damn it, the middle stage of golden core is already difficult enough to deal with, so if he is promoted to the late stage of golden core, I guess I won't even be able to get close to him. What a fart. No. This 100% one-touch height must be close. It seems that I have to do it before she is promoted. Since this is the case, choosing a day is worse than bumping into it. Then today? he shifted his gaze to Lu Ruxian, who was surrounded by colorful light, and with a hiss, he rushed out instantly. Wait for me, I have something to do first. When the voice fell, the person had already rushed out. Su Yingxian and Nie Xuanji looked at each other, and they both saw smiles in each other's eyes. They said that on purpose just now. They believed that Chen Ning would never wait until Lu Ruxian entered the late stage of Golden Core before doing anything. Although they were a bit apprehensive, the scene they saw in the shrine and the powerful ability of the mermaid made them let go of their grudges, and even thought that Chen Ning had to take down Lu Ruxian. Li Fugue looked confused, watched Chen Ning charge towards Lu Ruxian, scratched his head, not knowing why. On the other hand, Li Foran and He Huang were so contemptuous that they almost had the words womanful written on their foreheads. As for the 10 precepts of pigs, he shook his head and sighed, your eyes are not good at such a young age, pitiful, pitiful. At the same time, the mermaid statue has become much quieter. Many people have fallen in the shock just now. Some people even fell twice or 3 times, and they have lost their ability. If someone looks below, they will find that the mermaid on the stone platform of the statue, there was a vast expanse of people crying endlessly. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Good fortune must have been taken by them. Someone roared angrily, his voice full of unwillingness. Hurry up and adjust your breath, humph, everything is still unknown before you get out of the CI. Someone also said the same, with deep meaning in his eyes. Yes, hurry up and recover yourself. When they come down, so many of us will be wiped out in one fell swoop. Chen Ning didn't know that the people falling below were already thinking about how to kill them. This guy sneaked up to Lu Ruxian's side, and looked at Lu Ruxian, who was full of colorful lights, his eyes showed obsession. Not to mention, Lu Ruxian, who was originally enchanting and charming, now looks a bit fairy-like. If I had to find a description to compare, it would be the combination of Su Daji and Chang'e. Of course, it does not mean that she is more than they are beautiful, but their temperament has changed and they are more attractive. Hey, there's nothing to say, you can't escape the palm of my uncle. I touch. Chen Ning stretched out his sinful hand, but just as he got close to Lu Ruxian, she suddenly opened her eyes before touching it. The two looked at each other like this. The scene was extremely embarrassing, even with a thick skin like Chen Ning, he felt a little embarrassed, damn it, people could get caught. What do you want? Lu Ruxian spoke first, breaking the silence. Cough, cough, I said I want to do something, do you believe me? What's up? Well, that's right, I'll touch it. Chen Ning suddenly made an attack, and when Lu Ruxian didn't react, he hugged her directly. Immediately, Lu Ruxian, who was about to get angry, suddenly widened his eyes, a warm current burst from the depths of his body, and accompanied by a tingling sensation, it spread all over his limbs in an instant. An extremely charming voice hummed from her mouth and nose. You, presumptuous. Lu Ruxian finally came to her senses, but her face was blushing and she couldn't speak fluently. Hey, Sister Lu, just accept your fate. Chen Ning smiled cheaply. As he spoke, he rubbed Lu Ruxian's hand in his arms, and in line with his words, Lu Ruxian's face was filled with embarrassment. But she couldn't help it, her body was weak, which made her lose her mind. Chen Ning found that the layer of colorful light wrapped around Lu Ruxian's body was gradually dissipating, and the brilliance presented became more and more dimmer. As soon as his heart moved, he knew that Lu Ruxian's mind should have changed, and the light was affected and slowly dissipated. Call me husband, call me husband, call me husband. Chen Ning did this again, and at the same time, the effect of the charm halo was infinitely magnified, quickly crowding out Lu Ruxian's heart. Call or not? Call or not? End of this chapter. Chapter 169 Courting Death. Chapter 169 Courting Death. Call or not? Call or not? This fellow Chen Ning rubbed frantically, his fucking hands were almost smoking. What? Lu Ruxian screamed, and then her face became more and more red. Sister-in-law. Husband. Husband. Chen Ning didn't care about Lu Ruxian's movements. In fact, he also knew the reason for her change, so his hands moved faster. Call. 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 I call. Finally, Lu Ruxian couldn't bear it anymore, parted her red lips lightly, panting and shouted, Master. Husband. Husband. Her voice was sharp, but there was a bit of trembling in it, which made people's hearts flutter. Su Yingxian and Nie Xuanji smiled at each other in the distance, and they also heard Lu Ruxian's cry. Hey, my husband is just a bad embryo, and I don't know where to find the means. Nie Xuanji blushed and said, she thought of how she fell into the wild dragon domain back then, but that feeling made people feel as if she was in the clouds. The same was true for Su Yingxian. Her face was flushed, her eyes were twinkling, and she spat secretly. On the other hand, Li Fugue was dumbfounded, maybe he was just stupefied. This guy had an incredible expression on his face. He looked at Li Foran, then at the big black dog, and finally set his eyes on Zhu Shaji. They were all dumbfounded, their brains buzzing. Damn, can you still play like this? He couldn't help asking questions from the soul, feeling that his three views had collapsed. At first he thought that Qin Ning was going to ask Lu Ruxian when he would go down, but no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't think that this guy was going to do it. Worthy of being a 3-foot madman. In the distance, Lu Ruxian's screams continued. Qin Ning was afraid that her cultivation base would be too advanced, and her heart would not be easy to sink, so she simply rubbed for a while longer. In the end, Lu Ruxian yelled husband very smoothly. When they came in front of everyone, Qin Ning had a look of embarrassment, his eyes were full of complacency, while Lu Ruxian's face was crimson, with a pair of her beautiful eyes were full of water, full of shyness. Daughter-in-law, come, call me sister. Qin Ning greeted Su Yingxian and Nie Xuanji and asked them to come over. Sister. The two girls came up, one on each side, holding Lu Ruxian's arm, and shouted affectionately. Sister, sister. Perhaps Lu Ruxian was thin-skinned, and couldn't accept such a new identity for a while, so she was very shy. Qin Ning coughed twice, watching this scene, only felt refreshed. And Li Fugue had long looked at him with the eyes of a god, and he almost didn't pay homage to him. When are we going down? Seeing that everything was settled, Li Foran asked while stroking the newly grown beard on his chin. Now, when are you waiting? Don't worry, my uncle has everything ready. Hee, I don't know what those little idiots down there are thinking. Want to intercept and kill? Then you have to look at yourself. With a big wave of his hand, Qin Ning jumped down from the mermaid's palm. This statue needs to be tested when it comes up, but it doesn't need to go down. For monks, although the statue is tall, it is not impossible to fly through the air. Seeing that Qin Ning took the lead, the three women also jumped up, followed closely behind, and then the rest of them also jumped down. When they stepped on the stone platform, everyone who was meditating and adjusting their breaths opened their eyes together. Immediately, overwhelming hatred swept over and enveloped Qin Ning. At this moment, if it is said who they want to kill the most, then there is no doubt that it is definitely Qin Ning. Even in their future lives, Qin Ning will always be the first on the must-kill list in their hearts. Humph. You've finally come down. A late-stage Jindan cultivator roared angrily. Without saying a word, he went straight to it. I saw him wave his big hand, and in an instant, light bloomed, and a sword chi crisscrossed towards Qin Ning. A monk in the later stage of Jindan gave a blow with anger, but Qin Ning couldn't catch it. He was about to let the submarine fire, but he saw a figure flashing in front of him, but it was Lu Ruxian. With a roar, he slammed into the sword light that was cutting towards Qin Ning. Boom! The violent explosion exposed the slightest cracks in the space in the thousands of miles of seabed. You have to stand up for him. The golden core cultivator spoke sharply, and looked at Lu Ruxian coldly. Honey, you step back and let me deal with him. Lu Ruxian looked dignified. To be honest, she was not completely sure that the opponent was a small realm higher than her, and it was this small realm that made this possible battle full of variables. Qin Ning took a step forward, grabbed Lu Ruxian's waist, and said with a smile, you don't need to do anything, don't worry, my husband is prepared. As he spoke, he rubbed Lu Ruxian's waist twice, making her blush. He gently pulled Lu Ruxian behind him, looked at Jindan cultivator and said, are you sure you want to do it? After finishing speaking, he looked around again, seeing the hatred in everyone's eyes, he couldn't help but sneered, you don't regret it? Kill. 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 His answer was gun gun sha-in. Immediately, the faces of Li Foran, Li Fugue, and others changed. Even Zhu Shaji was ready to fight, and the Black Emperor even took off the bell hanging around his neck, with a serious expression on his face. On the other hand, Qin Ning chuckled lightly and said, since that's the case, then I hope, from now on, you don't cry. System, fire. Boom. Following his order, the space that was equivalent to being in a barrier vibrated violently, the surrounding sea water was tumbling, and countless bubbles were transpiring, as if the surrounding sea water had been boiled. Finally, someone discovered the dark submarine driving in the sea. What is that? He exclaimed, his voice full of horror. As his cry sounded, everyone around looked outside. Even the people on Qin Ning's side were no exception, their eyes widened in unison. This, what kind of magic weapon is this? A golden core cultivator said in astonishment, his eyes full of disbelief. Hee hee, my uncle said it long ago, so don't regret it, since it doesn't stop, then go to hell. Is it true that I killed those hundreds of people in the Huangguanjiu pit? I don't know whether to live or die. Fire. Chen Ning gave an order, and then took out the Qingkuan Dao bell, but he didn't let everyone hide in it. During the last tribulation, he hid in the Dao clock and was almost killed by the shock. This time he let Dao Zhong sprinkle wisps of bronze light, enveloping the crowd. Boom. A spectacular scene happened in an instant. All the submarines fired at the same time, and the flames were everywhere, but what they fired were not cannonballs, but sword lights, one after another. This is a magic weapon. In everyone's horrified eyes, it seems that the barrier of the enchantment has waves like lines, and every time it moves, a ray of light pierces in. End of this chapter. Chapter 170. Someone from that place? Chapter 170. Someone from that place? Rays of light shot from all directions, filled with monstrous sharpness. This is a genuine magic weapon light. For this wave, Chen Ning spent 3 keel points abruptly. Fortunately, he did not disappoint. The overwhelming sword light and horse training are all full of the power of the heartbeat. Let alone the Jindan monks, even the nascent soul monks, facing such intensive attacks, I am afraid that they will not be able to please. Chen Ning originally wanted to hold Su Yingxian with one arm and Nie Xuanji with the other, but suddenly remembered that there was an extra Lu Ruxian now, and with the mentality of being exposed to both rain and dew, this guy lay directly on Lu Ruxian's back. Everyone who watched looked at each other, but this guy didn't have the slightest sense of consciousness. He looked like a big horse monkey. On the other hand, Lu Ruxian blushed, her beautiful eyes were almost dripping water. She couldn't dig a hole here. If a hole could be dug, she wanted to dig a hole and get in. Little idiots, I told you a long time ago, don't mess with me, but you don't listen, go to hell. Chen Ning's provocative voice echoed in this enchantment, but now no one is arguing with him, whether it is the enemy or Li Foran on his side, they all have shocking expressions on their faces. Looking at the sword light that fell like fire from the sky, Pai Lian felt his heart tremble, and asked himself, if they were to bear it, it would be difficult for them to last for a long time. Boom. The light became more and more dense, and there were submarines in all directions. In order to prevent them from escaping, Chen Ning even placed submarines on the top of the barrier. The head was pierced, and the soul died immediately, and the dead couldn't die anymore. Boy, this pig god doesn't want the Azure Coast anymore. Zhu Shiji pulled it over, stretched out a hoof, pointed at the submarine outside the enchantment and said, I want it. Grass. Boy, you are so unkind. With such a good baby, you only give it to me, the pig god, the Azure Coast. No. 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 This pig god strongly protests. This pig god wants to return the product. He yelled, spittle flying all over the sky, and flicking his red tongue, Chen Ning almost slapped his pig's head away. Ma Dan, this dead pig has no eyesight at all, Grandma has no legs, can't you see that I am enjoying the blessings of all people? Chen Ning stared at him viciously, and told him with his mouth, telling him to get out of here. But he overestimated Zhu Shiji's brain. This guy didn't understand at all, but instead winked at Chen Ning, with a wretched face, and opened his mouth to change his equipment. There were screams in the distance one after another, and many people fell to the ground, their bodies and spirits were destroyed, and they were beheaded by the dense light. They even saw a person being cut by dozens of sword lights one after another, and turned into a ghost on the spot. Meat. Damn it, you dead pig, if you keep nagging, believe it or not, I will throw you down. Chen Ning threatened. Only then did the 10 rings scare Zhu Shiji, but soon, the dead pig realized something was wrong, because he saw Lu Ruxian's face was getting redder and redder, his eyes were covered with mist, his red lips were slightly parted, and he exhaled like orchid. Fuck? What's wrong with you? Zhu Shiji looked at Lu Ruxian eagerly, and asked dryly. But who would have thought that Lu Ruxian's face turned even redder when he asked him? Now she is also suffering and can't tell, so she can only bear it silently. Chen Ning was lying on her back, just this appearance made her feel embarrassed, but there was also that strange feeling emerging from time to time, which made her wish to find a crack in the ground to sneak in. But in this situation, she can only pretend nothing happened. Seeing that Lu Ruxian didn't speak, Zhu Shiji stopped asking, and looked at the submarines around him with relish. The light in his eyes became more and more bright, and he secretly made up his mind that he must trade Cerulean Coast with Chen Ning. Li Foran and Li Fugue might have seen something. They looked at each other, showing a knowing smile, and at the same time, they turned their eyes away to look at the tragic scene below. TSK, this kid has so many magic weapons. The key is that none of them are weird, and I have never seen them before. Li Foran touched his chin, his eyes flickering with thought. Did he really come from that place? Damn, it's really possible, and only that place can produce so many strange magic weapons. The key is that the woman Su Daji once said similar things, threatening that they are indeed from that place. The more Li Foran thought about it, the more frightened he became, and now he was looking at Qin Ning with inexplicable enthusiasm. He didn't believe it at first. No, maybe it shouldn't be said that he didn't believe it, it should be, I don't believe it to death. Because that place has been closed for thousands of years, and in this vast period of time, no one has ever been able to go in, and no one has been able to come out. How can he not be shocked when he sees a person who seems to come out of that place now? Maybe I should hug my thighs? Li Foran pressed his two big yellow teeth against his lower lip, and sucked hard, his eyes shining brightly. What is certain is that until now, there are only this kid and a few of his subordinates. No, the Guardian came out from there. Does this mean that that place has not been fully opened, or that it has not been opened at all? It's just that a few of them took advantage of the loophole. Li Foran thought of a lot at this moment, but finally made a decision in his heart to stay by Chen Ning's side. In this case, then Lao Tzu may return again. He thought this way, and Li Fugue who was beside him was shocked and joyful. With such a terrifying magic weapon, wouldn't Langia sword sect be able to capture it easily? Damn it, those traitors, Erwu, you wait, I'm going to kill you. He gritted his teeth secretly, deep in his eyes were turbulent waves. If one looked closely, they were all murderous intentions. Incomparable murderous intent. Boom. The movement became louder and louder, and the tragic sounds became more and more dense. This time, many people came from the 4 regions, even people from the Tianji Shenge led a team, and brought a special magic weapon, the void-shattering mirror. It's just that from the current point of view, it seems that they have not played any role, and the broken mirror has become the only magic weapon to protect them at this moment. Qin Ning. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore, and yelled miserably, "Are you really going to kill them all?" Qin Ning took a closer look. Oh, isn't this Feng Wunyan who was the loudest before? Hehe, even if I let everyone else run away, you and Li Xuani must die today too. He smiled coldly and said, didn't you persuade them to kill me? Come on, I'm standing here now, come on. Just kidding, it's not a gentleman not to take revenge if you have a grudge, not to mention that Lousy pays attention to revenge not overnight, and avenges you on the spot, so, you better go to hell. The murderous intent in Chen Ning's eyes startled Feng Wunyan, but he really couldn't say the words of begging for mercy, let alone in front of Su Yingxian. End of this chapter. Chapter 171. Chapter 171. Chen Ning looked at Feng Wunyan who fell silent, a sneer flashed in his eyes. He chuckled and said, don't worry, I will definitely send you all to meet the King of Hades today, and none of you will be able to escape. Malgobi, I wanted to let you go before, but it's because you didn't live up to your expectations. Do you really think you can beat me? Let me tell you. Behind me is the Skyja gang. Do you know the Zhatyin gang? It's the kind of gang that dares to bomb the sky. So don't talk about how rich your background is. No matter how thick you are, can you be as thick as God? Chen Ning sneered, and then he ignored it. Anyway, today he was determined to keep them all here. Maybe there would be big troubles in the future, but judging from his current strength, even if there were troubles, he would not be afraid. Of course, this strength does not refer to himself, but to Shimin Chuksu and others. With his own words, the younger generation, even the monks at the early stage of Jindan, can fight, and he has enough confidence to win the battle. And so you'd better go die. From the current point of view, it is more beneficial for Chen Ning that these people are dead than they are alive. And he died at the bottom of the deep sea. As long as he can keep everyone behind, then maybe there will be no troubles in the future as he envisioned. Thinking about it this way, Chen Ning's eyes flickered, and his murderous intent became even more intense. Boy, is it all right? If you leave them all behind. After Li Foran figured it out, he was also thinking of Chen Ning to a certain extent. It's okay, it's nothing more than the pursuit of those top forces, but now, even if I let them go, do you think they won't be hunted after they go out? No, maybe it will be more serious. Chen Ning has already figured it out. To be honest, if these people are left behind, it will cost more points at most, but if they are let out, then it will really let the tiger go back to the mountain. I'm afraid that when the time comes, the hunt will come immediately, and it will be endless. Hearing this, Li Foran's eyes flashed. To be honest, he also knew that killing him was the best way, but what he was afraid of was another thing. Enchanted. That's right, it's enchanted. This stuff sounds mysterious, but it's easy to explain clearly. It is nothing more than killing too many people, and the evil spirit enters the body, and finally the mind is controlled. Over time, he becomes a devil without self-awareness. But what he didn't know was that Chen Ning's cultivation didn't rely on ore at all, he relied on experience points. The theory of enchantment is completely excluded. Boy, you are right. Killing them is the best way to deal with it. You also forgot one thing, that is the inheritance of the shrine here. Li Fugue said suddenly, attracting the attention of several people. Lu Ruxian's pretty face changed, she obtained the inheritance of the divine palace. Although it is said that this place was left by her ancestors, but others don't care so much, after so many years in the world of cultivating immortals. She is not a novice who doesn't understand anything. Those people just want a little bit of luck he can kill his wife and son, let alone those irrelevant people like them. Kill. Husband. They must be killed. There was also murderous intent in Lu Ruxian's eyes. At this moment, the crimson color on her face faded, and instead became cold. Don't worry, they can't get out. Chen Ning smiled confidently. Even nascent soul cultivators might not be able to escape from such a dense sword light, let alone them. And the scene below is exactly as he imagined, more than half of the people have died, and only some people with special magic weapons are still struggling to support. Of course, there are also those golden core monks, they are strong enough in themselves, and with the help of magic weapons, it seems that they are just a little embarrassed, and there are no fatal injuries. No, these immortals, it's hard to kill them with the sword light at the level of excitement. Chen Ning jumped off Lu Ruxian's back and said coldly. And Lu Ruxian breathed a sigh of relief. God knows how much the throbbing in her heart was just now, that kind of warm current flowed to her limbs, it almost killed her. Now that Chen Ning came down, she felt weak all over. Boy, why do you still want to go in? He Huang slammed his mouth and said, this thing doesn't recognize people, even you, I'm afraid you will die if you go in. When Chen Ning heard this, his face turned dark immediately, and he said, Mo Dan, are you an idiot for me? I'm going in here. Don't mention me about this intensive cannon fire. You can try it and see if your incomparably hard body can bear it. He touched his chin, just as he was about to add some more ingredients. Suddenly, there was a loud roar from below, like a thunderbolt, directly exploding in everyone's hearts. Open. Boom. The unparalleled energy fluctuations spread in all directions, making the enchantment tremble, as if it couldn't bear the sudden energy. Boy, it's not good, someone wants to run away. Li Foran was the first to react and exclaimed. It's the magic stick from the heavenly secret pavilion. Zhu Shiji's eyes were much better this time, and he directly saw the contemporary magic operator who had half of his body disappeared in the mouth of a pitch-black hole. Damn, miscalculation. Chen Ning was furious. He didn't expect that the silent magic stick had such means. He couldn't stop him now, so he could only watch helplessly as the other party fled. What kind of supernatural power is this? It can open a passage in the seabed of thousands of miles. Don't pay too much attention to him, he's not feeling well either. He's exhausted his spiritual power, even the power of his bloodline. Even if he escapes, he won't be able to get better in a year or so. Li Fugue's eyes lighted like electricity. Looking at the black hole, he said, this is the special Taoism of the Tianji Shenge. Escaping for one's life is indeed a must in the world. Fortunately, he can't practice well. Otherwise, with a wave of his hand, your arrangements will be useless. He can kill everyone. Save them all. Hearing this, Chen Ning was somewhat unwilling, but the next scene made him dumbfounded again. A huge palm descended from the sky, pierced through the barrier, grabbed Feng Wunyan directly, and then quickly retreated. Phoenix Heaven Sect. Li Foran and Li Fugue shouted at the same time. So strong. Zhu Shiji was already trembling, and his mind was shaking under the pressure of that huge palm. Boom. Just as Feng Wunyan was rescued, there was another wave from above the barrier, and a huge fist appeared, even more domineering than the previous palm, and it directly shattered the barrier. Immediately, the sea water flooded back, and the submarines in all directions were also affected, and there was such a slight sluggishness. And it was this sluggishness that made the people below who were still alive see life. At this moment, it can be said that the 8 immortals crossed the sea, each showing their supernatural powers. Whether it is a golden core monk or a heart-beating monk, they all burst out with unprecedented potential, rushing in all directions in an instant. And that fist took Li Xuani away. End of this chapter. Chapter 172 4 Domains Wanted, Bounty Shocking. Chapter 172 Wanted in 4 Domains, Shocking Rewards Offered. Chen Ning reacted quickly, and the moment the sea water poured back, he moved everyone into a submarine. It's just that this sudden change made him somewhat unacceptable. What was originally a sure thing, now has countless variables. Damn. What the hell kind of person is this? Chen Ning was extremely angry. Daughter-in-law, is there such a person in Fenghua Shuiyue Pavilion? I don't think that old woman has such power last time. Su Yingxian sighed and said, husband, you underestimate the top forces in the four regions. In fact, you have not fully seen Fenghua Shuiyue Pavilion. Although Fenghua Shuiyue Pavilion has declined a bit over the years, it has been glorious after all. After endless years, it has survived. There are also quite a few old antiques. Monks like the old ancestor last time are not the strongest in Fenghua Shuiyue Pavilion. Even if the weapon spirit in the immortal emperor's weapon you found in the forbidden area is still not the strongest. Su Yingshuan's words were not astonishing, but Chen Ning was very frightened by what she said. Daughter-in-law, if you say that, why didn't they come out last time? I don't know, maybe the ancestors saw that you didn't mean to destroy Fenghua Shuiyue Pavilion? Otherwise, even if your friend is the emperor, I am afraid that the ancestors will fight at all costs. Chen Ning smashed his mouth, and then said, you mean, that Hand and Fist just now are such people? I don't know, but even if it's not, I'm afraid it's not too far away. After all, this is a land of thousands of miles of deep sea, and not everyone can easily set foot in it. Su Yingxian shook her head, expressing that maybe those two people must be very strong. Chen Ning was quite frightened by such words. Ma Dan, if you say that, wouldn't I be completely exposed? He didn't need to think about it. The hatred that Ifeng Wunyan and Li Shuani had towards him was probably known to all four domains immediately. Not to mention that this time he let go of a more difficult magic operator from the Tianji Shenge. That magic stick. Idiot, if I knew about it, I would have bought nuclear weapons of magic weapon level. He regretted not falling. If he went out, the people from the four regions would probably tear him alive. How about, let's go miles under the sea? He pinched his nose and thought it was a good plan. Boy, didn't you just say it's okay before? Why are you cowarding now? Zhu Shiji added trouble. This guy was looking at the inside of the submarine with strange eyes. Although his mind was a little abnormal, but at the moment very active. TSK, why does this thing feel similar to the Côte d'Azur? Boy, why are your magic weapons so weird? Why haven't I seen this pig god before? But it's strange, but it's quite powerful. He is heartless, as if he doesn't care about the life he may face next, and that's right, this dead pig can only detect when the danger is on his head, and confess as quickly as possible. Li Foran curled his lips aside, damn it, how can a dead pig like you know the magic weapon in that place? But he didn't say it out. In his opinion, since Chen Ning didn't want to reveal his identity, he wanted to keep it a secret. It would be unsightly for him to talk too much. That's right. I'm afraid of a hammer. Chen Ning came back to his senses. He was frightened by what Su Yingxian said just now. Now that he thinks about it, he really doesn't need to be afraid of anything. Whether it is the sword god Shimin Chuksu, Su Daji, or Chang'e, they are all peerless and powerful people, and their cultivation has been sealed from the beginning to the end. Let alone how strong they are after breaking the seal, even now, it is estimated that not many people can fight them. Humph. If that's the case, let's go out and meet them for a while, and see how far we can go after them. And the fact is just as they imagined, the news was passed on immediately, and this time the Phoenix Heavenly Sect and the Third World Sect seemed to have paid a certain price, allowing the news to come to the four regions with almost no difference. Chen Ning received the inheritance of Beiminghai I Palace. In the enchantment of the shrine, he killed the Tianjia monks of the four regions in one battle. The two pieces of news fermented quickly, forming a thunderous momentum at the fastest speed, sweeping the four domains. Accompanying it was another news released by Tianji Shenge, the mysterious immortal emperor left this world. This is undoubtedly the spark splashed into the boiling oil, which ignited the wave of crusade against Chen Ning in the four realms almost instantly. The major powers in the four domains issued arrest warrants at the same time, and the rewards alone were shocking, and some people even secretly calculated that if they could get all these rewards, they would be comparable to the treasure house of a big power. The wages of avarice is death. This is the eternal truth. All of a sudden, the four domains were turbulent, and even the Nie family and Fenghua Shuiyue Pavilion were pushed to the forefront. The two families were also decisive, and directly closed the mountain to show their attitude. Everything you do has nothing to do with me. Chen Ning was once again pushed before the eyes of the world, and this time was unprecedented. Among the four domains, even some casual cultivators began to look for Chen Ning. Some confident people looked for it alone, hoping to get the monstrous reward, while more people formed a team and regarded Chen Ning as prey. Everyone wants to rush up and take a bite. When the submarine captured the surface of the sea, everyone inside the submarine also breathed a sigh of relief. The scene just now was really scary. During the ascent, they saw corpses floating in the sea. they were people who fled when the barrier was smashed by their fists. Those people were all dead, even the golden core cultivators were no exception. It can be said that only Feng Wunyan and Li Xuanyi survived this time, and the rest survived. Chen Ning was naturally upset that the people he wanted to kill had escaped, and those who seemed insignificant to him were all dead. The sea is really scary. Su Yingxian patted her plump chest, feeling terrified. Nie Xuanji also had lingering fears, obviously frightened by those dead bodies. Lu Ruxian didn't feel any discomfort, probably because she was a mermaid herself, so she didn't have a deep respect for the sea. It must be that the world has turned upside down now. Chen Ning sighed, but there was nothing he could do about it. Two of them ran away, and those two still hated him the most. If they moved, Chen Ning felt that the news will also be delivered as soon as possible. Even recuperation has to be pushed back. Well, anyway, we have nowhere to go now, so let's go to Langia Sword Sect first, which happens to help Li Fugue resolve the civil strife. Chen Ning said. In fact, it is not so much helping Li Fugue as helping himself. The dungeon opened by the system for him, this is a dead mission. Just now, he also glanced at the experience value column, and it was exactly as the system said. 10 is not 1. It stands to reason that he killed so many people at the bottom of the sea, the experience value should be increased, but the result has changed a little bit. Take it in. You must take it in. Otherwise, I won't be able to level up. End of this chapter. Chapter 173 Langia Sword Sect. Chapter 173 Langia Sword Sect. Are you going now? Li Fugue was startled, not because he didn't want to go, but because he felt a little rushed. Without the slightest preparation, I'm afraid something will happen. He frowned and said, indeed, Langia Sword Sect is also a top force in Biming. If compared with Fenghua Shuiyue Pavilion, it may be even stronger. Because the sword cultivator is good at attacking, and the attack power of the sword is terrifying, just like two monks fighting with the same cultivation level. I dare not say that the sword cultivator can become the one who survives %, but at least % odds. This is the frightening thing about sword repair. Li Fugue was silent for a while, and then said, let's make some preparations, otherwise if you go deep into Jianzhong, if you are surrounded by those 2 or 5 youngsters, it will really be called responsible every day, and the land will not work. Chen Ning nodded. At first he thought there was no big problem, but after hearing what Su Yingxian said at the bottom of the sea, he felt very guilty now. He was afraid that a big one would come out of these big forces. Such monks have emerged, and it is obviously not enough to rely on them. Boy, you're still waiting for a chicken, so hurry up and call Su Daji over. Ah yes, there's also that white-haired man, this pig god likes him very much, TSK, that sharp aura is really frightening. Zhu Shiji's eyes flickered for a moment, he fell into the memory, Shimen Chuksu gave him an unforgettable memory. That's right, with them here, the trip will be safe. Li Foran said the same. Ever since he figured out the cause and effect, now he can be said to highly respect Shimen Chuksu and the others. In his opinion, the people who can come out of that place may have already reached the level of perfection. And this is also confirming the strength of Chen Ning's background from the side, so powerful, but all the people who roam the world and roam the void are his subordinates, so there must be earth-shattering forces driving them. Li Fugue looked at Chen Ning with doubts on his face, what kind of person could make them so confident? One must know that the Langia Sword Sect has stood for thousands of years. During this vast period of time, it is not that they have encountered catastrophes, but they were all overcome by the Langia Sword Sect. When the big waves wash the sand, what remains is the real gold, and Langia Sword Sect is this indestructible gold. Even if there is a decline, not everyone can think about it. Who are you talking about? You know, Langia Sword Sect has ruled the ups and downs of Biming from ancient times to the present, and it cannot be suppressed by just 1 or 2 people. Li Fugue felt a little guilty, he felt that these people were too confident, prone to accidents. Lu Ruxian also had doubts on her pretty face. She was originally from Biming, so she knew how powerful Langia Sword Sect was. This is a real Big Mac. I don't know how many people need to look up to them. Husband, this matter is not that simple. I think we should take a long-term plan. She bit her lower lip and said what was in her heart. Chen Ning laughed when he heard the words, and didn't even believe him. He stepped forward and pinched Lu Ruxian's pretty face, and said with a smile, don't worry, it's just the little Langia Sword Sect, there's no need to think long-term. System, summon Shimen Chuksu, summon Su Daji, summon Chang'e. Ding. The host can set the time when the target person arrives. After an hour. Ding. The summoning begins. The target person will arrive in an hour. Chen Ning listened to the notification sound in his head and nodded in satisfaction. This time, the pit ratio system did not change its method of deducting points. Okay, let's go. After an hour, I'm sure I'll let you kill those bastards. He was very confident. In his opinion, as long as there were no major accidents, Shimenchuksu and the three of them would be enough. Of course, if something special happened, then Suke should yell. Li Fugue hesitated to speak. He looked at Chen Ning, and then at the same confident people beside him. Even the dog and the pig were completely indifferent, as if Langia Sword Sect was the only one in their eyes. You can step on the wildflowers on the roadside if you want. Forget it, this kid is very evil. Besides, I don't think that old man with yellow teeth is a good bird. Since even he is very confident, it seems that there is indeed something special. He thought quickly in his mind, and after a while, perhaps made up his mind, he nodded fiercely and said, if that's the case, then let's go. On the other hand, Lu Ruxian seemed to have understood something. When Qin Ning saw Su Yingxian and Nia Xuanji whispering in her ear just now, he probably told her something. Li Fugue took the lead and was about to lead the way, but was stopped by Qin Ning. Just kidding, this vast sea depends on flying. When will it fly? Chen Ning put away the submarine. He rented this thing, but even if he rented it, it cost him 3 keels. Wait a minute, hurry up. He was quite speechless. He was the one who said just now that he had to prepare, and now he was still the one who ran faster than the rabbit. Everyone showed doubts. Wait, what's the wait? Zhu Shiji, on the other hand, had an excited look on his face, and his small eyes burst into light. Boy, is there something good again? He spread his hooves and rushed towards Chen Ning like a white lightning bolt, jumping up and down, his face full of impatience. Chen Ning was speechless. He didn't expect that among so many people, only this pig understood him. Ma Dan, so, isn't Lao Tzu like a pig? Thinking about it, his complexion suddenly turned sour, which made Zhu Shiji tremble with fright. Fuck? Kid, what the hell are you looking at? He backed away in a hurry, afraid that Chen Ning would slap him. Fuck, get out of here, I want to beat you when I see you. Zhu Shiji pursed his lips, daring to be angry and dare not speak. Chen Ning waved his hand, and suddenly, a battleship appeared on the sea, which was also of magic weapon level, and it came from a technological civilization called Wei Yang, which was stronger than the technological civilization he had heard before. Fuck. 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 This pig god will say that this kid still has good things. As soon as Zhu Shiji saw the battleship, he immediately showed excitement and trembled all over, his small eyes fixed on the strangely shaped magic weapon in front of him. The rest of the people also showed shock, they just clearly saw Chen Ning waved his hand, and this thing appeared out of thin air. Li Foran's eyes burst out with an unprecedented light, and he became more and more sure of the guess in his heart. At this moment, he felt that his blood was flowing faster. At last. It is finally possible to return. The 3 daughters of Lu Ruxian were amazed and admired, and the eyes of the 3 pairs were shining, which was the excitement from the heart. Go. Qin Ning waved his big hand again. Look at Lao Tzu's new magic weapon. Li Fugue finally came back to his senses. He looked at the strangely shaped magic weapon in front of him, and then thought of the scene at the bottom of the sea. Swords blazed horizontally and horizontally, horses intertwined. End of this chapter. Chapter 174 Fire. Chapter 174 Fire. The 4 domains are surging. Countless people came to Beiming, because the contemporary magic operator of Tianji Shenge got angry, and paid a huge price to calculate the location of Qin Ning and his party. Of course, this is only an approximate location, and the magic operator is not directly looking for Chen Ning's secret trajectory, but to determine his position through the people around him. But even so, this contemporary magic operator of the Tianji Shenge he paid a huge price and was almost killed by the backlash. Chen Ning is not from this world at all. The secrets of the world here are extremely chaotic, coupled with the system. It makes his trajectory of the secrets even more difficult to catch, and now by the way, even the people around him are the same. Although they are not as for exaggerating like him, it was more or less confusing. The originally clear trajectory of the secret became chaotic because of Qin Ning. The contemporary magic operator of Tianji Shenge is also a powerful character. Although his cultivation base has never broken through to Yuanying, his divination skills are proficient, even ahead of his predecessors. Now he told the 4 regions that Qin Ning was still in Beiming, and told him a general direction, and that direction was exactly where the Langia Sword Sect was located. Although there are still thousands of miles away, but relying on the number of people to make up for it, Qin Ning and others will be able to find their whereabouts soon. After all, people die for money, and birds die for food. The rewards issued by the top powers in the 4 domains completely detonated the greed in everyone's hearts. It can be said that a 3-year-old child is randomly pulled out from the street. If you ask him what he wants to do most now, he will definitely say to catch Chen Ning. For a while, Baiming was overcrowded. If it was said that there were many people coming from the shrine before, it can no longer be described as too many people. There are many water systems in Baiming, and now there are ships on every river. One can imagine how valuable Chen Ning's head is this time. Boy, let's discuss and discuss, how about I trade the Azure Coast with you? On the battleship, Zhu Shiji was swaying in front of Chen Ning with a flattering expression, just like a villain. Don't change. Chen Ning directly refused, just joking, if this dead pig starts this way, he may see the same thing in the future, and he wants to change it. Don't. Brother. Discuss, how about it? Zhu Shiji was in a hurry. He was already familiar with the Cert d'Azur and had no freshness, so now he wanted to change the submarine. Chen Ning slapped him on the head, but who knows that this dead pig seems to have gone crazy today, and he grinned and laughed non-stop, and said with a smile, come on, give me another slap, it all depends on what Big Brother likes. Chen Ning's face turned dark immediately. Idiot, who the hell is your big brother? You are a pig. If I were your big brother, wouldn't I be a pig too? He was about to slap him again, but Zhu Shiji rushed up, hugged his thigh, and howled with snot and tears. What the fuck? This unscrupulous dead pig. Even Li Foran on the side couldn't stand it anymore. You pig, you are so worthless, and you call yourself a pig god every day, TSK. In my opinion, you are a pig demon with no integrity. Wang. This emperor has seen through him a long time ago. He Huang lay on the ground, his eyelids slightly raised, his dog's face was full of disdain. Chen Ning frantically swung his leg, but the dead pig seemed to be stuck to his leg, and he couldn't shake it off. Grass mud horse, do you really want to change? In the end, he still couldn't take it anymore because he saw that Zhu Shiji's snot and saliva were about to splash on him. Change. Zhu Shiji immediately stopped howling when he heard it. Maggie. I want to make it clear to you first. Airplanes can go anywhere, but submarines can only stay in the water. They are useless when they land on land. Are you sure you want to change? Oh. Zhu Shiji was obviously taken aback, looked at Chen Ning eagerly, and said, is there such a thing? Fuck. Are you going to change it or not? Zhu Shiji quickly let go of Chen Ning's thigh, shaking his head like a rattle. No more, damn it, you said it earlier, I wasted so much saliva by making me too engrossed in the drama. Male Gobi. At this moment, the corners of Li Foran, Li Fugue and others who were watching the development of the situation from the beginning to the end were all twitching at the corners of their mouths. This dead pig is really nothing. I do not know how long it has been. The battleship finally came to a place with beautiful scenery. It's not far away, Langya sword sect is on the mountain that looks like a sword. Li Fugue stood on the deck, stretched out his hand, and everyone looked in the direction. Sure enough, a mountain that looked like a long sword stood up, and there were many shorter mountains around it, but they all looked like long swords. Langya sword sect is located on the highest mountain. Sure enough, it is the place of Zhong Tiandi's fortune. This place contains natural sharpness, and it is a real place for swordsmanship. Li Foran nodded secretly. How many places like this have existed since ancient times? I'm afraid they can count on one hand. Langya sword sect's ability to occupy this place fully demonstrates its strength. Naturally raised. Chen Ning also looked solemn. Such a terrifying terrain was recorded in the Yuantian book. This is a natural formation. If it is activated, it is no less than a super-grade formation. Perhaps after so many years of arrangement and cultivation, the power of this place may not be detached. Grass. Why do I have an ominous premonition? We won't be pierced by the endless sword light, right? Just like those people in the bottom of the sea. He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone present knew what he meant, and they all showed seriousness. Li Fugue sighed, and said, these mountain peaks are in their own right, and they are under the control of those 2nd and 5th-year-olds. Otherwise, we wouldn't have lost so thoroughly during the civil strife. It can be heard that he is very unwilling, and he also has lingering fears about this big formation. Boy, this pig god feels a little panicked, why don't you forget about it? The 10 precepts of pigs made the same old mistake again, shrinking their necks, cowardly. Grass, you are so afraid of chickens. Lao Tzu's people are coming soon. When they come, let alone one formation, there is nothing to be afraid of if there are 10 or 8 formations. Chen Ning estimated the time, and it should be almost an hour. Shimin Chuksu and the others are coming soon. He Huang didn't speak, he was attracted by the towering peaks. What a powerful formation. After a long time, He sighed with emotion, perhaps it is not weaker than Emperor Wen. When Chen Ning heard this, he was slightly startled. Emperor pattern. He knows what the Emperor pattern is, but it is imitated by the top figures in the shrouding world, and it contains huge lethality. Grandma has a leg, she's afraid of a hammer. Chen Ning gritted his teeth, since he came, he couldn't return empty-handed. Fire me. As soon as he gave an order, all the firing devices on the battleship were aimed at the mountain where Langya Sword Sect was located. End of this chapter. Chapter 175 One Jianshi comes. Chapter 175 A sword comes to the west. Fire me. Chen Ning let out a loud roar, and in an instant, the battleship entered a state of combat readiness. All the firing devices were aimed at the peak where Langya Sword Sect was located. Boom. The gunfire shoots out. This is the light of the magic weapon, similar to the sword light fired by the submarine in the seabed, even more powerful. I saw the light changing rapidly in the air, showing the shape of lightning for a while, and the shape of a swimming dragon for a while, constantly changing between various forms, and finally condensed into a scarlet phoenix. Indistinctly, there was also the sound of foaming, resounding through the sky. Boom. Under the horrified gazes of Chen Ning and others, the scarlet phoenix directly hit the highest mountain peak. Immediately, the rumbling sound resounded through the heaven and earth. Visible to the naked eye, the mountain shook violently, and then a huge rock rolled down from it, and the lush jungle on it has been cut off in the middle. What the fuck? Even Chen Ning himself was taken aback, so fierce? He thought it would be equal to the submarine at most, but he didn't expect it to be so fierce, directly surpassing the damage of the submarine. Beside him, Lu Ruxian, Su Yingxian, and Nia Xuanji all covered their small mouths in horror, and the shock in their beautiful eyes was about to flow out. Good, so powerful. Nia Xuanji sighed, this kind of magic weapon has never been seen before, but it is so powerful, it seems that it is not something in this world at all. But then they will be prepared. Lu Ruxian could see clearly that she was the leader of the water bandits, and she had done a lot of sneak attacks like this, so now she could see through the next situation at a glance. Sure enough, as she said. From the mountains that towered like swords into the clouds, several figures swished up, all of them were golden core cultivators. As soon as they appeared, the breath of golden core swept away, filling the world. Who? An angry shout echoed, full of murderous intent. Who is it? Who dares to touch my Langya Sword Sect? There was another voice, more violent than the previous ones, because it seemed that there was a sword light in this voice, and there was a feeling of eardrum tingling in people's ears. Male Gobi, what is the ghost's name? Chen Ning was still a little panicked at first, but seeing these guys pretending to be aggressive, as if he was the boss and his second child, he suddenly felt a sense of displeasure. Grandma's a leg, in terms of pretending to be forceful, except for Su Ke, I have never convinced anyone. He gritted his teeth, waved his hand, and shouted again, fire. Let me blow up those little idiots. Boom. The ray of light shot out again, and this time it fired with full firepower, and a dozen scarlet phoenix-shaped rays of light rushed straight away. And when the movement calmed down, their positions were also exposed. Immediately, a few golden core cultivators glanced over. From a long distance, Chen Ning and the others could feel the biting murderous intent. The thief. Kill. Bold and bold, I want to break open your stomach to see if you are really brave enough. Boom. 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 In an instant, several golden core cultivators above the mountain burst into full cultivation, holding long swords in their hands, and the frightening aspect of sword cultivators was directly reflected. They cut out one after another of sharp edges, and the sword light was vertical and horizontal, as if it could cut through the sky. In the blink of an eye, those dozens of scarlet phoenixes were completely wiped out. Fuck. So awesome. Chen Ning turned pale with shock. Although he knew that the sword cultivator had unparalleled attack power, he couldn't be so strong, right? What the hell is this, not a hack? I'm afraid you have stolen Lu Bu's Wushuang? Seeing several Jindan cultivators rushing over, Chen Ning hurriedly shouted, fire. 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 Give me a blast. As his words fell, in an instant, waves of scarlet phoenixes soared into the sky, among which were mixed with some lightning, wandering dragons, and even unicorn-like rays of light galloping away. At the same time, he hurriedly shouted in his mind, System, are Shiman Chuksu and the others here? Ding. The target person is about to arrive. He was relieved when he heard the system say that, but this arriving soon is very interesting, it means that they haven't come yet, and there is still a period of time between them. Chen Ning looked dignified, he was conceited, he thought that this battleship could blow him up, But he didn't expect the sword repair's attack power to be so powerful. What the hell, he was simply inhuman. Li Fugui and Lu Ruxian on the side were ready to fight. Among the people present, only 2 of them were golden core cultivators. Although Qin Ning could counterattack golden core, it was only limited to the early stage of golden core. It's obviously not the early stage of golden core. It is estimated that if he gets on, 1 meeting will be gone. Getting closer, the aura of the golden core cultivator almost enveloped them, and the sharpness of the sword intent seemed to be piercing. Kill. A loud roar. Finally, the first gold core sword cultivator rushed over. This was a middle-aged man who looked similar to Li Fugui, but the cruelty in his eyes made people tremble with fear. It's you. He saw Li Fugui immediately, and after a short moment of astonishment, he turned his head up to the sky and laughed loudly. Li Fugui. I didn't expect you to come back, ha 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 ha. It's really hard to find a place for you to come here. No effort. Just right, I will send you on your way today. Bah. Traitor. Li Fugui looked cold, with determination in his eyes. Obviously he didn't think he could escape this catastrophe today. But he didn't blame Qin Ning, on the contrary, he felt a sense of guilt. In his opinion, it was because of him that everyone was in danger. Humph. Since ancient times, there have been winners and losers. How can there be a traitor? History is written by the victors. After you are dead, who knows what happened? The middle-aged man sneered, as if laughing at Li Fugui's ignorance. Strong words make sense. Li Fugui raised his sword. If you want to fight, then fight. Ha 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 ha. I'll send you on your way. The middle-aged man laughed loudly, then swooped down with his sharp edge. Just when everyone thought they were going to fight to the death, suddenly, an accident happened. The space suddenly shattered, like a mirror, and there was still a slight clicking sound. Afterwards, a sword light shot out from it, magnified more than 100 times in the blink of an eye, and slashed at several golden core cultivators. Shimen Chueshui. White hair. Chen Ning and Zhu Shiji yelled at the same time, they were all too excited. A sword is coming. This is the sword of life-saving. This time, he was indeed the one who made a fool of himself, thinking that it could be solved, but the fact made his face ache. Boom. The faces of several Jindan cultivators changed drastically. Seeing the sword light that was coming, they all roared angrily, and broke out all their cultivation bases to resist. They felt a strong breath of death from it. It was a feeling of inescapability and inescapability, as if no matter where they went, this sword could strike them. End of this chapter. Chapter 176 Entry. Chapter 176 Entry. Roar. Roaring again and again, earth-shattering, several Jindan cultivators went all out, without the initial self-confidence, as if they had a cat-and-mouse mentality, and now their faces were full of shock and anger, mixed with fear. Kill. Several people drew their swords at the same time, and in an instant, the sword light shot up into the sky, from bottom to top, trying to block the sudden appearance of the sword light. It's just that the gap is too big. Shimen Chuksu is known as the sword god, coupled with the transformation of the system, to a certain extent, perhaps he is not weaker than Sudaji, a mythical creature like Chang'e. Crack. Kick. Kick. A few voices echoed, and the sword that Jindan burst out with all his strength had no effect on me at all, it broke directly. Even the long swords in their hands shattered. Puff puff. The sword light was unmatched, and it did not dissipate because of this, but passed directly past their bodies. Afterwards, several golden core cultivators fell to the ground, completely annihilated, and those who died could not die anymore. Li Fugui's eyes widened, and his breathing became short of breath. He had an unbelievable look on his face, and couldn't believe the scene in front of him. A sword is coming. There is only one sword light, which can kill several golden core cultivators. Even nascent soul can't do this kind of powerful cultivation. Many people may be able to kill people across the air, but from such a distance, looking at the shattered space, it is obvious that this sword came from another place. Who is this? It's so powerful. He exclaimed, and then his eyes flickered, and his face changed from disbelief to excitement, as if he saw the success of the trip. The same is true for Lu Ruxian on the side, who is still in shock until now. When Su Yingxian and Nye Xuanji told her before, although she was surprised, there is still a bottom line. After all, she didn't see it with her own eyes, but now she really saw it with her own eyes. What? So strong. She also sighed, such a powerful cultivation base, even if placed anywhere in the 4 regions, could become a king and ancestor, but now she actually listens to her husband? Lu Ruxian's beautiful eyes blinked, with a strange light, and after a long time, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Well, this feeling is not bad. At the same time, following the death of several Jindan cultivators, more than a dozen nascent soul breaths suddenly erupted from the mountains in the distance that looked like long swords. What's even more frightening is that in it, there is still an aura beyond nascent soul vaguely hidden. And beyond too much. Not even out of body. Chen Ning has seen the out-of-body monks before, but now there is a vague aura on the mountain peak, as if the misty breath of mist is clearly stronger than out-of-body monks. Is it the Foundation again? He murmured softly, Langya Sword Sect is strange, the Foundation is not asleep? Or, this is not the Foundation. It's a new breakthrough cultivator? Chen Ning was thinking quickly in his mind. In a short time, he thought of a lot, but soon he denied himself, because now among the top forces in the 4 domains, the one with the highest cultivation is nascent soul. Suddenly a monk who surpassed his body came out, that is definitely a hero of a generation. Huh. A group of youngsters, now it's easier to ask the gods than to give them away. The nest is occupied by the doves. I want to see how you will explain to the sages of the Langya Sword Sect after you die. His voice was not low, so everyone could hear it clearly, and they all cast strange glances. Boom. The space was shattered, and boundless light bloomed, which was extremely dazzling. When the light dissipated, the 3 figures stood in the void like this. It was Shimin Chuksu, Su Daji, and Chang'e. The 3 of them have different temperaments, and each has its own strengths. Shimin Chuksu has an unparalleled sharpness in his coldness, and his whole person is like a sword that can pierce the sky at any time. Su Daji is enchanting and charming, standing there like a peerless goblin, who can seduce people's hearts with every frown and smile. Chang'e is cold and incomparable, with a fairy appearance and graceful appearance, full of noble aura. This is the Guanghan fairy in the sky, extremely holy. When Chen Ning saw the 3 of them coming, he immediately showed excitement. This guy's typical villain's face, now that the backer is here, he put his hips on his hips and laughed wildly, Grass Mudhorse, come on. Come again if you have the ability. Lao Tzu's reinforcements are here, come, fight for rounds, who's going to persuade who? Is pig. Fuck? Kid, can you fucking change the description, shit, look, there is a big black dog next to you? Zhu Shiji jumped up to protest, and burned the fire of war on the Black Emperor. Woof. He Huang got up, looked at Zhu Shiji coldly, grinning, his white teeth were grinding, so frightened that Zhu Shiji shrank his neck, and was so cowardly that he didn't even dare to fart. Chen Ning ignored these 2 guys, but waved his hand and said to everyone, let's go. Let's join the sect. I want to see who dares to stop. Shimin, if any idiot dares to stop him later, he will just draw his sword and chop him up. Baby Daji and Baby Chang'e, you are responsible for my safety. After he finished speaking, Shimin Chuksu nodded, showing no unnecessary expression, but there was a sword light rising from his eyes, which soon disappeared. But Su Daji didn't have any discomfort with that Baby Daji, instead she responded very charmingly. On the contrary, Chang'e frowned, as if she was a bit unacceptable to Chen Ning's Baby Chang'e, but she didn't say anything in the end, and nodded in the same way, agreeing with Chen Ning's words. Set off. With a big wave of his hand, Su Yingxian and the 3 daughters followed beside him and took the lead. Li Fugue still felt a little unreliable, although the 3 of Shimin Chuksu made him feel unprecedented pressure, but he didn't think that these 3 could defeat Langya Sword Sect. Boy, are you sure we're going to swagger in like this? Otherwise? Let them play gongs and drums, and greet us with red carpets from 10 miles away? Isn't that bad? It's a bit extravagant and wasteful. Li Fugue was speechless, his eyes rolled to the back of his head, damn it, did I mean that, grass, are you crazy? He still wanted to talk, but Chen Ning didn't give him a chance. He grinned and flew into the air in an instant. Then Li Foran, He Huang and Zhu Shiji also followed. Li Fugue looked at this scene, tangled in his heart for a moment, finally gritted his teeth and followed. Damn it, the worst thing is to die. Boom. Boom. In the distant sky, thunder suddenly appeared, and silver snakes were flying under the sky, which was extremely terrifying. It was a celestial change caused by the aura of more than a dozen nascent infants, gathering clouds from all directions, and condensing the power of thunder. How brave! A loud shout resounded from the mountains, sweeping all directions in an instant. I am waiting for you here, I want to see how you can join the sect. End of this chapter. Chapter 177 Crazy, cut. Chapter 177 Crazy, cut. I want to see, Langya Sword Sect has stood for thousands of years, and today it can really be broken by 3 or 2 of you. When Chen Ning heard this, he just sneered. To be honest, Langia Sword Sect might be stronger than Fenghua Shuiyue Pavilion, but not much stronger. Shimin Chuksu and the others could break into Fenghua Shuiyue Pavilion. Although they were deterred by Su Ke, they were not weak either. On the contrary, it is very strong. Especially this time when Chen Ning succeeded in crossing the catastrophe and his cultivation base was improved, the sealed cultivation bases of several people were also loosened. Now it is much stronger than before. Boom. At the moment when Chen Ning was meditating, the sword-like mountain peaks around him erupted with monstrous light at the same time, and there was the faint sound of the sword's cry, mixed with unparalleled sharpness in the crispness. Not good. They activated the natural formation. Li Fugue exclaimed, with a look of horror in his eyes. As if in response to his words, the moment he finished speaking, the mountain peak changed, and illusory swords shot up into the sky, as if they were about to pierce the sky. The sharp breath is flowing, even if you are far away, you still feel your skin tingling. What a terrifying formation. He Huang sighed again. Although he had sighed before, he didn't see it with his own eyes. Now that he saw it, the shock became even more profound. This natural formation is comparable to the complete emperor pattern. Murderous infinite. He shouted in a deep voice, feeling that the matter at hand was troublesome. Li Foran and Zhu Shiji, who were beside him, also nodded solemnly. The three of them had profound attainments in formations, and they were more profound than the rest of them, so they were extremely dignified. When Chen Ning heard this, his demeanor remained unchanged. What about the imperial pattern? I don't believe that they can stimulate completely. He sneered, thinking that 9 out of 10 it was a bluff, and it might have monstrous power, but it was estimated that it would only arouse % of it at most. After all, mobilizing the emperor's pattern also requires a corresponding level of cultivation. Chen Ning does not believe that those so-called backgrounds will throw his life away for a trivial matter. Shimin, are you sure again? He asked, although he felt that he was very sure and there was basically no major problem, but after all, he didn't do it, so he still needs to ask the participant. Clang. What answered him was the crisp sound of drawing a sword out of its sheath. Boom. Shimin Chuksu didn't say a word, burst out of cultivation, and killed him alone. At this moment, his whole body seemed to have turned into a sword. Shocking. Damn it. Chen Ning was startled. As for it? If there is a disagreement, do it. He touched his forehead and suddenly grinned and said, hey, I like it. Zhu Shiji on the side was also full of excitement, seeing Shimin Chueshue's appearance, he almost rushed forward without excitement. Yen. The sound of the sword sounded, shaking the heavens and the earth. Shimin Chuksu directly chopped off. In an instant, the wind was surging, and the silver snake in the sky was drawn and gathered on the tip of his sword. At this moment, he was like a god in the sword, an existence like an emperor, with overwhelming momentum. A huge sword light fell straight down, accompanied by thunder and lightning all over the sky. As if the sky was overturned, it fell into the long river of sword energy rising from the mountain peak. That's right, after the sword-shaped mountain peaks around here were activated by the formation, they displayed unparalleled lethality, and all the sword glows gathered together to form a long river of sword energy. Wandering in the void, endless, with a monstrous momentum. Boom. Shimin Chueshue fell with a sword, and then the river collapsed, the sword glowed everywhere, and was cut off in the middle, and the front part quickly dissipated and receded like rootless duckweed because there was no supplement. Fuck. Fuck you. Awesome. Li Foran, Li Fugue and Zhu Shiji exclaimed at the same time. The expressions on their faces were extremely wonderful, shocking, excited, unbelievable, all kinds of expressions were displayed. To be honest, Chen Ning was also surprised. Although he knew that Shimin Chuksu would become stronger, he didn't expect him to be so strong. This is beyond the cliff. As for how much he has surpassed, he can't know. After all, his cultivation base is still in turmoil, and it is difficult to get in touch with high-level monks. At this moment, not only they were shocked, but also those people in Langia Sword Sect on the mountain. Impossible. This was the sound that sounded immediately after the sword Chi Changhe was cut off. It was full of astonishment, and I couldn't believe it at all. And that obscure aura, that is, the aura that surpassed the body, experienced violent fluctuations at the moment when Changhe Duanlua disappeared, vaguely causing the clouds in the sky to dissipate a lot. Boom. Shimin Chuksu took advantage of the victory, and another sword fell. This time, the sword light was more majestic and sharper. At least in Chen Ning's opinion, this sword surpassed the previous one by far, and even sublimated into another level. Even Su Daji and Chang'e next to Chen Ning's eyes flickered. One could imagine the shock in their hearts, which further demonstrated the horror of Shimin Chuksu's sword. And the fact is exactly the same, the sword light fell, completely collapsed the long river of sword energy, and the endless sword light spurted and dissipated in the surroundings, and then the surrounding mountains like swords dimmed. The formation dissipated. He was chopped off by Shimin Chuksu alone. The Black Emperor said from the side, "Hey, the sky-reaching formation, but no one can preside over the manipulation, otherwise the power will definitely be more than that." After listening to his words, Qin Ning immediately showed a clear look. Sure enough, as he thought, this big formation has not been fully exerted. Shimin Shueishue, who was in front of the mountain, glanced coldly at the peak in front of him, and then turned into a sword light and rushed over. Chen Ning saw it. What the fuck, fierce, it was even fiercer than last time in Fenghua Shueishue Pavilion. Last time, although it was also a sword that broke through the protective formation of Fenghua Shueishue Pavilion, but that formation was not as strong as it is in front of it. This is a natural terrain, comparable to the Emperor's pattern. He immediately waved his hand and shouted excitedly, "Come on. Snatch them. Bah. Steal the rich and give to the poor." This guy finally said what was in his heart, and the 10 rings of pigs on the side roared. As a pig, he let out a wolf howl. It can be seen how excited he was. The dead pig rushed out, so fast that only a white light could be seen. Li Fugue was at the end, and the shock in his heart was about to break through the limit of what he could bear. It is estimated that the shock attitude he expressed in the first half of his life was not as shocking as it is today. However, he still followed. Although the speed was so fast and he looked dizzy, he was still commanding what he needed to pay attention to when entering the sect. At the same time, the people gathered from the 4 regions finally came to the realm of Lenghya Sword Sect. In addition to the major top forces, scattered cultivators are densely packed, rivers, lakes and seas are full of ships, all of whom want to capture or kill Chen Ning. They have been fascinated by the reward, and they all think that they can be the lucky one. End of this chapter. Chapter 178. Chapter 178. Qin Ning and others joined Lenghya Sword Sect. This place is really different from the outside world, with its unique terrain and posture. If Fenghua Shueishue Pavilion is a world of ice and snow, then Lenghya Sword Sect is a world of swords. There are swords everywhere here, long swords, short swords, wide swords, rusty swords. There are even golden swords randomly inserted in the grass by the roadside. Damn, big dog. What a luxury. Although the world does not use gold as a currency in circulation, in Qin Ning's thinking, gold is still a very valuable thing. After all, there are many years of thinking logic, and it can't be changed in a short while. He smashed his mouth, reached out and pulled out the golden sword, and stuffed it into the storage ring. "Grandmother, if there is a chance to return to the earth in the future, I will take out this golden sword and swipe it, TSK. I will definitely be able to pretend to be aggressive." In the distance, Shimin Chuksu had already exchanged hands with the members of Lenghya Sword Sect. The rumbling sound continued, and the terrifying aura came from the depths, which made everyone startled. Damn it, how did that white hair practice? Improving his cultivation is as easy as drinking water. Li Foran was indignant. Is that place really so magical? But no one could answer his question, not because of anything else, but because no one here knew where the place he was talking about was. Dodgy, Chenga, you guys go too. Chen Ning looked around. The place was empty. Judging from the current situation, no one should come to trouble them. Besides, the distance is not too far. If someone came, Shimin Chuksu and the others could arrive in a short time. That's right. You should go help too. Li Fugue said suddenly. Although the white-haired swordsman is powerful, there is a person from overseas in the sect, and there may be accidents, so it's better to fight quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Ning jumped up and exclaimed, "What? Overseas people?" "That's right, it's the people from overseas who made a fuss about it some time ago." "Oh, by the way, didn't those people still look for you?" Hiss. Qin Ning gasped, "That's why." So they are here. He has not forgotten that the purpose of coming to Beiming this time is to find a passage for people from overseas to the 4 regions. "I was looking for me, but I got them all down and let them die." "Fuck? Boy, are you so fierce?" Li Fugue asked in surprise. Qin Ning ignored him, but continued to ask, "How many people are there?" "1 person. Very strong. This is the leader. You have seen the rest, just a few juniors." When Qin Ning heard this, he was basically sure that this was Hua Tianyun and his party. "It's just that I let him go last time. Did they come here again?" "Fuck. If you say that, news of that guy's death should have been known by the leader." He rolled his eyes, and slowly looked at Zhu Shiji. Fuck, kid, what are you looking at? Have you ever seen such a handsome pig? Zhu Shiji tucked his tail and backed away slowly. Hey, dead pig, you can't run. That guy was beaten to death by you. Do you think you can run? Grass mud horse, boy, you obviously asked me to do it. Zhu Shiji exploded when he heard it and jumped up, grinning at Qin Ning with a look of bitterness and hatred. Who can testify against you? They can all testify. Zhu Shiji stretched out a hoof, pointed at the crowd and shouted. Oh? Really? Qin Ning looked around. No, why doesn't this old man know about this? Li Foran was the first to stand up and deny it. Wang. I haven't heard of it, this idiot must have done it himself. He Huang said lazily. Zhu Shiji didn't want to hear this anymore. Su Yingxian and Ye Xuanji must be on Qin Ning's side. He stretched out his hoof tremblingly and pointed at Li Foran and He Huang, and said with grief and indignation, Grass mud horse, aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Lightning strike? Oh ho ho ho, I'm not afraid. Wang. This emperor eats thunder. Zhu Shiji was completely speechless, and squatted in the corner to draw a circle. Qin Ning suddenly grinned, hee, Xiao Mian, I can't cure you anymore. Satisfied, he cast his eyes on Li Fugue and asked, when did those people come? And how did they come? Li Fugue thought for a while, and said, the time of coming here should not be much different from the time when the news spread. As for where it came from, I really don't know. He paused for a moment, then added, not only I don't know, but I'm afraid those second 5 boys in the sect don't know either. When it came to the traitors in the sect, Li Fugue gritted his teeth. It can be said that he was full of murderous intentions. They are really good for being dogs. As soon as that person revealed his identity, a second voice appeared in the sect, bluntly saying that he would join him. At first, that person didn't even bother to subdue it, but someone rushed to give it to him. Li Fugue was extremely angry. The more he talked, the more murderous he was, until his face turned red at the end. Half of the elders were unwilling, and they were all killed by Bloody Town. Humph. Those traitors also said that it was for the sect to rise again. It's ridiculous. It's a big joke in the world. If immortal Emperor Lengia is still alive, I'm afraid he will die of anger. When will a top power who has been an immortal emperor need to rely on others? Relying on others to regain glory? It's nothing more than interests at work. He spoke urgently and quickly, and it could be seen that Li Fugue was a person who cared about the sect, but he was weak and could not make any waves at all. Even half of the elders were suppressed bloody, let alone him? After listening to Li Fugue's narration, Qin Ning knew in his heart that this was the case. That being said, even Lengia Sword Sect doesn't know how those overseas people came to the 4 regions. Is it from the sea, or is it another channel? Qin Ning touched his chin and thought, if the former is fine, but if the latter, it means that there are at least some fierce people overseas who can open up cross-border channels. It is estimated that Shimin Chuksu is not as good as them. Of course, if the cultivation bases of the 3 of them are all unsealed, they will definitely be able to reach this level. Damn it, it seems that I still can't kill that person. Qin Ning said bitterly. Then his figure flashed, and he rushed to the boundary of the battle quickly. Shimin Chuksu's attack is not serious. What if he is killed? He still has a lot of doubts waiting for that guy to answer. Like, how the hell did they get here? Why did someone come to him by name? Especially the second question, this is so abnormal. His intuition is that there is nothing good about it. Boom. The battle was raging in the distance, sword lights crisscrossed across the sky, showing colorful colors, all filled with a terrifying atmosphere. End of this chapter. Chapter 179. Chapter 179. Qin Ning felt that Shimin Chuksu must not let Shimin Chuksu hack that person to death, otherwise his question might become silent again, and it could only be a question. As for Hua Tianyun and the others, Qin Ning directly excluded them. They were just a few younger generations, they might not really know the secrets, they might just be ordered to find him. He moved forward quickly, and the movement of the battle not far away was indeed terrifying, and he could feel the suffocation feeling from a distance away. It seems that Shimin Chuksu and the others have indeed reached a higher level. Perhaps the cultivation base has really reached the next level. Boom. A huge shock erupted from the center of the battle, followed by a terrifying roar, like the sound of a prehistoric giant beast, deafening. When Qin Ning came to the edge of the battle, he finally saw the scene clearly. Shimin Chuksu was fighting with an old man who was half a century old. And not far away from them, Su Daji and China were fighting with 1 person each. They were all sword cultivators, and they were extremely terrifying. Every move carried a shocking lethality. It's just that Su Daji and Chang'e are fighting against them, one demon and one fairy. They are strong enough in themselves, and in their original world, they are existences of fairy level. Now it seems that it is more than enough. The two women are full of beauty even in the battle. Su Daji is enchanting and charming, and often makes people feel lost when he frowns and smiles. The fault is not because of the firm will of the sword cultivator, and he may have been beheaded by her long ago. Although Chang'e is not as charming as Su Daji, but the cold and noble aura makes people dare not look directly at her. Especially at this moment in the battle, Fairy Guanghun's power is fully erupted, which makes people feel that this woman is difficult to deal with. Roar. The man who was fighting with Shimin Chuksu let out an angry roar, and it could be seen that he was at a disadvantage, being crushed and beaten by Shimin Chuksu. He was struggling at the moment, and it would be a matter of time before he retreated. Who are you? This person is unbelievable. Is there such a person in the four regions? Oh no, people like this in the four realms haven't fallen asleep yet? According to their guess, the four realms are powerful, but such a person, even a person with a higher cultivation level, should be in a deep sleep, becoming a so-called foundation, and it is impossible to be alive in this world. Shimin Chuksu has a cold temperament. This person doesn't need to expect him to answer. Sure enough, as Chen Ning guessed, Shimin Chuksu directly raised the long sword in his hand, using the sword as a knife, and slashed down, intending to kill the half-hundred-old man. Chen Ning came back to his senses after seeing this shocking blow, and hurriedly shouted, "Shimin, don't kill him, capture him alive, I want to ask him something." He roared urgently and quickly, and in a hurry, thanks to Shimin Chuksu, he abruptly changed his stance from chopping to clapping, and the long sword in his hand turned into a mountain in the eyes of the man, and he slammed into him fiercely. Roar. Seeing that Shimin Chuksu remained silent, the half-century-old man became more and more violent in his moves, and his face was completely gloomy, but in this gloom, there was also a bit of happiness. He was thankful for Chen Ning's roar just now, which means that he doesn't have to die. That's right, in his opinion, the white-haired man in front of him is simply not human, even if his cultivation base is terrible, and that strange sword move is even more unpredictable, extremely weird. At this moment, Li Foran and the others also followed, and Li Fugue was the most shocked at the moment. He didn't expect such a scene to happen, which greatly exceeded his expectations. That's why he looked quite shocked at this moment. His eyes were wide open, staring at the scene in the field. If you look carefully, deep in his eyes, there is a faint sense of relief. Ha 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 ha. Good. 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 Finally, I can avenge the Elder's vendetta. After watching for a while, he finally confirmed that Chen Ning's side had the upper hand, and then said, "Boy, you don't need to kill that person from overseas, just chop those two ungrateful bastards." He pointed at the two people who were fighting with Su Daji and Chang'e, with murderous intent in his tone. His voice was not too low, so the two of them heard it too, and immediately shouted, "Li Fugue, how dare you? You actually brought outsiders to harm the sect. I see that you don't want to live." One of them threatened, but no matter how you looked at it, it was harsh and soft. And the other one also shouted afterward, "How can the sect feel sorry for you? You let outsiders destroy the pure land in the sect. What the fuck?" Chen Ning just sucked his teeth when he heard these words. Damn it, shameless enough, this ability to beat back is really shameless to a certain level. Sure enough, when he saw Li Fugue next to him and his face flushed, he knew that this guy was irritated. Fart your mother. I brought outsiders to harm the sect? Humph, you're afraid that you've eaten too much shit and won't be able to stand up? Nothing, just wait, I will kill you today, and return the sect to a pure holy land. After refuting, he didn't want to engage in unnecessary verbal disputes anymore, and directly said to Chen Ning, "Boy, let them do it, and make a quick decision. To be honest, I have a bad feeling that something is going to happen." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Foran came over and said, "That's right, this old man also has this feeling, like a whim, but this kind of panic doesn't come from Langia Sword Sect, but from outside. It seems that there is a terrible crisis waiting for us." As soon as Chen Ning heard it, he basically knew what they were talking about. The cliff was the news that might have been widely circulated outside. It was nothing more than how many people he had killed and what treasure he had obtained. Some people must have been unable to withstand the temptation. Come and hunt him down. It's just that what he didn't expect this time was that an unprecedented number of people came. Then let's do it. To avoid long nights and dreams. As soon as he gave an order, Su Daji and Chang'e's offensive immediately became fierce, and the two girls completely exploded with all their cultivation. One person turned into a nine-tailed celestial fox, with 9 tails like pillars of heaven, able to prop up the surrounding sky, and strangled the sword repairer opposite him with a direct face-to-face, completely annihilated. On the other hand, Chang'e condenses a round of bright moon above her head, which is clearly visible on it. and the Guanghan Palace is quiet and lonely. A ray of cold light shot out from the bright moon, piercing through the sword cultivator, so that he didn't even have time to scream, and died directly in Huangquan. Now the one from overseas is left, but judging from the trend of the war, it should not be far away. Especially since both Su Daji and Chang'e were free, it was even more difficult for him to concentrate on fighting. What about the background in your sect? Chen Ning was puzzled. It stands to reason that with this level of beating, even if those guys sleep to death, they should be able to feel a thing or two. But right now, it seems like everything is dead. End of this chapter. Chapter 180. Chapter 180. Chen Ning was puzzled. Fenghua Shuyue Pavilion was so alert at the beginning, although it was useless in the end, but he reacted quickly anyway. Could it be that the sleeping background in Lenghia Sword Sect has such a slow reaction speed? The seniors of Jianzhong don't care about this matter, and they only wake up when they are alive or dead. The sect has its own evaluation method, which allows them to judge whether it is a crisis of extermination even in their deep sleep. Li Rich explained. Chen Ning touched his chin when he heard the words, "This is interesting, what a Buddhist sect, no wonder an overseas person can occupy the magpie's nest." He was still wondering before, logically speaking, this overseas person is strong, but he is not invincible, how could half of the elders be slaughtered in such a huge sect? It turned out that the problem was here. Hehe, it's really difficult for you to inherit the endless years. Chen Ning twitched the corner of his mouth. Mo Dan, maybe this is not a group of old people flying freely? Do whatever you want, the Buddha system is born from the heart. Ignoring this weird sect, he put his eyes on the center of the battle between Shimin Chuksu and the half-hundred old man. Seeing that he was about to win, he urged him again. If it weren't for Li Fugue and Li Foren just now, he might still wait a little longer, but it's clear that other dangers are stalking, so it's better to deal with it quickly. Shimin, hurry up and capture him. If this guy persists in a corner, I'll break his legs first, anyway, as long as he's alive. Chen Ning said viciously, with malicious eyes. Even though there was still some distance between them, the half-century-old man felt numb and felt a sense of fear. Sure enough, as soon as he said these words, Shimin Chuksu immediately changed his sword moves, and his momentum became more violent and majestic. When the old man saw it, he immediately surrendered as a bachelor. Just kidding, he didn't want to have his legs cut off for 2 days. And with that kid's fierceness, if one is not good, I'm afraid the third leg won't be safe. He had heard from Hua Tianyun that from ancient times to the present, there were very few people who could survive the catastrophe of destruction in all directions, and were still alive and kicking, and this kid was one of them. It is not human. When Chen Ning was face to face with the old man, both of them looked at each other up and down. As for whether the old man would suddenly run away and take him down, Chen Ning was not worried at all about this, because Shimin Chuksu's sword was right behind the old man. Heart. How did you come to the Four Realms? Chen Ning went straight to the point and asked out the doubts in his heart. In his opinion, there was no need to beat around the bush, just say it out. Come from the sea. The old man did not disappoint him, nor did he bargain, so he just said it. See? Chen Ning was surprised. Li Foren on the side squinted his eyes and said, impossible, the ocean outside Beiming is endless, and I don't know how vast it is. Who can cross this endless ocean to the Four Realms? That's right, old clapper, I don't believe in pig gods, and the sea is boundless. Even if you have a high level of cultivation, you don't dare to set foot in it, because there may be horrible creatures hidden in it, and no one dares to bet your life. The 10 rings of pigs also jumped out. This time he was unreliable, and when it came to Chen Ning's heart. After hearing this, the old man only smiled slightly, with a sense of superiority in his eyes, and said, how can you imagine overseas means? Heh, the ancestor has never met this little friend, but you don't know him. It's here? It's nothing more than spending some means. The sea is not as scary as you say. It is true that it is still a little scary for some people, but it doesn't include us. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Foren and Zhu Shiji were gnawing their teeth. Damn it, this old boy doesn't look like a good bird at first sight. Are you just cursing them for being incompetent? Boy, this pig god thinks it's better to hand him over to me. Zhu Shiji said coldly, with malicious eyes. Let Bai Mao beat him half to death first, and then hand it over to the pig god, and let the pig god beat his little dick. Get out. Chen Ning blushed directly, he was ashamed this dead pig was addicted to beating. But when he looked up, he saw the half-baked old man looking at Zhu Shiji in fear, as if he was looking at some kind of devil. Eh? Is this old boy really afraid? That's right, no one is not afraid. So, Chen Ning immediately changed his face, and said with a hey smile, old boy, hurry up and confess, be frank and be lenient, resist. If you resist, I will hand you over to this dead pig to beat the little JJ. I'm not afraid to tell you that a kid in your sect has already been beaten to death by him. TSK. That was really tragic at that time, it was so swollen. Chen Ning said while gesticulating. The old man seemed to think of something, and said anxiously, Hien is dead? Ah. Is that guy called Hien? If his name is Hien, it should be him. Su Yingxian and the three daughters beside her blushed, and they gave Chen Ning a shy look. They were not little white rabbits, so they naturally knew what Chen Ning was describing, especially Su Yingxian and Xuanji. At that time, they heard that man was miserable. The roar echoed for a long time among the mountains of Fenghua Shuiyu Pavilion. Chen Ning touched his head, smiled awkwardly, then looked at the old man with a guilty conscience, and said, Be honest, how did you get here? It really came from the sea. The old man was about to cry. The ancestor sacrificed a magic weapon with the means of reaching the sky, and we are waiting to ride the magic weapon. What about the magic weapon? I sent Hua Tianyun and the others to leave the four realms, and they left with the magic weapon. Ah. They left? Chen Ning was taken aback for a moment, and then said, The magic weapon is given to them, what about you? You won't leave? Me? I'll just stay here at the Lengia Sword sect. When the sect descends in the future, it's good to have a powerful force. However, Li Fugue still looked at the old man with murderous eyes, as if he would go up and fight for his life if he disagreed. Chen Ning thought about the old man's words, and there is really such a possibility. It seems that people from overseas have already planned to come to the four regions. This time it is not so much a coincidence as an inevitability. He asked again, Why do you bastard ancestors want to find me? Damn, what a big air, you want this uncle to see him? What Chen Ning said was extremely arrogant. Li Foren looked at Shimin Chuksu and the other three, not surprised at all, but took it for granted in his heart. How could it be possible for people who came out of that place to be so heartless? End of this chapter. Chapter 181 Surrounding Lengia Sword Sect. Chapter 181 Surrounding Lengia Sword Sect. The old man didn't know what Li Foren was thinking, so after hearing Chen Ning's words, he turned pale with shock, even a little scared, and looked up at the surrounding sky, as if he was looking at someone. A long time. He didn't see anything special, so he was relieved. Chen Ning had a panoramic view of the old man's behavior, and his heart sank. Damn, is that shit old ancestor really a ruthless person, just like in the world where the boss lives, the guy who can appear just by mentioning it? He asked worriedly, What are you looking at? Hearing this, the old man said, Little friend, you still have to be in awe. The old ancestor is thorough. As long as something about him is mentioned, the old man may appear. If you insult me just now, if the ancestor blames you, even if you have 10 lives, you won't be able to kill him. This time, not only Chen Ning, but also the other people beside him changed their expressions. Mention about him to manifest? What kind of strength is this? Could it be that an immortal emperor can't do it? Chen Ning saw that everyone's minds fluctuated, and suddenly felt that this was not a good phenomenon, so he quickly curled his lips and said, Damn, I am still afraid that he will fail? I don't believe that he can still surpass those few years. Bosses, I will politely want to be brothers to those big brothers in the future. The old man didn't know who the big boss Chen Ning was talking about was, but he was so frightened by Chen Ning's arrogance that he almost collapsed, which showed how terrified he was of the ancestor who was suspected of being an immortal emperor. This cliff is a fear from the heart, extending from the bottom of my heart, and it cannot be faked. Tell me, why did he want to see me? Chen Ning asked again. I don't know, in fact, my status in the sect is not high, maybe only a few people know why the ancestor wants to see you. However, I heard that it seems that the ancestor had a whim, and he was able to see a corner of the future during the retreat. Of course, this is just a rumor. I am afraid that no one knows the truth. The old man shook his head, expressing that he didn't know why the ancestor of the sect wanted to meet a kid in a state of mind. In the beginning, many people in the sect didn't understand, it was just because it was the order of the ancestors and they had to obey, and it was also a game in the sect that the younger generations followed. Some people hoped that through this matter, they could let them a few showed their faces in front of the ancestors of the sect. Never thought that this kid in front of him is also a ruthless person. He actually confronted the enemy with annihilation in all directions, destroying a city that has been passed down for a long time. The old man looked at Chen Ning with complicated eyes, thinking in his heart, did the ancestor see the talent of this son? Well, maybe there is this possibility. After all, there are very few people who can survive the destruction in all directions, almost invisible. Only. He looked at the three people beside Chen Ning, Shimin Chuksu, and his heart sank slightly. If such a person is regarded as a guardian, does this person really have no background at all? Do not. I'm afraid it's impossible. It's not normal for monks who have transcended their bodies to be bodyguards and guards. Even in their sect, no one in their sect treats them like this, not even saints and saints. It's not about other things, but people who have reached this level are already strong in the world. They all understand the Tao with one heart and one mind, and hope that one day they can achieve a higher fruit status. Chen Ning didn't know what was going on in the old man's mind, but saw that his face changed for a while, as if he had fallen into some kind of deep thought. At the same time, the people in the Four Realms who planned to hunt and kill Chen Ning finally locked his location. The contemporary magic operator of Tianji Shenge told the world a vague location, but there is only one Langia sword sect within 1,000 miles. After searching and searching, they finally found it. Langia sword sect. At this moment, outside the sword-like mountains, a black crowd surrounded them. People were everywhere, accompanied by the roar of the mounts, shaking the world. What a natural formation. Naturally raised, Langia sword sect is really not simple. The master of the Eastern Territory Formation Dao Pavilion exclaimed, his eyes shining brightly. Jin Dao Pavilion is not a top power, but it should not be underestimated, just because they have a powerful array of inheritance, and in the 4 domains, all the top powers give it a little bit of light. It's just that it seems to have been injured before. He has a vicious vision. Before Shimin Chuksu used his sword power to split the river of sword energy, he could see this change. Hey, don't care what kind of formation he is, I'm waiting for so many people here today, how can I let him run away? Unless he can disappear in this world. Someone spoke again, with a tone of confidence. Is Langia sword sect involved? Is this to protect Chen Ning? Some people also questioned. Impossible. Although the Langia sword sect has a long tradition and its sword cultivators have unparalleled attack power, I don't believe they dare to go against the general trend. This matter cannot be undertaken by itself. Someone retorted. Why do he care so much? Do it directly, let Langia sword sect hand over people, no matter whether they want to protect Chen Ning, or Chen Ning is caught by them, this matter cannot be solved by eating alone. In Langia sword sect, everyone suddenly felt that the atmosphere between heaven and earth had calmed down, as if something big was about to happen. Boy, it's not good, the teleportation array arranged by the Emperor has been broken. Suddenly, the Black Emperor exclaimed, jumped out and said, before I came in, the Emperor arranged a teleportation array at random. Retreat, but now the teleportation array is broken. When Chen Ning heard this, his pupils constricted instantly. This is abnormal, very abnormal. Who is the Black Emperor? He is a master of formations, although he is unreliable, but the formation pattern is inherited from the big man, and the Emperor pattern has more than one kind. How can the formation method he arranged be easily deciphered? Besides, his way of setting up formations is so different from this world. This further shows that someone with great supernatural powers broke his teleportation array. It's broken, those people must have found our place. Li Foran's expression changed drastically, and he said, damn it, I knew that old bastard from the Tianji Shen shouldn't be let go. Fuck, he runs too fast, who would have thought that he could practice the life-saving secret technique of Tianji Shenge? Zhu Shiji also panicked, his small eyes were full of panic. He is also a master of the formation, so he knows the seriousness of what the Black Emperor said. They have discussed the formation together before, and one pig and one dog have benefited a lot. They understand each other and are aware of each other. Formation is not so simple to break. Grass Mud Horse, do you want to block Lao Tzu and Langia sword sect and let the dog go behind closed doors? Ha, I just don't know who the dog they let go. A murderous intent flashed in Chen Ning's eyes. That being the case, I don't mind killing people. Let you come and go. End of this chapter. Chapter 182. Chapter 182. Chen Ning's words were mostly cold. To be honest, he was already a little annoyed. Being chased and killed like this, even a clay figurine would be angry, let alone a living person. System, how many points do you need to spend to build an army of technological civilization? Ding. According to system calculations, if you have all kinds of troops, you will need to spend 5,000 million points. What? 5,000 million points. Chen Ning was surprised, then what if it is exchanged for Keel? Ding. We need 20 dragon bones. Chen Ning was still a little bit pained, and it cost him 20 keels. To be honest, he is a bit of a muggle now, so he doesn't want to pretend anymore. What's wrong with 20 keels, that is, some magical secrets can be bought. He looked up at Shimin Chuksu and the other three, thinking in his heart what would happen if they were allowed to confront the enemy. Long silence. Chen Ning still decided to build an army of technological civilization. Anyway, he still has some keel bones now, no matter how badly foreign is. Black Emperor and Zhu Shiji also have them, so they can be obtained by trickery. Although Li Foreign and He Huang are not easy to deal with, the 10 rings of pigs should be fine. With his pig brain, he probably just counted the money for others after being sold. After making up his mind, Chen Ning said to the system in his mind, build an army of scientific and technological civilization, damn it, build it according to the scale of 25 keels, it's stupid, I can't do it, this time I have to beat them up and conquer them. Ding. The armed forces of the sea, land and air forces, and the machine armed forces, have been successfully purchased. The civilization for this purchase is the Nemo civilization, which has reached the level of technological immortality. After a brief introduction to the system, Chen Ning knew that there is a civilized world called Nemo among the heavens and myriad worlds. The technological civilization has developed to the present level, and it is possible to rely on technology to become a fairy. To be honest, it is impossible not to be shocked. In the past, the Earth where he lived, from ancient times to the present, legends of longevity have always existed. Although the rise of science has gradually weakened these voices, he always believes that technology may develop to a certain extent. Can really make a person break through the limit and become an incredible creature in the legend. Huh. I'll buy it out once, and someday someone who doesn't want to mess with me will let the army hack you to death. Chen Ning said viciously in his heart. Since the purchase is successful, let's let it out. I want to see how many people they can come. No. Today is the King of Heaven, and I can't do it. With a big wave of his hand, under the horrified eyes of everyone, the void suddenly trembled, and then a shadow appeared on the ground. The rumbling sound resounded through the sky, fighter jets were born out of the sky, and there were even spaceship-like equipment lying across the sky, covering the sky and the sun, covering the sky on this mountain. But before they could react, the ground shook, and then tanks, armored vehicles, robots, and all kinds of devices full of sci-fi civilization emerged from the ground. As for the weapons at sea, already in place. Everyone was stunned by the grand scene, even Zhu Shiji, who was so rowdy, had a shocked expression on his face, his mouth was wide open, and the disbelief in his small eyes could be vaguely seen. Let's go. Chen Ning waved his hand again, extremely decisive. It took less than a quarter of an hour from the time he guessed that he was surrounded to the beginning of countermeasures. That's why the people present were terrified. They didn't know where Chen Ning got these things. Could it be that they were stored in storage rings? How is that possible? How can there be such a big storage ring in the world? Even Li Foreign, who has always firmly believed that there is a big boss behind Chen Ning, does not believe that there is such a big storage ring in the world, but he is more and more sure of Chen Ning's identity in his heart, and even has some palpitations at this moment. He felt that maybe Chen Ning's identity was terrifying even in that place. At the same time, the people from the 4 regions surrounding Langia Sword sect also saw the sky filled with planes. Some people have seen Chen Ning use such equipment in the wild dragon domain, so they looked calm and explained to the people around them in a dignified tone, but most of them didn't believe it, so there was no aura in the end that things could burst out what they said of terrifying power. Just kidding, even the catastrophe can affect it. Doesn't it mean that this thing is thousands of times more powerful than the heavenly law? This is impossible for immortal cultivators who transcend the way of heaven and achieve immortality and longevity. In their view, the way of heaven is the rule of the world, and no one can challenge it unless they transcend it, just like those immortal emperors. Immediately afterwards, they discovered that not only in the sky, but even on the earth, there were things that seemed useless to them. But the robot army at the front made some people a little bit interested. Puppet? No, it doesn't look like it. It doesn't have that kind of spiritual power. Interesting, how did this thing be made? Someone's eyes were shining brightly, and he was quite interested in robots. He is a member of the Puppet Immortal sect, and this sect is best at using the puppet technique, but in their view, how can a puppet without elf power control it to act by itself? Although there is a forbidden technique in their sect that can meet this requirement, that is, sacrifice with living people, but now it seems that these puppets are obviously made of some kind of metal. But before they had time to react, the sound of chopping waves suddenly sounded in the rivers, lakes, and seas not far behind them, and when they looked back, ships were arranged in a patchwork pattern, sitting on every water system. And what they didn't see was that there were submarines under the water. It can be said that Chen Ning paid a huge price this time. He just wanted to scare these people once and for all, so as to save them from having to come here for excitement in the future. Are we surrounded? Someone still didn't care and laughed. Not only him, I am afraid that everyone present did not realize the seriousness of the matter, that is, those who had seen the plane in the secret realm of the wild dragon domain remained vigilant, and the sense of crisis in their hearts was raised to the extreme. The three armies of the sea, land and air are advancing together, the earth is rumbling, the sand is splashing, and the fighter jets in the sky roll up thousands of miles of white clouds, blooming a strange light. These are real weapons of the magic weapon level, and they are made of special metal materials, full of sense of technology. If compared with the technology weapons on the earth, if the earth weapons are 1, then now Chen Ning calls the ones that come out are at least 1,000. You know, this is made by a civilization that relies on technology to become immortal. This is still the cheapest set of combinations, otherwise, if he spends all his keels, he probably won't be able to create a technological army. Attack! Chen Ning and Langya Sword Sect gave an order, and immediately, killings continued. End of this chapter. Chapter 183 Bloodstained Country. Chapter 183 Bloodstained Country. Boom. Killing after another. Chen Ning's killing order was so abrupt that even the people standing beside him didn't react, let alone those outside. In an instant, all kinds of aurora burst out, the sky, the ground, the water, the Trinity, a complete explosion, the endless rays of light intertwined into a net, and shuttled through the crowd in an instant. It's just this time, many people who didn't react have already been pierced by the light, cut off, and completely disappeared. The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground also awakened the crisis in people's hearts. At this moment, the people from the 4 regions surrounding Langya Sword Sect finally came to their senses. They looked at these monsters who seemed worthless to them with horrified eyes, but now it was these monsters that gave them a fatal blow. The bloody smell soon wafted up. Although the remains of severed limbs on the ground were relatively few compared to the densely packed crowd, the fear was enough to amplify various senses. Now these pungent smells completely detonated everyone's anger. Their cultivation bases exploded one after another. At this moment, even if they want to knock down the mountains where Langya Sword Sect is located, I am afraid they will not hesitate. And those who have seen Chen Ning fly a plane in the secret realm of Huangguanjiu are full of fear, and some even have the idea of retiring. They can clearly see that these strange things are much more gorgeous than what was manifested in the secret realm of Huangguanjiu last time. It's also much more terrifying. Boom. The rays of light intertwined again, this time, not only the aurora, but also the sword light, and the phantom shadow of the real dragon wandering, and the phoenix fluttering its wings. The attacks came in a blink of an eye. In fact, these attacks are not very powerful. They are all comparable to the power of the Jindan level. Not everyone can resist it. Kill. Come on. Kill Langya Sword Sect, kill Chen Ning. The cultivators broke out with all their cultivation and tried their best. In an instant, magic weapons flew all over the sky, intertwined with light, and collided with the beams of light emitted by Chen Ning's technological army. The void oscillated, the space was broken, the land shook a few times, the mountains rumbled even more, rocks rolled down, and ancient trees collapsed. Strands of cracks like spider webs appeared in the void, which made people startled, for fear that a hole would be opened and they would be blown to death by the storm of nothingness. But they are all red-eyed. Not many people are still thinking about this kind of problem. Everyone is fighting, but they soon discovered that the horror of technological warfare is not that there are many people who have an advantage, even if they are cultivator. In the face of all kinds of weapons made of this special material, some people's magic weapons can't even hurt them in the slightest. What? The screams kept coming and going, and after a while, there was already a layer of corpses lying on the ground, and the blood flowed, dyeing the water system not far away into a blood-red color, and the strong smell of blood floated in the air. Even if they were separated far away, Chen Ning and others in Langya Sword Sect finally smelled it. They saw the tragedy outside. Chen Ning also exchanged for a device similar to a holographic projection device, which captured the horror scene of blood-stained mountains and mountains for everyone to watch. Everyone was silent, even Li Foran and He Wang, who kept yelling that they were all slaughtered, remained silent, watching this scene with serious expressions. This can no longer be described as a battle, this is a unilateral massacre. What's more, they know that those things are dead things and have no life. This is like exchanging human life with a lifeless dead thing. It's easy to understand, just like a battle between monks, magic weapons and formations are used to kill the enemy, all of which are dead objects to kill. But they have never seen such a terrible scene. This is massacre, it is killing. Those people were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, without the slightest strength to fight back. Even if a few powerful ones smashed, broke, or even destroyed those strange weapons, it took a lot of energy, and they were tired of dealing with others. Little boy, where did you get these things? Li Fugui's teeth were chattering, and his face was a little pale. Even though he was mature, he was still terrified by the terrifying scene in front of him. The overseas old man beside him was also short of breath, and his old eyes were full of fear. Now he felt a little bit of the rest of his life in his heart, and even thanked Chen Ning for not killing him before. Damn, how can this be human? This is a devil from hell, without the slightest respect for life. Killing people is as simple as eating and drinking water. He has forgotten that he has grown up to this day, and he has also stepped on the flesh and blood of countless people. Chen Ning ignored Li Fugui, and just looked at the scene in the picture with a cold expression. A cold breath permeated his whole body. At this moment, everyone felt that this Chen Ning was the real him, and the laughing Chen Ning before was just a shadow, a mask. Su Yingxian, Nie Xuanji and Lu Ruxian didn't feel anything. In their view, these people came to kill their husbands, so there was nothing to say, they just deserved to die. Boom. There was a deafening sound in the distance again, as well as various roars. Some were out of breath, some were fearful, some were desperate, and some were regretful. Many people have regretted it, and regretted that they should not have taken this muddy water. Now that they think about it again, it is true that so many masters went to the underwater shrine, but only 3 escaped in the end. Such a terrifying fact has not been dispelled. Greed in their hearts. But there is no medicine for regret in the world, and now the bitter fruit can only be swallowed with tears, and even my life will be thrown here. Chen Ning really got angry this time. The trinity of sea, land and air is not because he doesn't want to spend too much. He even wants to exchange for the kind of interstellar railgun used in space and shoot it directly from the universe, but that thing is too expensive. It's expensive, and it's too terrible. It's a bit suspected of killing a chicken with a sledgehammer. The smell of blood is getting stronger and stronger, and there are more and more broken limbs. However, not all the equipment on Chen Ning's side is intact. Even now, they have lost a lot. Self-destruct, life and death with a plane, or sink a warship. However, Chen Ning didn't feel any distress. Anyway, these things can be recycled by the system. When the time comes, they can be repaired and they can still be used. Finally, someone couldn't hold on anymore and begged for forgiveness loudly, even with a bit of crying in his voice. There are also people who are hastily constructing teleportation formations, hoping to escape. Of course, some people ran straight away, bursting out at full speed, and wanted to escape this space, but this situation was too difficult. At most 3 out of 10 people could escape, and the rest were locked and killed. End of this chapter. Chapter 184. The world is shaking, this is the devil. Chapter 184. The world is shaking, this is the devil. Chen Ning took back the army of science and technology. It's not that he doesn't want to kill these people. If killing these people can bring him a lot of experience points, then he will keep them all without hesitation. But the point is, until now, the experience value has only changed by 100,000 points, which is not directly proportional to the consumption of points. This is such a worthless battle. He simply took back the army directly. Anyway, the spirit of these people had been beaten by him. For those who were slaughtered half without even seeing his people, it is conceivable that this matter will become a nightmare in their hearts in their future cultivation careers. It might become a demon, coming out from time to torture 1 or 2. Outside Langia Sword sect became a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The corpses piled up like a mountain, and the blood stained the rivers, lakes and seas red. Even the earth showed a dull color, which was soaked in blood and condensed into such a color. Black smoke billowed in the sky and lingered for a long time, vaguely showing a scene of depression and dilapidation. Some scavengers even came over one after another. Those flying in the sky, crawling on the ground, and swimming in the water all showed their figures. Chen Ning took a last look at the scene on the screen, and then put it away. He let out a heavy breath. To be honest, even if he won this time, it would be a miserable victory, because he consumed too many points and surpassed initial estimate. But the benefits are not without. At least if you go to clean the battlefield now, I'm afraid you can get a lot of good treasures. Not to mention it is estimated that after this battle, he can really run rampant in the 4 domains. System, exchange some robots, let them go out to clean the battlefield, and bring back the storage bags and storage rings. He is still counting on these to return to the book. Ding. After spending 600,000 points, the robot exchange was successful. Chen Ning nodded in satisfaction, and then looked at the people around him. He found that everyone had expressions of horror, obviously not yet recovered from the shock just now. He cast his eyes on the nearest Lu Ruxian, and saw her eyes were absent, her rosy mouth was slightly opened. It was really captivating. Hey, daughter-in-law, how do you feel? Do you think your husband and I are invincible? Chen Ning returned to his unscrupulous appearance, and stretched out his arms to wrap around Lu Ruxian's slender waist, feeling the warmth and smoothness in his hands. Lu Ruxian came back to her senses, and saw Chen Ning's wretched smile at a glance. At the same time, the feeling in her waist made her a little embarrassed. After all, there were many people watching here. Husband, don't move, there are many people. She twisted her body slightly to escape from Chen Ning's claws. Her face was covered with crimson. Su Yingxian and Nie Xuanji looked at this scene with smiles on the side. To be honest, they were also shocked. Even though they were full of confidence in Chen Ning, it was the first time they had seen this kind of fighting method. It was a bit unexpected. Even more suspicious. The overseas old man saw that this targeted murder was solved in a blink of an eye, and now he felt even more psychologically afraid of Chen Ning. He didn't know how Chen Ning was going to deal with him. This was what he was most afraid of. From the scene where Chen Ning ordered the massacre just now, this kid was simply inhuman and didn't take human life seriously. Now it's his turn, so for a while, I was a little flustered. It stands to reason that it is impossible for such emotions to appear in the heart of a master like him, but it has appeared now, which is unacceptable and extremely complicated at the same time. In fact, Chen Ning is also thinking about how to deal with this half-century-old man. Did he kill him? Of course, it's okay, just do it casually, but he always feels that killing him is a bit wasteful. It's better to control him. Anyway, my uncle will definitely go overseas in the future. He rolled his eyes, thinking in his heart, let alone the other things, it is the part of the phoenix buried in the Dragon Valley in the secret realm of the wild dragon domain he must get the inheritance, not to mention that the 4 regions can no longer accommodate him now. Of course, it is not how powerful he is. In order to have a bigger world overseas, Lu Yu of the 4 regions seems a bit small, not enough for him to pretend. As for southern Xinjiang and Xiling, which he has not been to be honest, he no longer has much expectations. Thinking of this, he made a decision. System, is there any elixir or secret technique that can control people? It's best not to be discovered by people. He didn't want to cultivate a pawn with great difficulty, but when he went overseas, he would be discovered and slaughtered. Ding. The list has been made for the host, and the host can choose according to the requirements. When Chen Ning heard this, he quickly looked at the light curtain that appeared in his mind. The Battle of Langia Sword Sect passed quickly to the 4 regions. This time, the world was silent, and everyone in the 4 regions was silent for a moment, and then there was a shocking uproar. The entire 4 domains are in a state of boiling, and all the top sects are dumbfounded. They can't figure out that there are still such people in the world. Even if it is the terrorist forces overseas, facing their group attack alone, I am afraid it will be difficult to parry, but this impossible thing was accomplished by one person, and he was only a junior in the heartbeat state. In an instant, all the places in the 4 regions were discussing Chen Ning's name, which was much more intense than those arrest warrants. No matter adults or children, old people or women, even some village women and bandits in remote areas knew about it. A fierce man named Chen Ning appeared in the 4 domains. Accompanied by this change is the attitude of the top forces in the 4 domains. The Sanshur zone where Li Xuani belonged was the first to admit that he was intimidated, and promised to pay compensation, and only hoped that Chen Ning would let them go. As soon as this incident happened, it added fuel to the uproar again, because Chen Ning didn't say anything about compensation. All of this was determined by the 3rd generation himself. For a while, all the top forces despised the 3rd Sejong, and at the same time imitated the 3rd Sejong to make a promise that they could give compensation. Some people may not understand, but those who have gone through this battle know how powerful that terrible monster is. It is simply a killing machine. It is also true that the top forces bowed their heads. Among them, the happiest one is Fenghua Shuiyue Pavilion. They didn't expect that they were the first to be enemies with Chen Ning, but now they have become the biggest beneficiaries. Some people in the pavilion still complained about the abolition of the pavilion owner. But now Fenghua Shuiyue Pavilion no longer has the slightest discordant voice. To say that the big power that regrets the most is of course the Nie family in the eastern region. Originally, they could also enjoy huge benefits like Fenghua Shuiyue Pavilion, but let alone benefits now, I am afraid that they have to think about how to calm Chen Ning's anger. In general, the previous battle of Langia Sword Sect completely changed Siyu's attitude towards Chen Ning, letting them know that Chen Ning is not easy to mess with, and it is not something they can easily manipulate. End of this chapter. Chapter 185 Preparations, Ready to Go to Sea. Chapter 185 Preparations, Ready to Go to Sea. In the end, Chen Ning cast a secret technique on the half-hundred-old man who came from overseas, and directly controlled his life and death through his soul. Although the old man also wanted to resist, but looking at Shiman Chuksu's cold sword, he let go of the sea of knowledge unwillingly, allowing Chen Ning to successfully restrain him. At first, Chen Ning was afraid that the restriction would not work and would be broken by the old man, or he would find someone to break it, but the system said that this thing is a bomb, a maggot of the Tarsus, as long as it is stuck, it will be broken. Don't even think about eradicating it completely, not even the immortal emperor, because this kind of secret technique involves the spirit in the soul. Although he didn't know what this spirit was at all, he felt that it was awesome for no reason. Planting a ban, Qin Ning also let the old man go. He is also planning to leave the 4 regions and go overseas. There is nothing here that can keep him looking forward to it. To be honest, even if there is a tomb of the immortal emperor in Nanjiang and Xiling at this time, there will be no desire to join in the fun. Damn it! Thinking about it this way, I forgot one thing. Damn, I didn't check in the shrine of Baiming Haiyan. Qin Ning stared, heartbroken, feeling that he had missed a big opportunity. Ma Dan, maybe I can make a 100% treasure chest. Ever since he saw the magical skill of 100% being high with one touch, he has always had expectations for the 100% series, but since then, the 100% treasure chest seems to have no chance with him, and it never appears once. System, let's see if this Lengia sword sect can clock in. Ding. After system inspection, this place is a blessed place, and the host can check in. When Qin Ning heard this, he calmed down a little bit the pain of losing the opportunity to check in at the Jingu. Punch and punch. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 2nd form of the Jade Sword art. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting a random gift bag. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mystical art 10,000 swords. Just as Qin Ning listened with his ears upright, the voice in his mind suddenly stopped. Gone? Ding. Check-in complete. Qin Ning was speechless. Damn it, this Lengia sword sect is probably a star sect, right? After all, it has been passed down for so many years, so why did such a little thing come out? Although the quality was extremely good, it was still far from the 100% treasure chest he wanted. At least he thinks so. After all, Qin Ning looked at his interface. There are already a lot of peerless secrets in the skill column. If you take out any one, it will be earth-shattering and can overwhelm an era. Fully mastered, proficiency has not yet reached the extreme. On the contrary, he is now particularly interested in the 100% series, and he wants to have another wonderful skill such as an ordinary 100% that can be taller with just one touch. Of course, he can get 100% treasure chests through a lottery, but he knows the pitfalls of the system. He dares to bet that as long as he uses the lottery function, he may not be able to get it without tens of millions of points. If the system were any darker, it would cost more than tens of millions of points. He stood in the meeting hall of Lengia Sword Sect, silent for a while, and felt that it was necessary to fight a few more times. Anyway, he was planning to leave the 4 regions, so why not take advantage of the time before leaving to fight all the top forces? Damn it, I still don't believe it, I can't get out 10 or 8 100% treasure chests. The robots who touched the corpse outside also came back. After some calculations, he got back a little price, but not much. After being hit by the trinity of sea, land and air, many magic weapons were in a broken state, and they had long since lost their power. Yes, it's broken. After the plan was finalized, he called back Li Foran, the Black Emperor, and Zhu Shaji who had harmed the Lengia Sword Sect, and also sent voice transmissions to Su Yingxian and Nia Xuanji who followed Lu Ruxian back to the water village to say goodbye, and asked them to come back as soon as possible. Now that we're leaving, let's have a big one. Qin Ning intends to check in the top forces of the 4 regions, and also take this opportunity to frighten them one by one. This time he went overseas, he didn't intend to take Lu Ruxian and the 3 daughters with him. After all, the situation overseas was not clear, so he took them with him if there was any danger. He was afraid that it would be difficult for him to deal with it. So it is better to let them stay in the 4 domains temporarily. If that's the case, then, they must die. A cold light flashed in Qin Ning's eyes. Su Yingxian and the others stayed in the 4 regions. Li Xuani and Feng Wunyan were alive. He was worried. As for people like Zi Wufan and Demon King Yang, they are very knowledgeable. They haven't troubled him since the catastrophe of annihilation in all directions, so he didn't mean to spare 1 or 2 lives and let them go. System. Is the army I bought repaired? Ding. Due to the serious damage, the repair is 80% complete. 80%? It's too slow, can you hurry up, I'm waiting to pretend? Ding. The host can activate the speed repair function by spending points. I fucking know. Qin Ning said with a dark face, this must be something you came up with on the spur of the moment. He said with certainty that Qin Ning felt that no one knew better than him about this pit ratio system. For the sake of points, it would definitely be able to do such a thing. Ding. The system has strict rules, and the final interpretation right belongs to this system. Forget it, hurry up, fix it quickly, I don't want to argue with you too. Ding. Spending 3,000 million points, the speed repair channel is opened, the speed repair starts, and the repair is about to be completed. Ding. The repair is complete. Damn it. So fast? Chen Ning was stunned. Is there a fucking time to breathe? That's it fixed? Sure enough, time is money. The system didn't answer him, and it was at this moment that the three of Li Foren came back. Boy, what are you doing? Call us back in such a hurry. Zhu Shiji opened his mouth and yelled, Grass, this pig god is taking care of flowers and plants, hurry up, it's okay, this pig god is leaving. The old man is also counting some unused waste for Langyasword sect. It just so happens that the old man thinks that those wastes are quite suitable for me, and he is cleaning up. If you have something to say, hurry up, damn, the old man is very busy. Wang. The emperor dug out a dragon vein, hurry up, if you waste time, the dragon vein will run away. These three guys are more shameless than the other. Chen Ning's eyes are almost popping out, shit, bandits, right, one by one, the robbery is so fresh and refined. With a dark face, he said, I don't care, see, bah, those who don't see have a share, I want to share half. Grass. You are so robbing. Get lost. No, not even a single chicken feather. Wang. Return the Emperor Phoenix Tianyan. One person, one dog and one pig directly bared their teeth, looking at Chen Ning with fierce eyes. End of this chapter. Chapter 186 Open the door, you open the door. Chapter 186 Open the door, you open the door. Forget it, damn it, it's harder than Tongtian to grab food from these three bastards. Chen Ning snorted heavily, and gave up the plan of splitting half. Thinking of the plan to check in next, he thought about the plan and informed them. Of course, he didn't say that he was for checking in, but just for collecting protection fees. When the three goods heard it, they jumped up happily. In fact, the Black Emperor had this kind of thought before, he did a lot of things, and his family was very clear, but he found a dragon vein in Langyasword sect, so he delayed in order to capture this dragon vein. Now that Chen Ning proposed it on his own initiative, the four sluts immediately hit it off. How about this, you wait a moment, the Emperor, go and put away that dragon vein. After the He Wang finished speaking, before Chen Ning could speak, he ran like a bolt of black lightning, disappearing without a trace in an instant. No trace. This pig god will go and take care of those flowers and plants first. The old man also went to check it. Whizzing. With two breaking sounds, Zhu Shiji and Li Foren disappeared in the blink of an eye just like the Black Emperor. Chen Ning rubbed his forehead, his face looked unlovable and numb. What kind of weird things are these? Grass. System, call me the army. Also, wake up Shimin Chuksu, Su Daji and Chang'e. Before the war ended, Shimin Chuksu and the three of them went to meditate in a place. After all, Langyasword sect is a blessed place, which is of great benefit to practice, so the three of them simply stayed and practiced. The world outside Langyasword sect is already in turmoil, and all the top forces are worried, for fear that Chen Ning will come to the door. After all, based on the news they got, it is no problem for that kind of strange treasure to destroy a big force. Not to mention that they know that Chen Ning will always stand by the side of several top experts. And among these fearful powers, the most frightening and tormenting ones are the Sanshaizong and the Phoenix Tenzong. The holy sons of these two sects have a great hatred for Chen Ning, in the eyes of outsiders, that is the hatred of taking his wife, the mortal hatred. And Li Xuanyi and Feng Wunyan did try every means to put Chen Ning to death, but their skills were not as good as others, and they never killed Chen Ning. Scared. It's not that they can't resist this level of impact. In fact, once the background is revealed, as long as it is not a crisis that is really difficult to deal with, these top forces can survive, but the key is that after the crisis, the strength of the sect will definitely plummet. This is when the real crisis comes. In addition to these two sects, the Tianji Shenge also panicked, but the contemporary god operator has closed the death test after he came out of the shrine, and has not yet left the test. No one can take charge of the overall situation. The Supreme Elder, who was almost buried in the ground, only said a word of compensation. The other major sects that had participated in targeting Chen Ning were also worried and afraid, and they were all ready to compensate, planning to pay compensation immediately as soon as Chen Ning came to the door, so as to calm things down. 3 days later, the Army of Science and Technology set off. The torrent of sea, land and air forces has opened its way to conquer the 4 domains. Where is the first stop? On a plane, hugging left and right, enjoying the blessing of being equal to others. Why don't we start from Baiming? Lu Ruxian disbanded the water village, now she has obtained the inheritance left by her ancestors, she just needs to practice hard, and she will definitely shine in the future. In fact, she has always wanted to enter the CI when she built the water village, but she tried to open the CI a few times, but the timing was wrong, and the shrine was not opened, so even if she entered, it would be nothing. This time, she was also lucky to meet Qin Ning, otherwise, she might not be able to get the inheritance left by her ancestors as she wished. But Biming, to be honest, the top sects here didn't do me much harm, and I didn't have them in the chase before. Forget it, let's start with them, who let them get close. Qin Ning opened his mouth to take the crystal cherry that Nie Xuanji handed over, and immediately there was a sweet and sour taste in his mouth. Alright, let's search one by one, so as not to miss it. Then go to the nearest Biluozong first. As soon as Qin Ning finished speaking, the 10 precepts of pigs said, boy, the one who sees it has a share. You must not forget the legend of our human pig thieves. You can't take it all by yourself. Human pig thief? Lu Ruxian and the 3 daughters were taken aback for a moment, then they laughed coquettishly, their pretty faces flushed with laughter, they had never heard of such a title. He. Husband, is this your name? The 3 girls are not happy. Qin Ning's face was as black as coal, and his eyes were fixed on Zhu Shiji. When he looked straight at him, he panicked, boy, what kind of eyes do you have? Could it be that the pig god said something wrong? He is not afraid of being scalded by boiling water, but he is a dead duck with a stubborn mouth, arguing with Qin Ning with his neck stuck. Grass mud horse, what a goddamn pig thief. Qin Ning finally couldn't help it, jumped up violently, and rode directly on Zhu Shiji's body and gave him a blast. Li Foran and He Wang on the side were also holding back their laughter, they didn't look like a good bird at first glance, they were full of bad water. Fuck. Boy, Let go. No, let go. Zhu Shiji screamed and ran wildly in the plain, but Qin Ning stuck to him like a root, no matter how he shook, Qin Ning was not come down. Damn it, I have to beat you to death this time. In the midst of flying dogs and jumps, the army of science and technology finally came to the boundary of Biluozong. A barren land, full of dead silence, as if there is no sign of life. A river with yellow water meanders, and the river is filled with a strange smell, which is disgusting, like a real green spring. At this moment, a terrified roar sounded from the Bailuo sect hidden at the end of the yellow spring. It's not good. It's not good. Qin Ning is fighting over. The voice was full of fear, he brought that kind of terrifying magic weapon, so vast and mighty, there is no end in sight. The head of the Biluo sect was worried about Qin Ning and had been waiting for this day to come. Now that he heard such a report, he immediately shot out from the main hall of the sect, and then roared to stabilize the situation of the sect, don't get flustered, come here, and take the compensation treasures prepared in advance. He was also a bachelor, and he didn't mean to hide anything, he just yelled it openly, and didn't care about the opinions of the disciples in the sect. And just as his voice fell, Qin Ning's arrogant voice also came in. Open the door, you open the door, if you have the guts to do it, don't you have the guts to open the door? Don't worry, we are checking the water meter. There is nothing else. Just look at the strange yellow river in front of your door. There must be something wrong. Open the door and let us check it. The head of the Biluo sect. End of this chapter. Chapter 187 Check-in, check-in, check-in. Chapter 187 Check-in, check-in, check-in. System. Check-in. Qin Ning has not forgotten why he came to these top sections. The protection fee is second, and the check-in is the real thing. He is planning to use this opportunity to open 10 or 8 100% treasure chests, and then open one similar to 100% treasure chests. A skill like this is high with one touch. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting. He listened to the beep in his mind, and gradually, the expression on his face changed from initial expectation to disappointment. Obviously, he didn't get what he needed this time. Damn, what kind of bullshit top power? Qin Ning immediately stared, open the door. Open the door. If you don't open the door again, I will blow up your mountain gate, believe it or not. Seeing this guy's picture poorly, he directly threatened to blow up the mountain gate, and even took out the super grenade. The master of the Biluo sect inside was terrified, and hurriedly opened the mountain gate. The moment he opened the mountain gate, he directly saw the weird magic weapons covering the sky and the sun, row after row, row by row, filled with a terrifying aura. Is this the treasure they are talking about? What a terrifying aura. Sect Master Biluo thought in his heart was beating fast when the army of science and technology saw it. This should be little friend Qin Ning. He really is a dragon and a phoenix among men. He gave a rainbow fart when he came up. Qin Ning before the check-in is easy to say, but the key is that Chin Ning has just passed the failure of the check-in, and he is in a bad mood. Fuck, talk if you have something to say, fart if you have something to say, I'm in a hurry, hurry up, tell me, you participated in the siege of me this time, and I'm so scared that I can't eat or sleep well, what should I do about it? I see that you are very energetic. Sect Master Biluo slandered in his heart. Of course, he didn't dare to say it out, fearing that the terrifying treasure behind Chin Ning would raise Biluo sect to the ground. After Langia Sword sect in the first battle outside, everyone knew that Chin Ning had this strength. Unless they could awaken all the inside information, the sect would only be destroyed, and this was what these top forces feared. Thinking about it, Biluo sect master still greeted him with a smile, cupped his hands and said, "This time it was a complete misunderstanding, my sect was also deceived by traitors, I hope you don't mind." "Come on." With a wave of his sleeves, two people came out from behind, each holding a storage bag. It can be seen that this time the Bailuozong has lost all its money, because the two storage bags are bulging, and it can be seen that they are full. These things should be shocking to the little friend, I hope the little friend will accept it with a smile. Chen Ning raised his brows when he heard the words, and said in his heart, what kind of way is this? Damn, there's no reason to get mad at all? He looked at Sect Master Biluo with a little reluctance, thinking quickly in his heart to see from which angle he could start, and then blackmailed him again. Sect Master Biluo is not a fool, after all, he has been in the world for many years, and he understood what he was thinking when he saw Chen Ning's eyes this time. Before Chen Ning got angry, he hurriedly said, "Don't worry, little friend, all the disciples of the sect who participated in the Battle of Langia Sword sect have been beheaded, and I will do it myself." Chen Ning choked for a moment. Damn, this old boy reacted really fast. He was about to find this reason to make another big blow, but he didn't expect to be blocked directly. Now that everyone has said this, if he pursues it further, it will appear to be a nonsense. Then he laughed heartily and said, "Ah ha 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 ha. The suzerain is so polite, you may not believe it when you say it, we are really here to check the water meter this time, that's right, the water here is too yellow, I'm afraid you don't drink well." Hee hee. Biluo sect master laughed dryly in his heart, Malar Gobi, I don't even know what the water meter you are talking about, so check it out. Besides, this yellow spring is born from the general trend of the world, and it is the source of the Biluo sect. The yellow water is none of your business. But he could only think about these things in his heart, and he also laughed loudly, "It's nothing, nothing, ha 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 ha. Xiao Yu is really compassionate, so I thank you here." The people behind Chen Ning all had weird expressions on their faces, thinking, this guy is really talking to people, talking nonsense to the devil, damn it, does this kid have a compassionate heart, are you so afraid of being blind? Even Su Yingxian and the others were speechless, looking at their husband, no matter how they looked at it, they couldn't be hooked with compassion. Chen Ning also cupped his hands and said, "Where is it? The suzerain is the one who understands righteousness, the younger generation admires it. Hey, don't dare to be, my little friend is extremely talented, among the dragons and phoenixes, I will definitely be able to step on the top of the road in the future. Ha ha ha." In accordance with the auspicious words of the suzerain, the junior will bid farewell. Ha 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 ha, don't give it away. Chen Ning left by Luozong with a mighty army of science and technology, planning to go to the Yellow Spring sect downstream of the Yellow Spring. When Chen Ning left, Biluo sect master had a constipated look on his face, damn, this kid is really shameless, it's okay for the sect master to be polite, damn it, he still takes it seriously. He thought of just now that Chen Ning were flattering each other, and he trembled all over. He glanced at the shadow that was faintly visible in the distance, and hurriedly closed the mountain gate. Take it as a way to save money and avoid disaster. The Yellow Spring sect downstream of the Yellow Spring has also received the news. They are very close to the Biluo sect, and basically any disturbance can be quickly discovered. Sovereign, it seems that Biluozong should have paid compensation, but I don't know how much they paid. It's okay, I'm afraid this time the major powers in the 4 regions will have to spend their money and avoid disasters. They will give their own, and there is no need to worry about others. The sovereign of Huangquan is a middle-aged man with white hair, and he looks quite refined. The state of mind does not match the name of Huang Chuanzong. However, we need to think carefully, and we must not let him find any reason to trouble us. Yes. Sect Master. When Xin Ning came to Huangquanzong, he was dumbfounded, and a group of people had already opened the mountain gate and waited for him. The leader was a middle-aged man with white hair, he guessed that he should be the sovereign of the underworld. Damn, don't give me a chance to get mad at all. He was a little depressed. Little friend Chen Ning came to our sect, it really made our sect flourish. As soon as sect master Huang Quan opened his mouth, everyone felt their teeth hurt. My little friend came here this time and we also know what the so-called thing is. It's all a misunderstanding. We were also deceived by traitors. Fortunately, we didn't make a big mistake. This is a little thought, please accept it with a smile. Chen Ning became more and more speechless. If you all cooperate like this, is there any room for me to pretend? He was a little dark-faced, but looking at the sincere Huangquan sect members, he really didn't have the face to get mad again. System, check in, check in. End of this chapter. Chapter 188. Is there really someone who is not afraid of death? Chapter 188. Is there really someone who is not afraid of death? Chen Ning collects protection fees all the way, and there are only so many real top sects in the 4 domains, so it won't take long. Half a month later, he returned to the eastern region, and this time his target was directly on the Sanshaizong where Li Xuani was. This is an extremely powerful sect, even among the top forces, it is undoubtedly the strongest group. The sect has a deep foundation, and no one knows their full strength. In fact, no matter what the background is, the Sanshaizong is also powerful and scary, and this is also due to their ancestor, the Sanshang Immortal Emperor, who created a technique that is too strange, but the power of the Sanshaizong can be borrowed. It is so powerful that it involves time, the terrifying secret code of reincarnation, created the strength of the 3rd generation. Boy, I think you should be more careful this time. On the plane, Li Fu smacked his mouth with a satisfied face. The oily corners of his mouth showed how full he had just eaten. The Sanshaizong is not like those sections. They are too powerful, and they can be called the real overlord of the eastern region. From my point of view, maybe they will follow the yin and yang, and hunt and kill you by surprise. Li Foran told Chen Ning part of his secrets, allowing him to fully understand the horror of the 3rd Sejong. That's right, this pig god also feels this way. Even if the other sects give in, neither the 3rd generation sect nor the Phoenix Heavenly sect will give in easily. Even if they do, there's probably a conspiracy hidden in it. Pig 10 Commandments also looked solemn and said, it's not to scare you, the 3 lives Immortal Emperor of the 3 generation sect, and the Phoenix Heavenly Emperor of the Phoenix Heavenly sect are unique ruthless stubbles in the world. One can borrow the power of the 3 generations, and the other but the ability to have nirvana is not something simple. Although the rest of the Immortal Emperors are also extremely powerful, and the sects left behind are not weak, but after countless years of accumulation, it is obvious that they are now weaker than these 2 major sects. When Chen Ning heard this, he regained his energy in an instant, his eyes were as wide as copper bells. Really? They will make trouble? Haha, stupid, stupid, I thought that these top forces were cowards. One by one, before I went, I prepared compensation first, so I don't even have an excuse to get mad. He laughed out loud, without the slightest hint of worry. Li Foran and Zhu Shiji were taken aback for a moment. Damn it, is this kid crazy? Why is it different from what I thought? Li Foran opened his mouth and was about to say something, but he heard Chen Ning say, don't worry, Mahler Gobi, I'm just thinking about how to make them have crooked thoughts, even if they don't, I can force them to have it. Do you think I'm just that easy to bully? Other sect forces don't mind, the 2 of them, absolutely not. This time, we must let them bleed. Chen Ning said viciously, with a cold light in his eyes. Seeing his appearance, Li Foran and the others looked at each other. Are you serious? Of course, it can't be true anymore. I'm afraid they won't do it. Hearing what he said, Li Foran and the others also knew that this guy was sure, otherwise they wouldn't be so confident, otherwise they probably didn't need to remind him, this guy would have already run away by himself. Chen Ning's eyes flashed, and he communicated with the system again in his mind. System, draw a lottery. He wants to get another summon card. He played so many cards before, let alone 100% treasure chests, and didn't even have a single character card. Now he suspects that the system is cheating him. Ding. The host's free lottery chance has been used today. Do you want to start the point lottery? Turn on. Ding. The point draw begins. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a life-changing pill, a 5th grade pill. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a fragment of the bright armor. Since the host already has 2 pieces, it can be made into a bright armor. Ding. Chen Ning devoted part of his mind to listening to the prompt in his mind, while using the other part of his mind to communicate with Li Foran and the others. These guys are all old fritters, who have been in the eastern region all year round, and they have been familiar with these top forces for a long time. After half an hour, Li Foran looked at the different scene outside and said, the clouds are flourishing here, even though it is still thousands of miles away from the Sanshaizong. It is already a decent momentum, with towering ancient trees, flying waterfalls, and lingering clouds, like a holy land in the sky falling into the mortal world. Good guy, as expected of the third-generation sect, the background is too strong. If it is a sect nearby, I'm afraid it won't be able to keep such a blessed place. Li Foran sighed with emotion. There is no immortal inheritance, and their ancestors probably would not have imagined that a monk with a heartbeat would come to kick the mountain gate today. The armed forces of sea, land and air are mighty, and the chilling aura can be felt even if they are far apart. The horror stories are incomparable. In the third generation, cranes spread their wings, rainbows form bridges, spiritual springs in the mountains tinkle, and colorful deer jump, creating a peaceful scene. Are they coming? In a magnificent hall, a majestic voice came out. Report to the suzerain, it's coming. Just like the rumors outside, their strange magic weapons have the ability to destroy any sect. Oh. Including us? This. It doesn't matter, whether you are strong or not, you will know after a fight. It is not a shame to show weakness before, and it will be beneficial if you can attract him. Has the background ever woken up? Everyone wakes up. It's just that after this time, the sect may fall into a period of weakness. After all, a large amount of psychic fluid is needed to put the ancestors back to sleep. Those are trivial things, but there are plenty of spiritual fluids. Pass down the order and open the door to meet the enemy. Ding. Congratulations to the host, get a character card. Do you want to activate the summoning? Chen Ning's numb expression finally changed. For more than half an hour, he was going crazy. The points flowed out like water, but no character card was drawn. Let me see, who is it? So awesome, it took so many points. He looked at the character card impatiently. Seeing this, he immediately shook his body, and his face instantly showed ecstasy. Ha 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 ha. Good. Good. I didn't expect it to be this big guy. Summon quickly. It's scheduled to arrive in half an hour. Ding. The summoning begins. Chen Ning was full of ambition, and a smile finally appeared on the corner of his mouth. Although Suke's coercive king is good, Chen Ning doesn't want to call him over all the time, because after Suke came, he couldn't pretend to be coercive at all, and the pretender pretended to be all coercion directly. Secondly, Suke said last time that he was still close to reaching the level of those big guys, so he didn't want to disturb Suke at this critical moment. After all, he was going to meet those big guys, of course the sooner he the better. Fortunately, the one summoned this time is not bad, even stronger. It's here? Haha, then let's go down. Let's go and see what the third Sejong can do. End of this chapter. Chapter 189 Kill. Chapter 189 Kill. Chen Ning had a smug smile on his face. He knew that as long as the summoned person arrived, it would be of no avail even if the Sanshizong's background was awakened, and he would eventually crawl down. What a blessed place. Looking at the majestic mountains and rivers in front of him, Chen Ning couldn't help sighing. I hope you can let me make a 100% treasure chest. System. Check in. Ding. Start clocking in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting a special treasure box. Is it open? Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting a random treasure chest. Do you want to open it? Ding. After a while, Chen Ning spat hard and said, Damn, I didn't expect it to be a swank. Grandma has such a leg, she looks so awesome, she can't even open a 100% treasure chest. Go. Fuck him. He held Nie Xuanji in one arm, Lu Ruxian in the other, and Su Yingxian followed closely, and the four of them swaggered forward to the hinterland of the Sanshizong. Li Foran, He Huang and Zhu Shiji glanced at each other and followed. And the three of Shiman Chuksu have been hidden in the void and have never manifested. The three of them are also part of Chen Ning's confidence. Everyone moved forward. Behind them was the mighty three armies. The rumbling sound was deafening, as if thunder was exploding in the sky. At this moment, everyone in the Sanshizong clearly heard this terrifying voice. Quite a few people have already shown horror. Of course, they are not surprised by the terrifying momentum, but are surprised that someone dares to attack the third Sejong. In their view, this is simply unreasonable. Is there anyone? Is there anyone? Open the door to check the water meter. Everywhere he went, Chen Ning yelled like this, and over time, everyone knew what he meant by checking the water meter. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a vast light suddenly burst out in the void not far from them, and then a colorful cave appeared, and a group of people appeared from the cave. What the fuck? Chen Ning's eyes narrowed slightly. Niobe. It's okay to place the sect in a small world independent of the world. No wonder Li Foran and Zhu Shiji both warned him that the 3 generations of sects have a deep foundation, and looking at it now, it is indeed the case. Do not. Maybe this is just the tip of the iceberg they saw, and there are even more terrifying things hidden in the dark. Chen Ning squinted his eyes, stared at a group of people who suddenly appeared not far away, and said, I think you all know why I came here, so don't push me too much, hurry up, I have to hurry, the next one still waiting for Lao Tzu to collect the protection fee. He was so flamboyant that he almost used his nostrils to look at people. Hee hee, you are joking, the third sect is not those sect forces, and will not surrender to anyone. The leader said with a smile. Chen Ning focused his eyes and looked carefully. This is a middle-aged man. He is dressed in a purple robe and looks very luxurious, making it hard to look directly at. Where did you come from, little friend? Let's go back. Sanchaizong will not blame the past for offending Xiao Yu. The middle-aged man paused, 3 Shirzong can also let it go, and don't pursue it. Chen Ning laughed when he heard the words, damn, is there nothing to talk about? Grass, if you can't collect your family's protection fee today, what will others think of me, what do those who paid the protection fee think of Lao Tzu? His expression turned cold, and he said, since we can't reach an agreement, well, I have one more thing to do. Hand over Li Xuani, and I will leave immediately. He didn't wait for the middle-aged man to speak, and said again, this is the bottom line, otherwise, you can try to see if I can penetrate your third sect. Even if the background is fully awakened, it can't stop it. Crazy. This time, it wasn't the middle-aged man's words, but another voice, and this voice was menacing, and it exploded directly in Chen Ning's ears, making his soul tremble. This sound could kill half his life. Court death. Chen Ning also became ruthless. Mahler Gobi dared to engage in a sneak attack, you idiot, since you can't reach an agreement, let's fight. Call me. He really did it at the slightest disagreement, even the people on the opposite side were dumbfounded, how could he play like this? The armed forces of sea, land and air are moving together, but there is little water in the eastern region, and the weapons at sea are all left on the long river thousands of miles away. As he gave an order, countless rays of light shot out immediately, and the weapons on the river were no exception, and directly struck a fatal blow across thousands of miles. Shimen Chuksu, go and kill the person who yelled just now, and the battle will be resolved quickly, I will only give you 10 breaths. Chen Ning was really angry this time. The other party was obviously targeting him and wanted to kill him through a sneak attack. Since that was the case, he had nothing to say, let's do it, let's start the war, everyone by ability. Yen. As his words fell, Shimen Shueishue moved, his whole body was like a shocking sword, and he rushed out instantly with a sword cry. Chen Ning, you really don't want to die. Not far away, the Patriarch 3 yelled loudly. He couldn't believe it. He was a madman. He would start a war if he disagreed. Shouldn't he sit down and talk about it first? Shall we talk? This is because he underestimated Chen Ning. If he hadn't drawn that character card before, Chen Ning might have talked about it, but now, there is no need for it at all. Going to war directly may be more in line with his ideas. Boom. The sword light shook the sky, under the vertical and horizontal, this magnificent mountain and river directly overturned, the mountain was cut off, the water was cut off, it was extremely terrifying. Then a shrill scream resounded through the space. Not even 10 breaths. Shimen Chuksu came back, he was holding a head, the blood was still flowing, it could be seen how helpless that man was, his eyes were wide open, it seemed that he couldn't believe that he just died like this. Master. The sect master of the third sect roared, and the people around him also showed anger, but if you look carefully, you can still see fear from the anger. They couldn't believe that the old man in Shimen Chuksu's hands was not a simple character. He had surpassed the state of out-of-body state and walked a long way in cultivation, and now he was killed so easily? Not even 10 breaths. Terrible. They stared at Shimen Chuksu, as if he was some kind of shocking demon king. Boom. The artillery fire of the 3 armies is still raging within 1,000 miles. Chen Ning didn't save any face, since you want to fight, then fight. It just so happened that I didn't find a reason to go crazy, but you are lucky, the old birthday star eats arsenic, and he has lived enough. Okay. Today, the third emperor will eliminate harm for the people, and for the 4 regions, you will be eliminated. The sect master of the 3rd generation sect also turned cold. He could not compromise, otherwise, the face of the 3rd sect would be completely lost for endless years. End of this chapter. Chapter 190 Target Person, Chen Zhan. Chapter 190 Target Person, Chen Zhan. Chen Ning heard that, let alone fear, he even wanted to laugh, half an hour is coming, when the ruthless man he summoned comes over, he wants to see who can stop him. Kill in. He directly greeted Shimen Chuksu and the other 3, Killing the dark old man within 10 breaths just now made him see how powerful the three were, and they were fully capable of breaking into the small world, not to mention the powerful artillery support. Boom. As his words fell, the gunfire of the three armies behind him became more and more intensive, sword lights intertwined, horses stretched across the sky, dragons and phoenixes flew. It was so terrifying that it made one's scalp tingle. At this moment, everyone including the Sect Master 3 finally knew why those top forces would spend money to eliminate disasters. This magnificent mountain and river with a radius of thousands of miles was directly turned into ruins, and Chen Ning ravaged it, leaving a mess. Uncover all the details, kill the thief. The Lord of the Third Generation Sect roared loudly. Then, in the void behind him, a shocking momentum suddenly erupted, and a wave of aura surged up, like a storm suddenly appearing in a calm sea, quickly sweeping in all directions. Damn it! Li Foran exclaimed, are you going to start a war recklessly? Damn it, are you crazy? You actually awakened all the background. Boy, this pig god thinks we should run away. Pig 10 Rings had its tail between its legs, and its small eyes rolled around, obviously scared. The Black Emperor also retreated a bit, mainly because this scene was too exaggerated. The space was like the surface of water, and majestic figures emerged from it, all filled with a terrifying atmosphere. Husband, let's retreat. The third sect is indeed different from other sects, they have enough confidence. Lu Ruxian's eyes flashed with astonishment. Husband, Sister Lu is right, it's not appropriate to be head-on, Nie Xuanji and Su Yingxian also persuaded. It's okay, just watch it. Hey, do I still have a trump card that I can't use? Chen Ning slapped his chest, watching more and more terrifying figures. The lowest of these guys is Nascent Soul, all are monstrous. Chen Ning, if you catch him without a fight, leave this magic weapon behind, maybe I'll save your life later. A familiar voice resounded across the battlefield. Chen Ning's gaze was fixed, and he looked to the opposite side, just in time to see Li Xuani's insolent expression. Immediately, he felt a toothache. Mahler Gobi, this kid is still wearing it, why are you waiting? If I don't send you away this time, I will take your surname. Chen Ning became ruthless and urged the system, has the target person not arrived yet? Ding. Arriving soon. Chen Ning breathed a sigh of relief and ordered, Shimin Chuksu, kill. In an instant, the sword light was crisscrossed, and Shimin Chuksu took the lead and charged directly into the foundation. At the same time, Su Daji and Chang'e followed closely behind, also rushing in with a terrifying momentum. At this moment, Chen Ning knew the true strength of the three of them. Scrambling among all the background information is like entering a land without people, and there is no fear at all. One person is like a sword god, and when the long sword is dancing, it is full of killer moves, filled with murderous aura. One person is like an unrivaled goblin, with a frown and a smile that seduces people's hearts. Even these strong-minded and powerful monks are affected, and some of them are slightly weaker, and they are directly immersed in Su Daji's charm. The rest are real fairies, cold, and the dancing of their sleeves is the burst of ice, which makes people shiver. The three directly rushed into the background. At this moment, the Patriarch 3 finally changed his face. He did not expect that the people beside Chen Ning were so powerful, and they were able to fight with so many people at the same time with ease. Li Xuani, you wait, I will cut off your head later. Chen Ning shouted loudly, causing Li Xuani in the distance to tremble, and his face became a little unnatural, but now the senior sect members were all watching, and he couldn't show fear, so he could only bite the bullet and reply, humph, you should take care of yourself first. Dead duck has a tough mouth. Chen Ning sneered, and waved his big hand again. This time, the three armies behind him changed their attack posture, and the plane flew directly to the opposite side to attack. For a real master, victory or defeat is often in an instant, but now Chen Ning's disturbance is undoubtedly fatal. Sure enough, in this split second, Shimin Chuksu and the others beheaded 4 nascent soul cultivators, making it too late for the rest of them to rescue them, and they could only watch them die. Damn. 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 The Patriarch of the Third Sect said damn it 3 times in a row, and his face was so gloomy that water dripped out. He looked at the 3 people who were deeply rooted, and finally showed fear. These 3 people are too strong, and I am afraid they have surpassed more than one level of out of the body. Aren't such people all old antiques? Why are the 3 of them still so young? Even if they have good looks, their aura can't be faked. How did they cultivate? Why didn't the ancestor make a move? System, why hasn't the target person come yet? Chen Ning and the suzerain of the third generation asked questions at the same time. Ding. The target person has arrived and is confronting someone. Huh? Chen Ning was startled and confronted him. Damn, there are still big guys who didn't show up in the Third World sect? He couldn't help being afraid for a while, Fortunately he summoned this person, otherwise wouldn't he have been sent directly to someone else? But now he is not afraid at all. Since the target person summoned has arrived, it can be said that this fight has come to an end. Are those big bosses in the Tomb of God really weak chickens? This is still the most convincing person. Chen Ning remembered a sentence he had read before. There is no need to resurrect the ancestors, give me time, I will surpass the ancestors. That's right. The target person this time is Chen Zhan. That madman who came from behind and was comparable to his ancestors. Even the Devil Lord and Dugu Baitian looked at him ruthlessly. Of course, what Chen Ning summoned now is not the Chen Zhan from the last battle, he is not that powerful, otherwise he will be confrontational, just slap him to death. But even so, it is not something Sanshuzong can handle. Such an outstanding person, gathering the luck of a world, how can a small sect ruin it? Chen Ning set his sights on Li Xuanyi, and his murderous intent was surging. This time, no matter what he said, he would run away, otherwise it would be a waste of his spending so many points, and it would be an insult to Chen Zhan. In a short while, the battlefield has changed. The goal of Shimin Chuksu and the others is very clear. With the help of the plane in the sky, they only kill monks in the nascent soul realm. The heartache of the third generation. Sure enough, when the three of them killed the number 11 nascent soul cultivator, there was a sigh in the dark. Stop it. End of this chapter. Chapter 191. Chapter 191. Stop it. A deep voice resounded across the battlefield, echoing in the land that had been completely turned into ruins, full of bitterness and admiration. Chen Ning's eyes flickered slightly, this should be the ancestor of the third generation sect. It seems that he already knows how powerful Chen Zhan is, otherwise, with the spirit of such a character, he would not show weakness in vain. As the voice fell, there was a wave of ripples in the space, like a stone thrown into the calm water surface, causing circles of rippling microwaves. An old figure appeared in the void. His back was bent, his hair was gray, and the skin on his face was like dry bark, which was very frightening. Stop, this battle is no longer necessary. The old man shook his head, looking at it, it was clearly bitter to the extreme. Old ancestor, why? The sect master of the third generation was not reconciled, and wanted to change the old man's will. In his opinion, since the old ancestor had ended in person, there would be no suspense in this battle. No need to say more. The old man scolded softly, and then looked at Chen Ning again, showing a smile, my little friend is a dragon and a phoenix, and the old man's eyes are dumb, ha 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 ha. I never thought that such a small 4 domains could breed a talent like you. It is the blessing of the 4 realms. Damn it? Li Foran and the others were dumbfounded while listening. Damn, can you still play like this? This is even more shameless than the suzerains of the Netherworld sect and the Biluo sect. The point is, they are all juniors to this old man, but now this person who seems to be tough is actually praising Chen Ning, and he is so fucking shameless. Rao Chen Ning himself was a little ashamed, of course he knew why, it was nothing more than Chen Zhan's powerful strength made the old man frightened from the bottom of his heart, otherwise this scene in front of him would not have happened at all. Senior praised. However, Chen Ning's face has also been honed over and over again. For him, such a small situation is simply a trivial matter, not a problem at all. Hee hee. The old man didn't respond to Chen Ning. For a person of his status, if he can say words of praise from his mouth, that is a golden word. Yes, it has nothing to do with him. He turned his eyes to the third generation sect master, and said, since my little friend has a request, then do as he says, remember, don't go against it. The sect master of the third generation bowed to answer in a daze, his mind went blank, if the person in front of him was not really the ancestor, he would have thought it was someone pretending to be. And Li Xuanyi, who was beside the sect master of the third generation, was even more panicked. In an instant, his face became snow white, his pupils constricted, and his face was full of horror and horror. No. 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 Ancestor, save me, save me. Li Xuanyi wailed, completely devoid of energy, like a bereaved dog, unable to calm down. The old man shook his head, glanced at him, and sighed, it's not that I don't want to, but, hey. Forget it, I'll be old. All of a sudden, everyone in the field was really dumbfounded. Except for Chen Ning, everyone was at a loss and didn't understand why there was such a dramatic scene. This old man is getting old and his brain is not working well? We are here to find fault, why is he still facing us? Zhu Shiji's small eyes rolled around, with a look of disbelief on his face. Li Foran was also rubbing his chin, thinking, could it be that this old man's time is approaching? It's hard to make a move? Monk Zhang Er couldn't figure it out, but Chen Ning knew everything. He is still staring at his eyes and waiting to see what Qin looks like, the most legendary person in the world of the Tomb of the Gods. The sentence, "There is no need to resurrect the ancestor, give me time, I will surpass the ancestor," is full of grandeur, even if it is another. Several bigwigs also looked sideways at him. But he waited for a while, but still didn't see any changes in the void. When he got here, he sighed. It seemed that Qin didn't want to see him, no, or maybe he didn't want to show up too much in this world. "Help me. Save me. Save me." A burst of noise pulled Qin out of his contemplation. He looked up and saw Li Xuanyi, who was not far away, had gone crazy, and his whole body was in a crazy posture. He didn't have the slightest charm like Jade before, but now he looked like a clown. Jump up and down the same way. Even so, it is difficult to change his fate. Dead. It was the fate that Qin had chosen for him. The suzerain of the third generation sect, have you ever thought about it? Fight or make peace? Qin looked at the ashen-faced members of the third generation sect with a smile. He is refreshed now. Although the points he spent are huge, they are hard to buy. Well thought out. As long as Li Xuanyi dies, there will be Feng Wunyan. Once the two of them die, Qin's thoughts will be clear, and maybe they will break through the situation directly. He is now in the mid-stage of heartbeat, and his experience points are almost enough to be promoted. Humph. The lord of the third generation sect snorted coldly, and his sound also announced Li Xuanyi's death. He shot directly, and slapped Li Xuanyi's head with a slap, so that the Sanshai Zongxingzi didn't even react, and died in an instant, and his soul was shattered by his palm. Even De Luo Jingxian couldn't save him. But Qin didn't think so. Damn it, making up the knife is one of the necessary qualities for a warrior. I don't care if you're dead or not, if you go up and make 2 cuts, then you must be dead. And this arduous task naturally fell on Zhu Shiji. He patted Zhu Shiji on the head and said, "You dead pig, go and have a look. Is that kid dead? If he is not dead, he will give you 2 more knives. Remember, you must look carefully." Fuck. Kid, why is this pig god? You tell that dead dog to go, but this pig god won't. Zhu Shiji shook his head like a rattle, with a look of reluctance. Qin knew that he didn't want to, so he said again, "Hee, I'm going to give you a tank, TSK, since there are people, ah bah, if there are pigs, then forget it, I will find someone else." Wait. Zhu Shiji shuddered, tank? He has followed for such a long time, and he also knows the names of the equipment of the 3 armed forces, so he seems a little excited at this moment. Real? Fuck, when did I lie to you? Okay. The dead pig immediately changed his face, ran to the opposite side, and said arrogantly, "Wait a minute, this pig god will come and check it, in case this kid is not dead." You are too deceitful. Presumptuous. Rampant. I simply don't take my third generation in my eyes. Everyone in the third generation sect shouted loudly. Zhu Shiji shrank his neck in fright, and wanted to back away, but when he thought about the tank again, he immediately stood up and said arrogantly, "What? Do you still want to fight? Your ancestors no way, it's up to you? Let him test it." The sect master 3 said, but even though the coldness and murderous intent in his voice were far apart, Qin could feel it. But he didn't care at all, the winner and the loser, the rule since ancient times, if you lose, you just bear it. After a while, Zhu Shiji ran back and said, "He's dead, he's so dead, I didn't even react when the pig god kicked his little JJ." End of this chapter. Chapter 192 Phoenix Sky Sect. Chapter 192 Phoenix Sky Sect. Died. Li Xuanyi died completely, dissipated from this world, leaving no trace from now on. Maybe someone still remembers him now, but after a while, he will completely disappear from people's memory, as if there has never been such a person in the world. Qin left with the army, took the compensation from the third emperor, and went to the next family proudly. Phoenix Heaven Sect. Old ancestor, why do we have to give in? Isn't your strength enough to keep them? In the third generation sect, the suzerain looked ugly, and asked his ancestors what the reason was. It's too simple for you to see. If the junior only relied on those 3 people, he might not dare to be so arrogant. Is the background sleeping among the top forces easy to deal with? Some people, even I, can't deal with it. For example, the guy in Hanoi who lives in front of their door in the Netherworld sect. If he wakes up, no one in the 4 regions will be able to check and balance. The old man told a secret, ignoring the astonishment of the third sect master, he continued, "Do you really think that he relies on those 3 people? Although those 3 people are powerful, they are far from enough. It can also be killed. Truly scary." Having said that, the old man's eyes showed a look of fear, as if he saw some incredible person or thing. The really scary is the person who confronted me. His voice was trembling, and his rickety back was trembling slightly, as if he was extremely frightened. It's too scary, just one move, no, half move, and I'm defeated. It's unbelievable that there is such a character in the world. It's too scary, he doesn't belong to the four domains, he should belong to a wider world. The old man didn't see the astonishment on the face of the sect master of the third generation, that's right, it was just astonishment. He had never seen the expression and posture of the ancestor like this. It was like falling into a nightmare, and the whole person seemed a little dazed. Even if immortal Emperor Sancheng is resurrected, I'm afraid it's hard to match him. This time, San Shirzong was completely shocked and lost his voice. Who the hell? So powerful? No, I'm not saying that he is powerful now. Of course he can't compare with immortal Emperor Sancheng now, but I seem to be able to see the future. In that illusory future, he will surpass immortal Emperor Sancheng. At this moment, the meeting hall of Emperor 3 was silent. On the other side, Qin Ning rushed towards Phoenix Tianzong with the armed forces of the sea, land and air. To be honest, he is itching in his heart now, and wants to see Chen Zhan, but it is obvious that the other party does not want to see him. After a little thought, he understood that the world of the Tomb of the Gods pays attention to cause and effect the most. Maybe Chen Zhan doesn't want to be contaminated with certain causes and effects? Qin Ning sighed, not being able to see this strange man with his own eyes is simply a great loss. Husband, why did that old man behave like that? Nia Xuanji asked. She was thinking all the way, Li Xuani's death didn't affect her at all. Now her thoughts are all on Qin Ning. Li Xuani is to her, is a past. Husband, I'm also very puzzled, it's simply too abnormal. That old man is obviously very strong, stronger than your three subordinates, but he didn't do anything, it's so strange. Lu Ruxian also expressed her confusion. On the contrary, Su Yingxian was thoughtful, but she was wrong, she thought it was the fairy emperor who entered Fenghua Shuiyue Pavilion last time. Ha ha ha. Qin Ning said with a smug smile, I thought you guys could really resist asking. Okay, since you all asked, let me talk about it. After he finished speaking, Li Foran, He Huang and Zhu Shiji all looked over, obviously they were also very puzzled. That's because I have a stronger hole card. Ha 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 ha. Mo Dan, I think you're playing tricks on us. Li Foran curled his lips. Wang. Return the Emperor, Phoenix Tianyan. He Huang once again mentioned his Phoenix Tianyan. My pig god thinks this kid is so bad, he's a fool, he even cheats his companions. Zhu Shiji bared his teeth and squinted at Qin Ning. Even the three daughters of Su Yingxian are quite speechless, it is better not to say it. Qin Ning smiled wryly, he wanted to say it, but obviously, Qin Zhan didn't want to have too much contact with this world, and Qin Ning knew what this boss would do in the future, so he didn't dare to reveal his identity speak out. After all, they will go to battle in the future. Heaven. This thing has the ability to reach the heavens and thoroughly, and the bosses of the Tomb of the Gods world have almost failed to prepare for the endless years, so it is better for him not to reveal Chen Zhan's identity easily. In the midst of the hilarity, they came to Phoenix Sky Sect. This place is not much better than the Sanshaizong, and even surpasses it, with beautiful mountains and clear waters, it is a real treasure of heaven and earth. Surrounded by mountains, the middle peak is particularly strange, like a phoenix spreading its wings. This kind of terrain is not much worse than the sword peak naturally raised by Langya Sword Sect. The ancient trees are towering, the waterfalls are flowing, 1 or 2 egrets are flying in the distance, and the deer are jumping in the forest, which is extremely cheerful. Good guy, these big dogs, one by one will be better at choosing places. Qin Ning's eyes lit up, damn it, I can always get a 100% treasure chest this time. If I don't make a treasure chest again, all the top forces in the 4 domains will be defeated by me. System, check in. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you got a special treasure box, open it. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you got a 100% treasure chest, do you want to open it? Ding. Qin Ning didn't have the heart to listen to the notification sound at the back. His eyes were red now. The fault was that the occasion was wrong. He wanted to scream up to the sky. Damn it, it finally came out, and the 100% treasure chest was finally opened. He almost beat the top forces of the 4 domains all over, and he was only short of the last few. He didn't have any hope at first, but he didn't expect another one to come to him at this time. Well, for the sake of 100% treasure chest, I will kill you less this time. Qin Ning touched his chin, his face full of generosity. But this time, I'm afraid it will be beyond his expectation. Just as he was immersed in joy, the distant space suddenly floated, and then several figures stepped out of it. What? Chen Ning let out a light snort, with a puzzled look on his face, because he saw these people flickering, and they didn't look like they were going to fight. Conspiracy? He thought to himself. And the person who came out from across the space has already spoken. Young friend Chen Ning, this is my sect's sincerity, please give me some face and take away this heavenly magic weapon. Eh? Chen Ning was stunned, and then he saw clearly that what the leader was dragging was clearly a corpse. No way? A possibility flashed through his mind. And then the other party also confirmed what he thought in his heart, this is Feng Wunyan's corpse, do you want to verify it, little friend? End of this chapter. Chapter 193 Father-in-law. Chapter 193 Father-in-law. When Chen Ning left Phoenix Heavenly Sect with the 3 armies, his mind was still in a state of confusion. In fact, not only him, but also the other people around him were also confused by Phoenix Heavenly School's coquettish operations. However, Chen Ning guessed that maybe it was because Phoenix Tianzong knew about the battle before the 3rd sect, and perhaps the 2 sects were not incompatible as the outside world thought, but were cooperating secretly in private otherwise. With Phoenix Tianzong's and Sanshaizong's comparable stature, there is no reason why they surrendered Feng Wunyan's life without going to war. But all of this has nothing to do with him, anyway, the goal has been achieved. It's just that I don't pretend to be a force, and I'm a little upset. Chen Ning slammed his mouth, forget it, for the sake of 100% treasure chest, I will spare you once. Now that his mind is clear, it's time to think about promotion. Moreover, he is about to go to sea, and his cultivation level in the middle stage of a heartbeat is not enough. Although he can summon characters, when he goes overseas, he intends to summon as little as possible, so he will do as little as possible. Relying too much on these summon cards, although it can solve temporary troubles, is also not conducive to growth to a certain extent. There is only one sect left to complete the task of the system. Fenghua Shuya Pavilion, Langya Sword Sect, who should you choose? Chen Ning fell into deep thought. To be honest, he was optimistic about the Nye family at first, but he didn't know what Nye Xuanji would think. If she was unwilling, this matter would be more difficult. He cast his eyes on Nye Xuanji, and said in a deliberate tone, daughter-in-law, how about we discuss something? Nye Xuanji was a little dazed by his sudden enthusiasm, blinked and asked, what's the matter? Cough cough, the thing is like this, I want to take your Nye family under my command, just like Fenghua Shuiyu Pavilion, in this case, you don't have to be in trouble between me and the family. Do you want to? Chen Ning was a little apprehensive. If he had to think differently, he might not be able to do it, even if that person was someone close to him. But he didn't expect Nye Xuanji to agree immediately. Real? Looking at her appearance, she seemed to be a little surprised and a little unbelievable. This made Chen Ning stunned for a moment, but he quickly realized that with a big wave of his hand, he wrapped his arms around Nye Xuanji's willow waist and said, of course it is true. Are you willing? If you want, we will go to Nye's house now, but don't worry, you can also see the state of Fenghua Shuiyue Pavilion, it is said to be taken under my command, but in fact I will not interfere with your family too much, just keep it as before. Yes, husband, thank you. Nye Xuanji was very moved. In her opinion, this is why Chen Ning made this choice so that the relationship between her and the family would not be too rigid. Hearing the words, Chen Ning let out a sigh of relief, and felt relieved. To be honest, if Nye Xuanji was unwilling, then he really had to think carefully about which top power to choose. In fact, he still has a backup option in his mind, and that is Zi Wufan's family, the Zi family. But at that time, I am afraid that it will take a huge price to subdue the Zi family. It is far less easy than the Nye family. After all, there is still Nye Xuanji between him and the Nye family as a moisturizing agent, even if Nye Xuanji does not have a good relationship with the Nye family now. But with his current strength, I think the Nye family will make the right choice. Now that the final goal has been finalized, Chen Ning doesn't want to waste any more time. He directly ordered the armed forces of the sea, land, and air to rush in the direction of Nye's house. As for his movement, the Nye family soon received the news. In fact, the eyes of everyone in the Eastern Territory are now on him, so that any change of direction he makes now makes many people frightened. Many people secretly watched the battle in front of the Sanshaizong mountain gate. The entire mountain and river were turned into ruins in 1,000 miles of chaos. This is what makes the living beings in the eastern region feel incredible, and it is from this incident that everyone in the eastern region knows Chen Ning's strength. But it is no problem to suppress a top force in its heyday. Nye family. Patriarch, they are coming towards us, what should we do? What do we need to prepare? Nye Wudao's face was serious, a little ugly, and he snorted coldly and said, what are you going to do? That unfilial girl can bring someone to tear down the Nia's house. Humph. This is the place where she was born and raised. Let's see if she is really determined to break with the family. The great elder of the Nia family sighed, but that kid went all the way, no top force dared to stop him, and finally he came out of the third generation sect, but he was beaten down. Patriarch, I think it's better to be prepared. Take it as a way to save money and avoid disaster. When Nia Wudao heard this, his expression became even uglier. He had regretted hearing how powerful Qin Ning was before, but as the head of the family, he really couldn't lose face. After all, his face was also the face of the Nia family. It is difficult to settle the suspicion with Qin Ning even for a while. In your opinion, what do you need to prepare? Nia Wudao sighed and compromised. He couldn't watch the Nia family's foundation be destroyed in his own hands, otherwise he would really become a sinner of the Nia family. Just as the great elder was about to speak, a shout spread throughout the entire Nia family in an instant. Father-in-law, my son-in-law is here to visit. Qin Ning's voice was like thunder. This guy took out his big horn from his crotch and yelled at the gate of Nia's house. Husband, you, oh. Nia Xuanji on the side blushed, twisted Qin Ning hard, and buried her face in his chest. She knew that Qin Ning did this to support her. She was moved in her heart, but shyness was another matter, especially the way she was with Qin Ning had been criticized for a long time. She was flustered. The kid is here? Why so fast? Nia Wudao also heard Qin Ning's voice, and his face was bewildered. According to the news they got, wouldn't it take at least half an hour? Elder, this. Ha 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 ha. Nia Wudao looked at the first elder with a confused face, not knowing why the old guy suddenly burst into laughter. You. Patriarch, don't worry, listen, what did that kid call you? Father-in-law. The great elder stroked his beard with a smile on his face, as if everything was under control. Humph. Who wants to be his father-in-law? Nia Wudao snorted coldly. He still hadn't changed his mind, and still looked down on Qin Ning. It's not because Qin Ning and Nia Xuanji have been criticized, but also because he has always wanted to raise the Nia family to a higher level through the third generation sect. Qin Ning disrupted his plan, so he was always angry. End of this chapter. Chapter 190 for the wonderful warmth. Chapter 190 for the wonderful warmth. The patriarch just wants to make the Nia family better. Looking at it now, it's anyone's choice, and the third generation was beaten to the ground by this kid. The elder stroked his beard and smiled, with a smile on his face. The look of Jiju holding it. Judging from this battle, it's not that there is no one behind this kid, no, it should be said that it is a force, and it is a force far stronger than me. Look at his martial arts, it's so strong that it's unrecognizable, and it's unheard of, never seen before. Besides, his special magic weapon, it has never been heard of anyone in the 4 regions who forged such a strange treasure, even the puppet sect has never heard of it. This magic weapon. The head of the family can think about it, it's just a matter of saving face, not to mention that this kid can find a powerful existence at the level of an immortal emperor, which can already explain a lot of problems. The great elder persuaded that, in his opinion, Qin Ning is the best choice and the only choice for the Nia family at present, not to mention the relationship with Nia Xuanji. Maybe the final result is far better than what he obtained in the hands of the third emperor. Many. At their level, they are basically old-fashioned people, and they can think clearly about the cause and effect with a little bit of tweaking, and they can see through everything. Nia Wudao's face was dark, although he felt that what the elder said was right, but now he couldn't change his mentality. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that Qin Ning was not a good person. And Qin Ning, who was lying in front of the Nia's mountain gate, was speechless. Looking at the empty gate, he complained in his heart, damn, even if I don't welcome you, you still put on a show. He rolled his eyes, picked up the loudspeaker and yelled again. Nia Xuanji on the side was a little embarrassed. She put her eyes on Qin Ning beside her, and said softly, husband, why don't you forget it? Father definitely doesn't want to see me now. Her voice is getting lower and lower, and it can be heard that she is a little depressed now. That's right, anyone who encounters such a situation will be sad. I took my lover home full of joy, but I didn't expect that I would not be welcomed by my family at all. Seeing that Nia Xuanji was depressed, Qin Ning winked at Lu Ruxian and Su Yingxian who were on the side. The 2 women understood, and came up to hold Nia Xuanji's jade arms on the left and right, and began to distract her. As for Qin Ning, his face was a little dark and numb. This F***ck was too embarrassing. Is it possible that I still want to bombard me with cannonballs? Just as he was about to yell, pull out my Italian cannon, there was finally movement in front of the mountain gate. I saw ripples in the space, and then Nia Wudao's stinky face appeared in front of everyone. followed by Nie Chen and the Great Elder. Sister. Seeing Nie Xuanji, Nie Chen immediately yelled happily, and then galloped like a wild horse running away. Sister. You miss me so much. A sincere smile appeared on Nie Chen's face, and it could be seen that his relationship with Nie Xuanji was really good. Brother. Nie Xuanji was also very happy. She hadn't seen Nie Chen for a long time. She remembered the last time when she was captured by Chen Ning in the secret realm of the Wild Dragon Domain. Thinking of Chen Ning, she blushed again, then held Nie Chen and said, "Call me brother-in-law." After finishing speaking, she felt embarrassed herself. She lowered her head, not daring to look at the eyes of everyone. Humph. Who knows that Nie Chen doesn't seem to buy it, brother-in-law? Where is it? Why didn't I see it? Hee, I just saw a shameless guy. Oh, you son of a bitch. Chen Ning became angry when he heard it. Hey, look, this kid is so bad that even his brother-in-law can't stand it anymore. Zhu Shiji gloated at the side, grinning wide, pretending to speak in a low voice, but his voice, everyone present could probably understand. I can hear you. Of course, Li Foran would not let go of this great opportunity to make trouble, and followed Zhu Shiji to whisper and said, "Well, from my point of view, this kid is dead. I guess my father-in-law doesn't agree with this marriage." Hey, it's broken. Let's talk about it. Let this kid know he's doing bad things all day long, and see, there's nothing good about him. Wang. That's right, you still can't be too stinky and shameless. For example, the little bastard snatched my phoenix Tianyan. The Black Emperor also came out to join in the fun. After listening to these three forced words, Chen Ning only felt that the back molars were hurting. It's just crazy, isn't this crazy? A phoenix Tianyan, this dead dog can still remember it so clearly. But when he thought about the nature of the Black Emperor in the world of shrouding the sky, he immediately felt relieved. Asshole, this dead dog is greedy by nature. His face was dark, his eyes widened, and he was about to open his mouth to turn into Big Brother Zuan to fight 3 against 1, but he heard Nie Chen speak again. Hee, this young master already knows that this guy is stinky and shameless. Sister, look, he can't even look down on the people around him. This kid is not a good bird either, he is teasing Nie Xuanji. Sister, in my opinion, you'd better leave him. There are countless arrogances in the 4 regions. If you don't want to look for anyone, there must be someone better than him. Fuck. This Chen Ning couldn't take it anymore. Shit, I've always been the only one who poached other people's corners, and I haven't seen anyone so arrogant who actually wanted to poach my corners. He immediately said, "You son of a bitch, stand aside quickly, be careful that I will cut you, don't think that you are my brother-in-law, I will not dare to fuck you, anyway, you can't beat me." Chen Ning was gearing up, threatening. Nie Xuanji's originally tense and depressed mood was corrected by these live treasures, and now she looks like she can't help but laugh. She knew about Nie Chen, and her younger brother knew it well. Even though he was usually out of tune, he was still very protective of his sister. They have had a good relationship since they were young, otherwise she would not have fought Chen Ning for Nie Chen at the beginning. If there was no such battle, many things would not have happened after that. Thinking of this, she snorted and said, "Stop making trouble, husband, don't you have something you want to talk to your father about? You go." Nie Xuanji looked at Nie Wudao who was waiting not far away, and there was a bit of embarrassment in the depths of her eyes. Oh. That's right. I almost forgot the business. It's all your fault, you dead boy. In the end, Chen Ning still slapped Nie Chen, just like slapping 10 commandments on pigs. Fuck. Kid, can you bear this? 10 rings of pigs jumped out, offering fire beside him and said, "Pull this pig god will definitely fight this kid." His little eyes were full of joy, as if he desperately wanted to see the scene where Chen Ning fought with his brother-in-law. But Nie Chen wasn't fooled, he glanced at him directly, then snorted coldly, tilted his head and led Nie Xuanji away. Fuck, is this pig god being despised? Zhu Shiji realized later and followed everyone into Nie's house. Judging from this situation, you should be despised. Li Foran patted Zhu Shiji's head, leaving him stupefied. A long time. End of this chapter. Chapter 195 Killing you with money. Chapter 195 Killing you with money. Pig 10 Rings roared angrily. Grass, this pig god is actually despised by a brat. Male Gobi, if it weren't for seeing that you are Chen Ning's brother-in-law, I would definitely swell your little dick. The meeting hall of the Nie family. TSK, father-in-law, you can't do this, you're not grand enough, and you don't have the grandeur of the Langya sword sect. Chen Ning looked around the scene in the hall, and said one thing, it's really not good here, not as good as the Langya sword sect, for a top power like the family, it looks a little shabby. It seems that the Nia family is indeed in decline, otherwise they would not have engaged in the business of selling girls for glory. Yes, in Chen Ning's view, the Nia family married Nia Xuanji to Li Xuani, the son of the third generation. To a certain extent, it was selling a girl for glory. There is a gap in strength between the two parties. It is estimated that even if he hadn't been involved, Nia Xuanji would not have been happy if she finally married into the Sanchaizong. After all, the purpose of the Nia family from the very beginning was to catch up with the third generation, and it was for this reason that the Nia family fell behind. Just when he was thinking about this, Nia Wudao's dry voice sounded, "Huh? Not stylish enough, that's also our Nia family's business. What right do you have to criticize as an outsider?" When Qin Ning came back to his senses, he immediately became unhappy. "Just kidding, I am here to accept your Nia family as younger brothers. If you are not handsome enough, wouldn't it look like I have no honor on my face?" Thinking about it this way, he felt that it was necessary to change the concept of his old father-in-law. He only heard Qin Ning cough twice, and said, "Let's not make riddles anymore, it's good to get straight to the point. You want to make the Nia family better and bring the Nia family back to glory. In my opinion, it's just a trivial matter." He rubbed his chin, put his gaze on Nia Wudao's face, and saw the fleeting change in his expression. "Hey, it's pretty good at pretending." He said again, "How should I put it, even if you want to unify the 4 domains, it's actually not a problem. You know, I can call the immortal emperor. Tell me, what do you want?" Nia Wudao is not a fool. Qin Ning has been talking for a long time, and the chips are clearly placed. He knows that there must be a plan for this. "Ha ha ha ha, happy. My father-in-law is happy." Chen Ning gave a compliment. Nia Wudao snorted coldly, obviously he didn't take his compliment to heart. Chen Ning was not angry, but just said to himself, "This matter is small, but it is big, it depends on what you think." He considered and said, "I want the Nia family to be under my command. Well, I don't mean to dominate you, but just a title in name. Everything will be the same for you. If you agree, the Nia family will return to glory, and I will wave my hand. It can be achieved." "Impossible. Wishful thinking." Nia Wudao yelled in a deep voice. He didn't expect Qin Ning to speak so loudly, and he wanted to subdue the Nia family as soon as he came up. This is the biggest joke in the world. If he agrees, how will he face his ancestors in the future? Chen Ning knew that Nia Wudao would not agree easily. It's just that he didn't expect the other party's attitude to be so firm, leaving no room for negotiation. With a flash in his eyes, he took a deep breath. This thing was related to his promotion, so he didn't want to give up easily. However, if the Nia family really insisted on not agreeing, then he could only find another way, and a bloody storm would be inevitable. Father-in-law doesn't think about it? As I said just now, it's just a nominal one. Fenghua Shuoyue Pavilion and Lengjia Sword Sect are like this. You see, I didn't interfere with them. Everything is still the same as before. If you have to find someone, one difference is that I can come and go as I please." Chen Ning carefully observed the changes in Nia Wudao's expression. Seeing that he was still determined, he couldn't help feeling a little sad. Now he regrets that he didn't bring Nia Xuanji here, just now to talk about this matter. He only let Nia Wudao come here, and the rest are in another place. Gritting his teeth, Qin Ning decided to take a strong medicine. "What do your father-in-law think of those magic weapons outside? If you agree, I can give you part of it." "Really?" Nia Wudao was a little moved. Chen Ning secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid that this guy would not get in, and he would not be able to say anything. Now it seems that his chips are not enough. In this way, he is sure. Of course, in addition, pills, magic weapons below the 5th grade, can also give you 8,000 pieces. 5th grade array disc. Well, forget it, I will give you 3 sets of super grade array discs, how about it? Hearing this, Nia Wudao finally changed his expression. His eyes widened, his breathing became short of breath, his chest heaved, and he seemed to have been moved by the conditions Qin Ning said. "Don't break your promise?" He was still a little worried. "Never break your word." Chen Ning thought for a while, and then said, "Since my father-in-law doesn't believe it, it's easy to handle. I'll give you the promised items now. System, pieces of magic weapons below the 5th grade, pieces of pills below the 5th grade, and 3 more super grade arrays." Ding. The purchase was successful, and the total cost. He didn't even want to hear about the later points, and he would know if he didn't listen. It must be an astronomical figure, but in order to complete that shit dungeon mission, let's bleed some blood. Anyway, he still has a lot of keels. Boom. I saw Qin Ning waved his hand, and immediately, the magic weapon shone brightly, and the colorful brilliance continuously fell from nothingness. The surging aura was like a river, surging in this hall. Then, he waved his other hand again, and the other side also burst into bright light, especially the fragrance of the elixir, which wafted into his nostrils, and the fragrance of the elixir overflowed, filling every space. Nia Wudao was already dumbfounded. He didn't expect Chen Ning to come as soon as he said it, and now he only has one thought in his mind. This kid carries so many magical medicine pills with him? Damn, how much storage space does this have to have? He thought of what the great elder said, that there might be a big force behind Chen Ning, and looking at it now, it might really be true, and this force is absolutely outrageously strong. Otherwise, who the hell would give so many 5th-grade magical medicine pills to a small and careful cultivator to squander? This is so abnormal. Nia Wudao looked at the immeasurable light in the meeting hall, surrounded by surging aura and Donxiang. At this moment, it doesn't matter whether he accepts it or not. Even if Chen Ning really wants to let the Nia family stay low, I'm afraid he is willing. Looking at the horror on Nia Wudao's face, Chen Ning couldn't help feeling a little funny. He waved his hand again, and said to Nia Wudao, "Father-in-law, don't be surprised, these are 3 super-grade arrays, take a look, I'm afraid they are stronger than your guardian array." Chen Ning's words are true. The Nia family's guardian formation is indeed not very good. Although it is also a super product, it has flaws and is not complete. The complete ones have long since dissipated in the long river of time with the passage of time. End of this chapter. Chapter 196. Chapter 196. Nia Wudao agreed to Chen Ning's request with a numb expression. This is also a reasonable thing, and it is expected. No one can resist the temptation of those treasures, especially Nia Wudao is still an ambitious person. Return to glory. Those treasures are enough to fill the treasury of the Nia family, and it is estimated that a group of mainstays will soon be created. And the moment Nia Wudao agreed, the system's notification sounded at the right time. Ding. Congratulations to the host, the dungeon task has been completed, and the system's restrictions on the experience value of the host have been lifted. Chen Ning listened to the notification sound in his mind, his eyes lit up, and he finally solved this bullshit dungeon mission. Damn, if it wasn't for this restriction, he would have been promoted to immortality long ago if he had slaughtered so many people before. Since that's the case, let's work hard, and good things come in pairs. There was a flash of light in his eyes, and then he said in his mind, "System, use the primary experience pill and the intermediate experience pill." He remembered that 2 experience pills were opened in the treasure box obtained by signing in before, and if he used it now, it should be just enough for him to break through. There are so many people slaughtered before, although the experience value is out of, but fortunately, there are so many people, and when they are added together, they will soon reach the critical value of promotion. Now using experience Dan just makes up for the last point. Ding. Use the primary experience pill. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 8,000 experience points. Ding. Use the intermediate experience pill. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for being promoted to the late stage of heartbeat, and you still need 1 million experience points to reach the next stage. Originally, Chen Ning was still happy listening to the notification tone in front, with a smile on his face, but the last sentence directly knocked him back to his original form. Fuck? System, are you fucking kidding me? He yelled in his mind, 1 million experience points, what the fuck are you kidding? Ding. The system needs to inform the host that the higher the realm, the more experience points are required. I hope the host is mentally prepared. When Chen Ning heard this, his head drooped. Ma Dan, it seems that I may really become a murderer in the future. If he wants to achieve the goal he set, the lowest level is to become a false emperor like Su Ke, otherwise how can he meet those big bosses? Huh? I remember that Guy Su Ke is relying on his own cultivation, and the experience value has been difficult to promote the improvement of his realm. It seems to be called Daoyun. System, do you have any advice from Daoyun? He touched his chin, and felt that it was time to find a way out, otherwise he would really become a murderous monster in the future, which he couldn't accept even thinking about it. Ding. Due to the insufficient realm of the host, this system will not answer this question for the time being. Knock your mother. Chen Ning was speechless. Now he suspects that someone threw this system over to mess with him. It is completely different from other systems he knows. This is a pitfall. Into the night. The Nia family was full of laughter and laughter. Many people thought that today's battle was inevitable, but the dramatic scene at the moment made these people feel unbelievable. After much deliberation, they attributed the credit to Nia Xuanji, thinking that she changed Chen Ning's hostility towards the Nia family. For a while, the voices of praise were endless, and many people were saying flattering words, not only to Nie Xuanji, but also to Chen Ning, and even to Li Foren, to the 10 Commandments of Pigs, and to He Huang. Life has turned into a flattery meeting. Chen Ning almost thought that Nie Wudao had gathered all the best flatterers in the Nie family. However, this product accepted all compliments without rejection. The smile on his face did not disappear all night. After all, everyone likes to hear good things. And Chen Zhan also left during the day and returned to his own world. Chen Ning didn't know if this summoning would have a bad effect on him, especially the peeping of Heaven's Tao, but he had already been summoned, so it would be useless to think about it. He planned not to call Chen Zhan anymore, not only him, even if he got character cards in the world of the Tomb of God in the future, such as the Devil Master, such as Dogu Batian, such as the Ghost Master, he did not plan to call again. The battle is too difficult, these people are preparing for the eternal years, and he doesn't want them to fall short because of him. TSK, maybe we will meet again in the future, I really want to see with my own eyes what kind of demeanor these great gods are. He muttered to himself, but Lu Ruxian who was beside him still heard him. Husband, what kind of god are you talking about? She asked curiously. Su Yingxian followed Nie Xuanji to hang out at Nie's house, just like in Fenggui's Ryu Pavilion. The two women were inseparable. Lu Ruxian might be more mature and not very keen on such things, so she was attending the dinner with Chen Ning at the moment. Nie Xuanji is a well-deserved princess when she returns to the Nie family, not to mention that now with the blessing of Chen Ning's status, her status in the Nie family even faintly surpasses that of Nie Wudao, and all the elders are responsive to her requests. As for what she said that she didn't want to attend the dinner party, she also agreed. Oh, great God, he is a very powerful person, someone who can fight with heaven. Ah. There are such people in the world? Fighting against the heavenly Tao, even the immortal emperor has not surpassed the heavenly Tao, how can someone be able to compare with the heavenly Tao? Lu Ruxian was very surprised, and this is not her fault, this world is the same as the Zhetian world, to a certain extent some are lower than the perfect world and the tomb world. In this world, the immortal emperor is just a respectful title. In fact, those people are far from reaching that level, so it is normal for Lu Ruxian to be surprised. Ha 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 ha. When I have a chance, my husband will take you to see it, and see what kind of a group of geniuses they are, and what kind of tragic ancient history it is. Chen Ning embraced Lu Ruxian's willow waist, and buried his head into her neck. Immediately, his mouth and nose were filled with fragrance, which belonged exclusively to Lu Ruxian. Oh man, there are a lot of people. She pushed Chen Ning away. During this period of time, she also figured out Chen Ning's temperament. Generally speaking, he is a true arrogance. It's not good, it's just too escaping, often out of tune. Chen Ning smiled. At the dinner, the Nie family was happy, but he was a little disappointed. Immortal Emperor, what a holy title, but his level is too low now, and he can't imagine it at all. Not to mention him, even Su Ke is still a little short. Damn, I don't know when I will reach that level. Okay? Suddenly, he thought of one thing. Damn it. I'm so stupid, I need experience points for promotion, but those 3 people don't need it. As long as there are enough spirit stones, the 3 of them are enough to cultivate to that level. Chen Ning's eyes flickered, and he thought of 3 clones. It's just that these 3 were forced to run away? Last time the 3 of them were asked to go to Beiming, but there was no news as soon as they went, let alone investigation, so far there has been no sound. End of this chapter. Chapter 197 Sealed Land. Chapter 197 Sealed Land. There was no news from the 3 avatars. At first, Chen Ning didn't find it strange, but now that he thought about it, it was simply too abnormal. Not to mention the virtues of Chen Ning in black and white, it is Chen Ning in red who takes the meaning of the world. Crap, will something happen to these 3 guys? Chen Ning frowned, feeling a bad premonition in his heart for no reason. However, he practiced the secret art of transforming into 3 cleanses with 1 qi, and there is no sign that anything happened to the 3 clones. This means that these 3 goods must have been trapped in a certain place. This was the most possible possibility he could think of, otherwise it would be hard to explain why these 3 people did not dissipate and die, but they never returned. Looks like we have to go find them. Chen Ning's thoughts escaped, and his brows were furrowed at this moment, thinking a lot in his heart. If the 3 avatars were really trapped, at least it meant that the place was terrifying, otherwise they wouldn't be able to bring back the 3 of them even if they were transformed into Sanqing. You must know that under some special circumstances, the 3 avatars can all be turned into a wisp of qi and return to Chen Ning's dantian. Looking at it now, they couldn't even melt their breath. It was obvious that the place that trapped them definitely had special abilities. Lu Ruxian at the side noticed Chen Ning's strangeness, and couldn't help asking, "Honey, what happened?" Chen Ning came back to his senses, looked at the worried expression on Lu Ruxian's charming face, smiled and said, it's okay, I just remembered something suddenly." He considered his tone and said, "Well, maybe I will go out after today, so I won't bring the three of you sisters with me this time. You can follow Xian and Xuanji back to Fenghua Shuiyue Pavilion." He planned to let the three girls return to the Fenghua Shuiyue Pavilion, not because the Nia family could not do it, but because he felt in his heart that the Fenghua Shuiyue Pavilion was the power that truly surrendered to him. Langya Sword Sect and the Nia family were, to some extent, the same kind of transaction. "What?" Lu Ruxian's complexion changed, and she hurriedly asked, "Where are you going? Why don't you take us with you? Is it dangerous?" She asked 3 times in a row, but made Chen Ning smile wryly. "Where are you going? I don't know yet, but the danger is possible, but I can't tell her now, otherwise." It wasn't because of his bragging, with 100% getting high at the first touch, coupled with the blessing of the halo of charm, the 3 women have long since given up on him. At this moment, if there is danger, the 3 women will definitely not agree to him going alone. "There's no danger, we're just looking for 3 people. Besides, I'm not going alone. Li Foran and the others will follow." Chen Ning did not hesitate to drag Li Foran, He Huang and Zhu Shaji into the water, joking, his own women hurt themselves, and he couldn't bear to put them in danger, but for these 3 dudes, he has always been able to trick them. "Damn it, I'm the one who cheated you." He gritted his teeth in his heart and said. Lu Ruxian is very intelligent, coupled with years of experience in the practice world. She knows that what Chen Ning said at the moment is half true and half false. As for whether there is any danger, I am afraid that he himself does not know. Just as she was about to speak, Su Yingxian and Nie Xuanji also came back. "And the dinner party is basically over by now. Silent all night. What? Boy, do you want this pig god to go on an adventure with you? Impossible. This pig god can tell you clearly, don't even think about it. Boy, this is your unkindness. Wang. The emperor can be with you, but first return Phoenix Tianyan to the emperor." Early morning. The purple air in the sky is transpiring, and under the sunlight, there is a clear color between the sky and the earth. In a small attic of Nie's house, everyone gathered here, and the 3 daughters were also there, but now the 3 of them looked a little ugly. They all frowned, and looked at Chen Ning from time to time, with a hesitant expression appearance. "You dead pig, why do you want to rebel, don't you?" Chen Ning gritted his teeth. "Maler Gobi, this dead pig would go to the house without fighting for a day." "Humph, don't say that there is something there. If you don't go, you won't go. Bi Chao Nima, I think you want to cheat us. The 10 rings of pigs are hardlined this time. Don't think that the pig god is not. I know, your 3 avatars are all transformed by Qi. If they are safe, they can return on their own, but now there is no news for a long time. Even if you think about it with a dog's brain, you can know that it must be gone." As soon as he finished speaking, before Chen Ning had time to speak, the He Wang at the side moved first. Moved his claws first. "Wang. Dead pig, I see that your skin is itchy. Let me die." The Black Emperor stood up and rushed forward with a grin. "Damn it." Zhu Shiji jumped in fright, then saw the murderous look on He Huang's face, shrunk his neck even more, and shouted, "Help! Kill the pig! Kill the pig!" Chen Ning has black lines on his face. "Maler Gobi, are these 2 guys mentally ill?" He was about to yell at him when Li Foran said, "Boy, I can tell you clearly that your 3 clones must have entered a certain seal place by mistake." "Sealed land?" Chen Ning showed doubts. He looked at Li Foran, waiting for his explanation. To be honest, this was the first time he heard that there was such a place in the 4 regions. You must know that even the 3 avatars in the secret realm of the wild dragon domain can return again, but what is going on with this letter? Li Foran coughed lightly, stroked his beard and said, "You may not believe me when I tell you, the old man also strayed into the sealed place, and spent 5 years in it before escaping. This kind of place, how should I put it? If you say it is dangerous, it is indeed there, but it is not fatal. But if you want to say that it is not dangerous, then it is impossible. As the name suggests, the sealed place exists to seal something. The time and space are disordered, the space is disordered, and it is full of differences from reality. When entering such a place, the most fearful thing is that you can't find a way out and get trapped in it." When Chen Ning heard this, he had a general understanding of the sealed place. To a certain extent, the sealed place is a cage, a prison. Perhaps the 3 of them really strayed into the seal. "Husband! Husband!" The 3 women shouted anxiously at the same time, "You can't go. Although there is no fatal danger in such a place, if you are trapped in it all your life, what is the difference between dying? The three of them were very excited, and they disagreed with Chen Ning's going to find the doppelganger. To be honest, Chen Ning's heart is beating now. For the sake of the three avatars, if he compensates himself, the gain will outweigh the loss. Just as he was pondering, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! The dungeon mission is open. The host's three avatars are lost in the sealed ground, and now the host needs to find them back. After completing the mission, you will be rewarded with a super gift bag. If the mission fails, the host will be deprived of his cultivation and start over. End of this chapter. Chapter 198. Chapter 198. What? Chen Ning exclaimed directly, startling everyone. After he reacted, he hurriedly cast a smile on the verge of tears to everyone. Then they ignored their strange gazes, and returned to their minds to communicate with the system. System, are you kidding me? How can dungeon missions be opened so frequently? Grass mud horse, you are forcing me to die. Chen Ning roared in his mind. He didn't even think about the bullshit super gift package that the system said. Mahler Gobi, if he was trapped in the sealed land for the rest of his life, what's the point? Ding. The host triggers a random task. If you don't complete it, you will be punished accordingly. Punish you for paralysis. Chen Ning was furious, and said, then you can punish me with points at most. What's the point of depriving me of my cultivation? Ding. There are two ways to punish the failure of this mission. After many considerations, the system finally decided to adopt the punishment method with the least damage. Male Gobi, is this the least amount of harm? Come on, tell me, what is the other way of punishment? Ding. Destroy the host. Cough cough, when you say it like that, hee, there seems to be nothing wrong, it is indeed the least amount of harm, ahahaha. Chen Ning laughed out loud, Mo Dan, what else are you talking about? Just take out all the humane destruction and talk about it, and talk about a hammer. Then do you know what kind of seal the three of them have fallen into? Seeing that the matter was a foregone conclusion, he simply asked first. Ding. According to the system's positioning, the three clones are trapped in the dead zone of Baiming. Northern Death Zone? Chen Ning frowned, this name is not a good place, I am afraid there is a great crisis. But at this time, it was impossible not to go. The system gave him two paths, neither of which was a good path, and they both came here to kill him. Even if it is destroyed inhumanely, it only deprives him of his cultivation. Given that he has so many enemies in the four regions, I am afraid that every one of them can drown him with his spit. Withdrew from the communication with the system, Chen Ning looked at Li Foran solemnly and asked, do you know Baiming's death zone? Li Foran was obviously stunned for a moment, then recovered his senses and exclaimed, don't say that your three clones are trapped in the death zone of Baiming. Chen Ning nodded. And Lu Ruxian on the side also covered her mouth and shouted in surprise, how is it possible? Baiming death zone? Husband, you can't go no matter what you say this time. Su Yingxian and Nie Xuanji saw Lu Ruxian's reaction so fiercely, they glanced at each other and reached an agreement almost instantly. The two women said at the same time, yes. You can't go. Chen Ning smiled wryly, don't you want to go? Nee damn, I don't want to go either. But there is no other way, it is impossible not to go now. The three of them are indeed trapped there. Just now I received the news from them. It was very weak, so I exclaimed. Chen Ning lied. The system is his biggest hole card. Kay knew that he had a system, and no one else in the world knew that. I must go. He modified the words of the system a little bit, and then said, the three avatars are not just avatars, why do you think they can practice alone? It is because they have integrated a strand of my soul, if the three of them if something goes wrong, I probably won't be able to live anymore. It's not that I'm going to die, but that all my cultivation will be gone, and it's no different from being dead by then. What? Li Foran's eyes widened, boy, where did you learn the sorcery? What happened to the avatar can affect the main body. Now he couldn't help being shocked, if this happened, then Chen Ning had to go, otherwise, as he said, all his cultivation would be gone, and it would be no different from death. The three women were also silent, and now they don't know what to do. However, Lu Ruxian reacted quickly, honey, if you insist on going, then take me with you, and I will go with you too. Her eyes were firm, and Chen Ning could tell that she had made up her mind. But how can it be? How could he let his woman take risks? So Chen Ning shook his head, refused, and stopped Su Yingxian and Nie Xuanji at the same time. Just kidding, if something really happened, he would still be able to persevere in the sealed field with the system, and he might be able to escape. If he brought the three of them along, it would be really difficult without exposing the system. Lu Ruxian hesitated to speak, looked at Chen Ning, and finally sighed. During this period of time, she also got to know Chen Ning. In some matters, once Chen Ning was sure, there was no room for maneuver. Boy, have you decided? Go? Li Foran asked solemnly. Go, I must go. If I don't go, I will lose my cultivation base. You can calculate how long I can live in the 4 domains. Chen Ning laughed. In this case, the old man will accompany you for a walk. Li Foran said something unexpected. Even Chen Ning himself was stunned, staring at Li Foran up and down, as if seeing him for the first time. What you said is true? Chen Ning asked uncertainly. He thought Li Foran was lying to him. Of course, the old man told you that although the seal is dangerous, it is not without benefits. This old guy. Chen Ning was speechless. He knew, with this old clapper's character of no profit, how could he enter the sealed place for him? Because no one can enter these places, there are so many treasures of heaven and earth gathered, other old men dare not say, at least more than the secrets of the wild dragon domain. What's more, there is the most important point, that is, the sealed treasures. Thing. Li Foran's eyes flickered. Based on my experience in escaping from the sealed land, I can't say I have a % or % certainty this time. Fuck. 50 to 60%? Chen Ning exclaimed, this is already very high, more than half the chance, which means that they have a great chance to escape, plus the system, dare not say % the probability, at any rate, is %. In this way, his confidence also doubled. Okay. If that's the case, you and I will go out for a while, maybe we will become rich people after we come out. When he said this, Zhu Shiji, who was originally reluctant to go, was a little moved. Seeing this guy slowly approaching, he asked with an uncertain expression, is it really to % sure? Of course, the old man escaped from the seal. Li Foran said proudly. The pig god is going too. Zhu Shiji immediately jumped up when he heard it, his eyes rolled wildly, as if he had seen countless treasures of heaven and earth beckoning to him. Chen Ning curled his lips, this dead pig is really greedy. Just now he looked like he would not go if he was beaten to death, but now he readily agreed. Then the emperor should go too, and see if he can find a flame comparable to Phoenix Tianyan. End of this chapter. Chapter 199 The Demon. Chapter 199 The Demon. In the end, Chen Ning left with Li Foran and the others. Lu Ruxian and the 3 daughters returned to Fenghua Shuiyue Pavilion. Under Chen Ning's strong persuasion ability, the 3 daughters also knew that if they followed them, it might be counterproductive, so they simply agreed to Chen Ning. No longer say follow along. Old Clapper, is what you said earlier true? On the Azure Coast, Chen Ning sent a voice transmission to Li Foran. Chen Ning took back his army, land, sea and air forces into the system. Zhu Shiji volunteered, threatened to show his skills, and personally drove the Blue Coast to send them to the dead zone of Biming. Of course it's true. If you're not even % or % sure, don't mess around. Do you think I escaped from that sealed place for nothing? Let me tell you, in fact, the sealed place where I accidentally fell was more the northern death zone is even more terrifying. Li Foran was quite proud, and seemed very displeased with Chen Ning's suspicion of his ability. The guy squinted at Chen Ning, and said, boy, let me tell you, this time, hug your thighs properly. At the same time. In the death zone of Biming, the 3 clones gathered together at this moment. The 3 of them have been trapped for a while, and they have tried various methods before, but no matter how they try, it is still difficult to escape from this place. It seems that this place is a cage, shrouded in a powerful seal. The mountains, rivers, vegetation, every stone and soil are all engraved with patterns. Damn it, I told you not to come here, don't come here, you just didn't listen, now it's all right? I'm trapped here, I'm afraid it's hard to get out for the rest of my life. Chen Ning in white angrily punched the person beside him. On a mountain peak there was a rumbling sound suddenly, but only a little sound was heard, and then the mountain peak was shining brightly, and strands of lines seemed to come alive, wrapping the mountain peak, and gradually calmed down. Grass, who the hell knows that this place is so weird, and I don't know which idiot is here to paint so many formations here, Mahler Gobi, judging by the scale of this project, it is impossible without 10 years finished. Chen Ning in black also looked frustrated. At first, he was the first to discover this place. When he was flying in the sky, he happened to see a layer of mist covering it. It stands to reason that at his level of cultivation, it is impossible for ordinary mist to cover his eyes, but that time, this weird mist just blocked it. At that time, he thought that there was some great treasure here, and told them together, and asked Chen Ning in white and Chen Ning in red to come down together, but in the end, this happened. Hey! Chen Ning in red sighed, and said, the key is the evil here. I don't know if the main body can know that we are here. If he doesn't know, I'm afraid we really have to stay here. But it's strange to say that even the chi can be restricted here, it's really scary. Chen Ning and Red remembered when the three of them came in at the beginning, and when they found something was wrong, they hurriedly wanted to go out. As a result, even their chi was restricted, and they couldn't transform into form at all. This is a prison. Finally, he said a summary. Fortunately, there are countless treasures here, and there is no danger at present. Chen Ning in white was crying, and said with nothing to love, I still want to go out to equip. Damn, there is no 4 domains for me, isn't it? Let the main body install all the pussies alone? He had a strange brain circuit. Chen Ning in black and Chen Ning in red were quite speechless. Now we can only hope that the main body can find this place in time, but in my opinion, even if he comes, it won't help. This place is too evil and we can't solve it. Chen Ning in red sighed again. It's almost there. Li Foran stood at the window of the Azure Coast and looked out. The mountains and ravines were quite spectacular. Wang. To be honest, I am quite curious about the sealed land you mentioned. From my point of view, the so-called sealed land is nothing more than a formation. Dare to break all the lines in the world, I'm afraid it won't be too far away. He Huang was lying on the side, holding elixir and devouring it whole. That's right, you're right, the seal is indeed densely covered with patterns, but you still haven't seen it with your own eyes, otherwise you wouldn't think so. Li Foran smiled and said, when I saw it for the first time, I was almost scared to death. Mountains and plains, mountains, rivers, land, vegetation, soil and rocks, even some rivers and waterfalls have been carved with patterns. Everywhere, no, it should be said that in that space, every inch is engraved with patterns, and it is shocking to look at it at a glance. Li Foran recounted what he had seen and heard that time, and a terrifying scene appeared in Chen Ning's mind, making him short of breath for an instant. What is such a dense array pattern trying to seal? In other words, what is worth sealing with such a terrifying pattern? This is simply not leaving any way to survive, it is to be sealed for life and life. Could it be the immortal emperor? He shuddered all over his body, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was impossible. The terrifying aura when Su Ke came last time could not be sealed by a simple pattern. Although the immortal emperor of this world is a fake immortal emperor, he must be extremely strong, otherwise he would not be honored as an immortal emperor. TSK, what kind of enmity is this? To have spent so much power, it can be said to be a reckless seal. The Black Emperor sighed, a thoughtful light flashed in his eyes. He is very curious about this so-called sealed place now, wishing he could come down immediately and witness it with his own eyes. Arrive. Suddenly, Li Foran yelled excitedly, and Chen Ning hurried to the window to look down, but the fog was so thick that he couldn't see anything clearly. Fuck? What the hell? Why is there such a big fog? His eyes flickered, and then he cast the god devil sky eye. Immediately, his eyes turned into black and white, extremely evil, but even so, it was still difficult to see the bottom clearly, only a vague outline could be seen vaguely. I saw towering giant peaks and towering ancient trees. What a weird place, I can't see anything clearly. Dead pig, land quickly. With a rumbling sound, Cert Dezur chose a relatively flat place to land. Fortunately, this thing is a magic weapon, otherwise it would not be able to withstand such bumps. Good guy, it's really evil. After they got off the plane, they all raised their heads to look at this terrifying space. Giant peaks towered like pillars of heaven. The 3 avatars of yours are probably inside. Li Foran pointed to a path in front of the mountain, stroked his beard, and said, since you're here, don't think too much about it, just go in. He seemed a little impatient. Not only him, but also Chen Ning, with a % certainty, enough for them to move freely. End of this chapter. Chapter 200 Treasures Everywhere. Chapter 200 Treasures Everywhere. Chen Ning and the others entered the sealed land. As soon as you enter this place, a burst of fragrant air rushes to your face, just a little smell will make you feel refreshed. Good guy, how many elixirs are there? This natural and pure fragrance fills the air and can be smelled from here. Chen Ning sighed, and his eyes became brighter. Boy, why don't you think about it? Why is there no fragrance outside after only 1 step away? Li Foran struck at the right time. It's just because of the seal, but I didn't expect that the seal here is so strong that it can even restrict this kind of fluid air. Chen Ning glanced around. There are dense jungles everywhere, and the green color is about to drip, presenting a thriving scene. It's just that if there were no silver lights flashing from time to time, then this place would definitely be a rare paradise in the world. Let's go and have a look inside. The 2 of them, a pig and a dog, swaggered into the land of terror that made the world frightened. System, is it possible to check in here? Chen Ning communicated with the system while walking. This place was described as mysterious by Li Foran. It stands to reason that you can check in, but everything still depends on the pitiful system. Ding. Checked by the system, you can check in here. Ding. Is the host checking in? Check in. Chen Ning raised his brows. Sure enough, this sealed land is a treasure land. Of course, maybe it was not so miraculous at the beginning, but because of the endless formations carved on this place, it may gradually evolve into an incomparably miraculous place. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting a random treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the secret art inheritance and seal. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting. Listening to the prompt in his mind, Chen Ning was a little dazed. He didn't expect that this sealed place could bring him such a great fortune. Damn, he has already made money before he saw the natural treasures of this place. It's full. Just punching in the card, there are 9 kinds of treasures left here. Where is this place of seal? This is the place where I became enlightened. He was very excited, looking at the quiet and evil terrain around him. He didn't feel how scary they were, but looking at them now, he felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy. Good place. Good place. Male Gobi, I originally wanted to wait until I found those 3 guys and beat them up, but now it seems that not only can't they be hammered, but they should be rewarded. Chen Ning's heart was agitated, and he was so happy, it was reflected on his face that he became the slutty smile in Li Foran's eyes. Hey boy, you are really coquettish and mean when you smile. Wang. This emperor has long seen that this kid is not a good bird, he looks like a monkey with a sharp mouth. This pig empathizes. The words of the 3 sluts brought Chen Ning back to his senses, and he glared at him immediately. Isn't it okay for me to think of happy things? It was almost a roar, but just after he finished shouting, there was a drastic change in this place. I saw strands of silver light blooming from all around as long as I could see it, with bright lines, like a dragon or a phoenix, like a unicorn or a basalt. It was extremely terrifying. This scene startled the few of them. They didn't understand what happened. These formations seemed to erupt suddenly. A long time. Several people could not help but breathe a sigh of relief seeing that there were no further changes. Isn't it because I speak loudly that these formations burst out suddenly? Chen Ning squeezed his throat and spoke cautiously, while looking around randomly, trying to find clues. Wang. This emperor has never seen such a terrible seal pattern. Even if the emperor has worked hard, it will be difficult to complete it without 3 to 5 years. Judging from the sealing method of this place, maybe this seal is a big guy. The Black Emperor said worriedly, what I am most worried about now is that this sealed inexplicable existence is still alive. Fuck. Dead dog, why don't you talk nonsense? Chen Ning was taken aback. Hearing He Wang's words, he also had such a thought in his heart, and he couldn't suppress it at all, as if he was being held back. It seemed as if something existed that was actively aroused, and I couldn't help but think about it. This pig god is homesick. The 10 rings of pigs were even more hopeless, and they were so frightened that they softened, their forehoofs trampled softly, and their whole body prostrated themselves on the ground, almost writing the word cowardly on their face. Li Foran was thoughtful, and remained silent for a while before saying, this dead dog is right. From my point of view, the inexplicable existence sealed here is probably not dead. Otherwise, this terrifying pattern would not be so sensitive. Even you, when you speak louder, you explode. Chen Ning shuddered when he heard it. To be honest, he was also beating drums in his heart now, especially after hearing Li Foran's words. He felt like a light was on his back, as if someone was watching him from behind. Grass mud horse. After a long time, Chen Ning yelled again to bolster his courage. Without any exception, the endless pattern broke out again, and this time the light was even brighter. The half of the mountain turned into silver. Go, go, go. He was scared, looking at the silver light all over the sky. For the first time, he felt weak in his heart and had a bad premonition. Old Clapper, is your percent-to-percent certainty still reliable? He asked Li Foran as he walked, and at the same time looked at him expectantly, for fear that Li Foran would give a different answer. No problem, say it's percent or percent, it's percent or percent. Li Foran is very confident. Even at this level, he still has no loss of confidence. What is this? The seal where I accidentally fell is better than this place. It's even more evil. Damn, I was flying well in the sky, and was directly swallowed by the force of the eruption of that letter, and was trapped for several years inexplicably like this. Think about it, I can escape from such a weird place that actively swallows people, let alone this sealed place that looks much more docile. Hearing what he said, Chen Ning couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fuck, I don't know where those 3 guys went. Here, I can't even sense them, and I can't find them at all. Chen Ning cursed, this place is too weird, everything seems to be sealed. In fact, the moment he came in, he tried to contact the 3 clones, but in the end there was no news. Don't worry, it's only this big anyway, let's look for it bit by bit. Li Foran comforted. That's right, it's just a matter of time to get some natural treasures. Hee, damn it, don't even mention it, the elixir here is just like the Chinese cabbage on the roadside. He is very happy, he is hugging a small purple tree, his eyes are shining brightly, this is what he dug out just now, full of aura. Follow Feng Huashuyu at Pavilion's second medicine nursery for some elixir. End of this chapter. Chapter 201. What a big Suzaku sacred tree.